Good morning. This is the public hearing of November 29th. Chair Srinivasan.
Here.
Commissioner Bland. Commissioner Chapin. Commissioner Chen. Commissioner Devonshire. Here. Commissioner Goldblum. Here. Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
Commissioner Lufty.
Here.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Here.
And Commissioner Voss.
Here. Good morning, Commissioners. We have 3 items on the Research Department public hearing agenda. First item, LP 2586, 181 Montague Street, also known as 181 to 183 Montague Street, People's Trust Company Building, Brooklyn, Block 244, Lot 15 in part. A neoclassical style building designed by Mowbray and Ufinger and built in 1903 to 1906. Sarah Moses, research staff, presenting.
Good morning. Because the 2 buildings to be heard this morning are adjacent to one another, we will briefly describe their context before talking specifically about each building. The items to be heard are located on Montague Street in the borough of Brooklyn and are just outside the Brooklyn Heights Historic District to the west and the Borough Hall Skyscraper Historic District to the east. For nearly a century, this section of Montague Street between Clinton and Port Streets has been known as Bank Row and has historically been populated by financial institutions that sought to locate close to Borough Hall while providing services to the growing population of Brooklyn Heights. The Brooklyn Skyscraper Historic District includes several bank-related buildings on the south side of Montague, and the items to be heard this morning are the only unprotected historic banks that remain. The Brooklyn Trust Company, which is the leftmost building in each image, was the first of these grand Bank Row buildings to be designated a landmark. Montague Street, and particularly Bank Row, has historically been a connector between civic and residential, between the city and its private citizens, and between physically distinct districts. These buildings anchor this block of Montague Street and are critical to the distinctive character of Bank Row. Though they were built a quarter of a century apart, both the People's Trust and the National Title Guarantee Company buildings arose during banking booms and are stunning examples of the optimistic architecture of their times. One looking to the past to convey stability and reliability, and one looking to the future growth and success. The first of these items, the People's Trust Company building, is an imposing neoclassical bank building constructed for the Brooklyn-based People's Trust Company building from 1903 to 1906. Designed by architects Mowbray and Oeffinger, it skillfully blends Greek, Roman, and Renaissance elements and exemplifies turn of the 20th century bank architecture, linking ideas of civic pride, wealth, and stability. The proposed landmark site is shown on this map. The city of Brooklyn grew rapidly in the decades following the Civil War, creating a high demand for banks, real estate agents, and insurance companies which sought to locate close to Brooklyn City Hall. The completion of the Brooklyn Bridge in 1883, the construction of elevated rail lines, and the expansion of the streetcar network further influenced the evolution of Brooklyn Heights. The People's Trust Company building was erected at the height of the transformation of Montague Street into the major commercial artery of Brooklyn Heights. As one of the first financial institutions built in this section of Brooklyn Heights, the building was critical to the development of Bank Row on Montague Street. The press was captivated by the impressive new bank. Several outlets reported that the 4 columns, each made from a single piece of marble, were the largest blocks of marble ever quarried, each weighing 28 tons. Resting on these 4 columns is a richly carved and detailed pediment. Freestanding anthemia and lines head details further adorn the roofline. The proposed landmark site is a lot in part as shown here, and reflects the footprint of the People's Trust Company building as constructed prior to a 1929 addition built on 2 off-axis rear lots. The rear addition is stylistically unrelated to the Montague Street facade of the original building. The People's Trust Company building remains remarkably intact and continues its banking tradition, today housing a Citibank branch.
Thank you, Sarah. Are there any questions? Okay, we can take testimony. Each person will be given 3 minutes. Otis Pratt-Pearsall.
Good morning, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners and staff. My name is Otis Pratt-Pearsall. As leader of the Brooklyn Heights community's 7-year campaign to achieve the landmarks law and designation as the city's first historic district, I'm here to voice my enthusiastic support for designation of the People's Trust Company and National Title Guarantee Company buildings as individual landmarks, as well as to offer a few words on the relevant insights of our late intellectual guru, the learned architectural historian Clay Lancaster. Commencing in April 1959 and throughout our campaign, Clay educated and inspired us, and his exhaustive report, published in book form as Old Brooklyn Heights, New York's first suburb by Charles Tuttle in October '61 and republished last year by the Brooklyn Historical Society, became the sustaining evidentiary linchpin of our entire effort. Under his tutelage, the dates, styles, and myriad decorative details indigenous to the Heights became second nature to us, and as many slide lectures, Heights press articles, and walking tours aroused an almost religious fervor in an entire neighborhood of recently converted preservationists. Clay loved the Montague Street buildings now before us, and if he'd had his druthers, they, together with York and Sawyer's Brooklyn Trust Company at the Clinton Street corner, would have formed the eastern end of the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. In his July 1959 Heights Press article entitled Architecture, White City on the Heights, attached to my statement, he declared that, quote, "We have the finest trio of neoclassical buildings in any such restricted area in America," close quote, and went on to celebrate Mulberry and Uffinger's 1904 People's Trust Company, Frank Freeman's Brooklyn Savings Bank, demolished just before enactment of the Landmarks Law, and the Brooklyn Trust Company designated as an individual landmark in 1996. And in Old Brooklyn Heights, he went on to specifically call out Corbett, Harrison, and McMurray's 1929 National Title Guarantee Company building with its arch decorative ornamentation. However, as our thinking developed, we made the command decision, rightly or wrongly, that proffer of the important commercial structures along our eastern edge, including Montague Street's Bank Row, should be deferred. Largely ignorant of the actual facts, we imagined that in control of these buildings would be powerfully connected interests, perhaps in a position to scuttle our entire unprecedented initiative. And later, when we detailed our eastern boundary rationale to Jim Vanderpool and Chairman Platt, they agreed. So now, given the intense development pressure endemic today in the vicinity of Brooklyn Heights, we've brought to your attention the vulnerability of these two remarkable survivors that many in our community erroneously assume are already protected. Whether we think of them as the logical eastern terminus of the Brooklyn Heights Historic District, or the northern boundary of the Borough Hall Skyscraper Historic District, which stretches southward, or simply as worthy individual landmarks, I submit to you that the moment for their designation and protection should be right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Otis. The next speaker is Peter Bray.
Good morning, Chair Srinivasan and LPC Commissioners. I'm Peter Bray, the Executive Director of the Brooklyn Heights Association. I'm pleased to speak in favor of the designation of the People's Trust Company and the National Title Guarantee Company buildings. Their designation would complement the landmarked Brooklyn Trust Company building next door at 177 Montague Street and fill a notable void on the north side of Montague Street left when the Borough Hall skyscraper district was designated. Others testifying today can speak much more authoritatively and eloquently about their significance, both in terms of their architecture and their context within the larger work of their architects. Rather, I can attest to their significance for the neighborhood, what these two buildings signify for the residents of Brooklyn Heights. Whenever the two buildings have come up in speaking with my neighbors, the nearly universal response is, I thought that they were already landmarked. That they have yet to be landmarked evokes a look of disbelief and a reply, why haven't they? For those more knowledgeable about their status, their reaction to today's hearing is simply, bravo. Without question, their presence on Montague Street is greatly valued by the neighborhood, even for those not well-versed in architectural styles. The dialogue between them and the adjacent Brooklyn Trust Company building engenders a rich visual appreciation and conveys an unsurpassed sense of place to the experience of that block. And yet, when so much of the city we take for granted is in play today for redevelopment, their loss or desecration is possible. However inconceivable it would be to the community. Two other building lots in this block are slated to be redeveloped. Moreover, the development rights of the two Montague properties could potentially create a truly out-of-scale building on that block. In the blink of an eye, their scale and their presence would be lost. 50 years ago, on the eve of the designation of the Brooklyn Heights Historic District, Frank Freeman's magnificent Brooklyn Savings Bank building, situated 1 block away, was torn down. Its loss has left a gaping absence in the neighborhood. I want to thank the LPC for its consideration of these two buildings as individual landmarks. On behalf of the BHA's 900 members, I ask the Commission to designate them as expediently as possible so that the dialogue between the three individual landmarks in this block and between them and the residents of the neighborhood will continue to enrich our lives far into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alex Herrera.
Good morning. Alex Herrera for the New York Landmarks Conservancy. And we're very happy to be here to support the designation of 181, 183 Montague Street. And we thank the Commission for bringing this forward. According to the Real Estate Record and Builder's Guide, the People's Trust Company purchased a property at 181 Montague Street in 1899 with the intention to use it as their offices. The Record and Guide reported at the time that there is, quote, there is also a rumor that the present building will be torn down and a fine new office building erected on the site. Should this rumor prove correct, such a building would materially enhance values on this street, end quote. The rumor proved true, and the People Trust Company commissioned the architectural firm of Mowbray and Nuffinger to design their new building. The choice of architects was significant, as the firm would become well known for the more than 400 bank buildings they designed throughout the eastern United States, including the Dime Savings Bank on DeKalb Avenue, which was designated a New York City individual landmark in 1994. Louis Mowbray and Justin Nuffinger's two-story classically inspired building for the People's Trust Company was featured in the July 28, 1906 edition of the American Architect and Building News, showing the newly completed structure with a gleaming white marble facade of 4 Ionic columns, supporting an opulently carved pediment with reclining allegorical figures representing industry and security. Though the People's Trust Company is no longer in business, the building is remarkably intact, still serving a financial institution as part of Bank Row on Montague Street, and an exemplar of the Beaux-Arts classicism used for the architecture of urban financial institutions before World War I. Accordingly, it is well deserving of landmark designation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barbara Say.
Good morning, Commissioners. Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC wholeheartedly endorses the designation of the People's Trust Company building at 181 Montague Street. Not only was the building omitted from both the Brooklyn Heights and Brooklyn Borough Hall skyscraper historic districts, but it directly abuts a celebrated individual and interior landmark, the Brooklyn Trust Company building. These two structures side by side could easily be mistaken as holding the same protected status given their equally dignified presences at the corner of Montague and Clinton Streets. The People's Trust Company building predates the Brooklyn Trust Company building by roughly 10 years and likely played a role in York and Sawyer's design process for that later addition to Bank Row. The People's Trust Company building represents a purer devotion to classical design, both in its temple form and meticulous proportions, while the Brooklyn Trust Company building interprets and adapts classical design to architectural trends in the early 20th century and the needs of its client. These complementary buildings together stand as reminders of the once bustling Bank Row on this section of Montague Street, and given their design quality and integrity, both still read very clearly as banks and continue to function that way today. Of course, the building is most commonly known for its classical facade on Montague Street, designed by Mowbray and Uffinger, and built in 1903 to 06. Its lesser known but still noteworthy addition on Pierpont Street is not being considered today as part of the landmark site, which HDC thinks is an unfortunate oversight. The addition was designed by Shreve, Lamb, and Harmon, who were contiguously working on designs for the Empire State Building. Its monumental Art Deco door surround is the highlight of that block and deserves protection along with the rest of the structure. However, we're very happy that this is being brought forward today, so thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gabriel Halili.
Good morning. I'm Gabriel Halili from the Municipal Art Society. The Municipal Art Society of New York is strongly in favor of the designation of the People's Trust Company building. The classical revival structure is an integral contribution to the neighborhood's built character. Constructed in 1903, it was one of the first commercial bank buildings of this area in Brooklyn Heights and was critical to the formation of Bank Row on Montague Street. Its construction quickly followed the erection of the Kings County Elevated Railway in 1888 and the construction of the 5 boroughs into the Greater New York City in 1898. During this dynamic period, downtown Brooklyn's commuter traffic and financial sector experienced unprecedented growth. With its exquisite limestone facade, the People's Trust Company building is an impressive testament to this booming era. Architects Louis M. Mowbray and Justin M. Uffinger designed the bank to invoke a Roman temple, but also included Greek and Renaissance-inspired detailing. The elaborately carved pediment depicts a shield between reclining female and male figures. Its monolithic freestanding ionic columns each weigh 28 tons and were at the time the largest marble blocks ever quarried. The historic fenestration has been rearranged. The frieze with the original moniker was removed or covered, and more modern additions rest between the columns. However, despite these minor alterations, the grand facade still communicates civic pride and stability to this day. A rear addition on Pierpont Street was completed by another firm, Shreve, Lamb, and Harmon, in 1929. The People's Trust Company building both acts as an outstanding architectural highlight of the area and harmonizes with the distinguished group of buildings surrounding it. Next door sits an equally commanding Art Deco skyscraper, the National Title Guarantee Building, and immediately east is the York and Sawyer Brooklyn Trust Company building. Together, this cluster of important structures demonstrates Brooklyn's commercial development and rich history. This collection is currently sandwiched between 2 historic districts, Brooklyn Heights Historic District and Borough Hall Skyscraper Historic District. Designation would preserve a seamless transition between the two for generations to come. There is no doubt that this building warrants protection. To secure the People's Trust Company building, MES urges the Commission to designate 181 Montague Street as an individual New York City landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Francis Moran.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Francis Moroney, and I'm an architectural historian best known for his work on the built history of New York City and especially of Brooklyn. And I very strongly support the designations of both the People's Trust Company building and the National Title Guarantee building And though they're being considered separately, I feel it makes sense to speak of them together. The People's Trust Company building opened on March 24th, 1906. It was a dramatic white presence situated between two brownstone houses. People's Trust, formed in 1889, was for many years one of the two most important banks in Brooklyn, along with the Brooklyn Trust Company next door. People's Trust is an excellent building. 4 28-foot-high monolithic columns rising from high bases to Scamozzi Ionic capitals are of white marble from the South Dover Marble Company quarry in Dutchess County. They are among the largest monolithic marble columns in the country. These columns are very, very impressive, both for their size and for the excellence of their detailing. They are, quite simply, among the best columns in New York City. The pediment with its deep raking cornices properly frames figure sculpture in the form of two beautifully scaled figures recumbent on either side of a central shield in a scroll frame. When the building opened, the Brooklyn Daily Eagle said, "It's one of the most ornate structures in this borough, if not in the greater city, and as it has been built along lines of stability, it is entirely probable that many future generations will admire its beautiful design." The National Title Guarantee Building at 185 Montague is a 16-story building opened on April 3rd, 1930, designed by the enormously important firm of Corbett, Harrison, and McMurray. Harvey Wiley Corbett was a pioneer of Art Deco who, with his visionary renderer Hugh Ferris, had in recent years boldly reimagined New York as a city of soaring, tapering towers, very much like the National Title Guarantee, which in my view ranks among the very best Art Deco towers in New York. The building features metalwork by William H. Jackson and Company, the same firm responsible for the metalwork, including the lamps of the Brooklyn Trust Company at 177 Montague. The exceptionally fine and I believe unique stone grill work at the base is by René Chambellan, the very important architectural sculptor whose work graces Rockefeller Center, the Channon Building, and the former Williamsburg Savings Bank at 1 Hanson Place in Brooklyn. Either of these buildings on its own, no matter where they stood, would, in my opinion, be worthy of designation, but they are not alone. The two buildings, together with Brooklyn Trust, form a grouping of 3 commercial buildings as fine as any in New York City today. In fact, it was once an even richer group of buildings. Right around the corner on Pierpont Street was Frank Freeman's Brooklyn Savings Bank, demolished in 1965. 2 buildings to the west of National Title Guarantee was Peter B. White's Mercantile Library, demolished in 1960. This small area of Brooklyn has endured terrible losses over the years. And amid the intense development pressures of today, I feel we cannot act fast enough to designate these 2 buildings and preserve the glorious trio for, as the Brooklyn Daily Eagle said, many future generations to admire. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Glomani Bravo Lopez from Councilmember Steve Levin's office.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Glomani Bravo Lopez, and I'll be reading a statement on behalf of New York City Councilmember Stephen Levin. We are here today for the public hearing for the landmarking of 2 significant sites, 181 Montague Street as well as 185 Montague Street. The 2-story 181 Montague Street, the People's Trust Company building, designed by Mowbray and Uffinger, combined the Greek, Roman, and Renaissance styles in a masterful way, exemplary of banks of its time. The rich details in the pediment, supported by the 4 monolithic Ionic columns of marble and lion's head details adorning the trim and molding, lend the building its regal charm. 185 Montague Street, the National Title Guarantee Building, designed by Corbett, Harrison, and McMurray, rises 16 stories and is nestled adjacent to the People's Trust Company building. The pierced limestone screen, step buttresses, and projecting piers expanding onwards into the sky, and the brilliantly positioned setbacks evidence the work of architectural sculptor René Chambellan, to whom we owe a debt of gratitude for many of the great landmark buildings in this city. The pre-Depression building, housed the bank for which it is named, the insurance firm, as well as other financial services firms from a different era when banking was a more noble trade. These 2 professions, distinct from anything going up today, are among the final buildings in Brooklyn Heights, which would make the landmark district, now 50 years old, complete. For these reasons, I urge landmarks to consider these two sites on Bank Row for landmark designation. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Any more speakers? Okay, in that case, we can close the hearing. Do commissioners have any questions? We move to the next project.
Commissioners, the next item is LP 2587-185 Montague Street, National Title Guarantee Company Building, Brooklyn, Block 244, Lot 13. An Art Deco-style office building designed by Corbett, Harrison, and McMurray, with decorative screen designed by René Chambellan, and built in 1929 to 1930. Staff member Marian Percival to present.
Good morning. Built in 1929-30, the National Title Guarantee Company building at 185 Montague Street is notable for its strong massing and unusual details by one of New York City's major proponents of skyscraper design and decorative work by one of the city's prominent architectural sculptors, and represents Brooklyn's early 20th century financial services industry. The National Title Guarantee Company was founded in 1924 and was one of the many banks and insurance companies that established offices on Montague Street. In the first 5 years of business, the company expanded into Queens and Manhattan and established a bank that shared the new office at 185 Montague with the insurance firm and other tenants, mostly in the financial services sector. Success did not last, and by 1935, the firm was in liquidation. The National Title Guarantee Company building has a slender 16-story brick shaft that rises 13 stories before the central bays extend for another 3 stories in a series of setbacks. The design by Corbett, Harrison, and McMurray emphasizes the building's verticality by means of projecting piers that rise from the unusual stepped buttresses at the building's base, and the use of a consistent vertical pattern of textured brick and window spandrels in the window spandrels. A central feature of the building is a pierced limestone screen designed by the noted sculptor René Chambellan, in which stylized elements indicative of security and industry are incorporated into the buttresses and around the building's entrances. The firm of Corbett, Harrison, and McMurray was established in 1928 and lasted until 1935. Harvey W. Corbett was known as a proponent of the skyscraper as a modern urban form and design with various partners and associate architects. Prominent buildings such as 1 Fifth Avenue in the Greenwich Village Historic District, the Master Building, a designated individual landmark within the Riverside West End Historic District Extension No. 2, and the Criminal Courts Building, not to mention the North Building of the MetLife Company. At the time, the firm was designing the National Title Guarantee Company building, Corbett, Harrison, and McMurray was selected as one of the 3 firms responsible for the design of Rockefeller Center. René Paul Chambellan was an important architectural sculptor whose work embellishes Rockefeller Center, the Panhellenic Tower, Cheyney Building, American Radiator Building, and the Daily News Building, all designated New York City landmarks. Over the years, the National Title Guarantee Company has been remarkably well maintained. Alterations to the bays prior to the 1970s include the conversion of the bank's picture window seen here in the photograph from 1930 into a retail entrance with marquee, the redesign of the recessed main entrance to be flush with the building wall, and the removal of 2 sections of the screen, which were once attached to the emergency and fire tower exits.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Marianne. Are there any questions? All right, we can take testimony. David Malanga.
Good morning. My opposition to this being designated, as I'm sure that seems strange to all of you, is on 2 simple reasons. One, obviously, it impacts the landlord's ability to ultimately redevelop the site as the area is being redeveloped on a regular basis. The adjoining building at this point, 189 Montague, is being redeveloped at this time, and it's going to be blocking the lot line windows at 185, ultimately impacting the building as it is now and our future ability to redevelop the site. The other reason I oppose is more of, we would like to be able to maintain the building, whereas the windows and the storefront of the building need to be maintained in a code compliant and safe manner, whereas the existing windows are very old and need to be replaced. We would not be able to replace them with historic windows. We need to put in energy efficient and upgrade the building for a more, useful and compliant building. If I'm keeping the existing windows with single pane basic windows as they are now, you're not giving us the ability to bring the building up to an energy efficient and productive use. Other than that, we love the building and have no plans to redesign in any way, and so my opposition is only for the future of the building and the ability to maintain it and to redevelop long term. Just that simple. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alex Herrera.
Alex Herrera for the New York Landmarks Conservancy. And the Conservancy is very pleased to support the designation of 185 Montague Street, the former National Title Guarantee building, as an individual landmark. This is one of the finest Art Deco buildings in Brooklyn. Built in 1930, it captures the essence of that fascinating period with its floral and mechanical carvings, as well as the zigzag massing of the buttresses and the top. Built as the National Title Guarantee building, it is part of a distinguished threesome of commercial buildings that have long been admired by anyone with an eye for architecture and design. The threesome I'm referring to, of course, are in addition to this building, the Brooklyn Trust Company building on the corner of Montague and Clinton Streets, designated an individual landmark some time ago, and the adjacent People's Trust Company, which is also being heard today. The ensemble creates one of the great block fronts in Brooklyn, as we've heard numerous times this morning. And the Conservancy is very happy indeed that all three buildings will now be designated and thus protected. The Conservancy has worked closely with the Brooklyn Heights Association to advance the designation of 185 Montague Street, and is very grateful to the Commission for making it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC is pleased to testify in favor of the designation of the National Title Guarantee Company building at 185 Montague Street. Along this stretch of Montague Street, also referred to as Bank Row, are a number of majestic bank buildings in a variety of styles, characteristically diverse New York streetscape, and this Art Deco skyscraper is an important part of the ensemble. Its rich sculptural details, especially at the base, as well as its setback massing at the upper stories, help it to stand out, while its beige brick and limestone material palette help it to fit in nicely with the earlier buildings to the west. Together with the Brooklyn Trust Company building and the hopefully soon to be designated People's Trust Company building, the three form a striking group on a very visible corner and busy commercial corridor. As HDC testified for the People's Trust Company building next door, this building, despite being on the fringe of two historic districts, has been lacking in legal protection. As the Commission will certainly remember, another building nearby and also just outside of both district boundaries, the former Brooklyn Gaslight Company headquarters at 180 Remsen Street, was unfortunately demolished in 2005 due to its lack of protection, highlighting just how easy it can be to lose treasured buildings like these without landmark status. We are grateful that the Landmarks Preservation Commission is taking action to rectify this situation, and to ensure that this building continues to play a vital role in contributing to its historic context for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gabriel Halili.
Gabriel Halili from the Municipal Art Society. The Municipal Art Society of New York expresses wholehearted support for the designation of the National Title Guarantee Company building. The 16-story 1929 structure was originally included in the 2006 proposal for the creation of the Borough Hall Skyscraper Historic District, but was omitted upon final approval. Today, it deserves protection in its own right. Brooklyn's municipal building, completed in 1926, is considered the area's first skyscraper and is credited for sparking a wave of high-rise development. Just west of the municipal building, this upward growth included a National Title Guarantee Company building. Newspapers and city officials were hoping that the quick initial expansion of the borough center was only the beginning. But within a short time, the stock market would crash, spiraling the nation into the Great Depression, and such speculative development would come to a halt. The firm that owned 185 Montague Street was liquidated by 1935. However, the building remains as a powerful representative of the banking insurance companies established during this period. The Art Deco skyscraper just off Columbus Park was the work of architects Corbett, Harrison, and McMurray, all of whom would later serve on the committee of the architects responsible for Rockefeller Center. The first few stories of the striking facade are executed in Indiana limestone with an ornamental motif designed by the prolific architectural sculptor René Chambalan. The cut stonework features his characteristic mechanic and floral forms. Stepped front buttresses then continue up the facade, leading to flat vertical panels of slightly contrasting buff brick. The top few floors of the building terminate in a series of setbacks. Its architectural and historical significance are irrefutable, yet the building does not stand alone. Instead, its significance is bolstered even more by the proximity to other great buildings and historic districts. The People's Trust Company building, the Brooklyn Trust Company building, St. Anne and the Holy Trinity, and others surround the National Title Guarantee Company building. This property is an incredibly important part of the neighborhood. After its exclusion from the Borough Hall Skyscraper Historic District, the future of National Title Guarantee Building became uncertain. We respectfully ask the Landmarks Preservation Commission to protect this significant building and designate it as an individual New York City landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Any more speakers? All right. I just want to note that there were several speakers who provided testimony under 181 Montague hearing, and so we will enter them into the record, this as well, since they were testifying on both buildings. So with that, we can close the hearing. Are there any questions, commissioners? All right, so then we will bring both back for vote on January 24th.
Commissioners, the third item on the Research Department public hearing agenda, LP 2590, Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. This is an approximately 157-building district that reflects the development of this portion of the South Village, primarily comprising residential buildings, many with commercial storefronts, and including institutional buildings largely constructed between the early 19th century and 1920. Corinne Engelbert from research staff presenting.
Good morning. The proposed Sullivan-Thompson Historic District includes approximately 157 buildings, which speak to the growth of the neighborhood from its origins as a residential row house neighborhood in the early 19th century to a vibrant mixed-use working-class neighborhood in the early 20th century. The architecture in the proposed district reflects the waves of immigration that transformed this neighborhood and much of New York City from the mid-19th century up until the Great Depression. Through designating this district, we seek to recognize that important cultural history and how those waves of immigration shaped New York City's identity. The proposed boundaries for the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District are roughly bounded by West Houston Street to the north, Watts Street to the south, 6th Avenue to the west, and Thompson Street to the east. I will begin the presentation with a look at the context of the proposed district, followed by the history and development of the district, and then an analysis of the buildings within our proposed boundaries. The South Village can be loosely defined as the area south of Washington Square Park and east of 7th Avenue, roughly located between Greenwich Village and Soho. The neighborhood is significant for its immigrant history, including its Italian-American population, which is identified in this map from 1920. The architecture of the South Village, which is largely residential, consists primarily of tenement buildings and is architecturally distinct from Soho to the east and Greenwich Village to the west. The neighborhood underwent major changes in the 1920s and 1930s when Hudson Street was widened and 6th Avenue was extended, leading to the demolition of many of the neighborhood's buildings and breaking the South Village into 4 distinct parts. Beginning in the 1960s with the creation of the Landmarks Preservation Commission, portions of the South Village and the surrounding neighborhoods were designated as historic districts. The first of these was the Charlton King Van Dam Historic District, which was designated in 1966 and contains the city's largest concentration of federal-style row houses. In 1967, the McDougall-Sullivan Gardens Historic District was designated. The district consists of a small enclave of Greek Revival row houses. The Soho Cast Iron Historic District is a former manufacturing district that contains the world's largest collection of buildings with cast iron fronts. It was designated in 1973. In 2010, the Greenwich Village Historic District Extension 2 and the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension were designated. And in 2013, the northern portion of the South Village was designated as the South Village Historic District. That 250-building residential and commercial district is known for its immigrant heritage and Bohemian history. This map shows the location of all the historic districts in the vicinity of our proposed district. This summer, in response to a request from the community, the research department undertook an extensive survey of the undesignated portion of the South Village, which was west of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension and bounded by 3 major thoroughfares, Hudson Street, 6th Avenue, and Watts Street. This area is a distinctive enclave amidst these existing districts. After extensive research that factored in building date, typology, and integrity, the Landmarks Preservation Commission is proposing a district within the red boundaries of this map. The Sullivan-Thompson Historic District's early development in the 1810s and 1820s occurred in concert with that of the surrounding areas. Between 1810 and 1840, the 8th Ward, which contained the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District, more than tripled in population, from fewer than 10,000 residents to nearly 30,000. The district's earliest houses are characteristic of this distinctive residential architecture of the Federal period, while the later row houses reflect the increasing popularity of the Greek Revival style. Large number of immigrants began to settle in the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District during the mid-19th century. The majority were Irish and German, though there were sizable populations from France, England, and other Western European countries. The economic depression following the Panic of 1837 had slowed construction throughout the city, and there was a severe shortage of available space for the newly arrived immigrants. One common solution to the crisis was to subdivide existing row houses, initially intended for 1 or 2 families, into a small number of apartments. At least as early as the 1840s, however, many owners within the district had begun to enlarge their buildings to accommodate several families. Common alterations included altering attic stories to full height, adding whole floors, constructing rear extensions, and incorporating storefronts. Oftentimes, architectural elements were updated at the same time to accord with the latest styles. In addition to the conversion of the existing housing stock, purpose-built tenements began to be constructed in the historic district in the 1850s, and in increasing numbers by the 1870s, to house the area's growing working-class and immigrant population. These early tenements were typically designed in the Italianate and neo-brick styles. In addition to European immigrants, the blocks that comprise the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District were also home to a sizable African-American population. while Thompson Street between Canal Street and West 4th Street was considered the heart of Little Africa. The two sides of Sullivan Street between Broome and Spring Street had 21 buildings with African-American tenants by 1870. Reformers, including Jacob Reese and Louis Hine, documented the area with a particular focus on the black and tan saloons, like the Knickerbocker at 57 Sullivan Street, which controversially served a multiracial rather than segregated clientele. A major attempt to address crowded and unsanitary living conditions within working-class tenement districts was made with the Tenement House Act of 1879. This legislation banned interior rooms from having no access to light and air, and produced what are referred to as old law tenements. The neo-Grec style remained popular throughout the 1880s, but was eventually eclipsed by the Queen Anne and Renaissance Revival styles. By the 1890s, the immigrant residents of the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District were overwhelmingly Italian in origin, making the area one of the most densely populated Italian communities in New York's history. Italian immigrants forged a vibrant community anchored by the Church of St. Anthony of Padua and a number of Italian-owned businesses. A new level of housing reform was achieved at the turn of the century with the Tenement House Act of 1901, known as the New Law, which was the result of greater public awareness of the substandard conditions persisting in the city's tenements. The 1901 law proved to be the most comprehensive legislation to date, increasing the light and air requirements and requiring one toilet per apartment. Within the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District, over 30 tenements were built after the passage of the Tenement House Act of 1901, with the majority designed in the Renaissance Revival style. The last tenement to be constructed within the district was built in 1914. The proposed Sullivan-Thompson Historic District includes row houses, tenements, commercial structures, and institutions, with streetscapes that illustrate the growth of the neighborhood. There are 5 existing landmarks within the proposed district, all of which are early row houses. The district also contains one park, Vesuvio Playground, which is centrally located. We identified 2 major waves of construction in the neighborhood. The first occurred in the early 19th century and includes most of the neighborhood's row houses. The second occurred primarily after the Civil War and lasted until 1916. We determined that roughly 20% of the buildings were built prior to 1850. They are primarily federal row houses, which you can see on this map. Roughly 15% of the buildings date from 1851 to 1878, and these include the neighborhood's pre-law tenements. From 1879 to 1900, approximately 20% of the district's buildings were built, and these include the neighborhood's old law tenements. Almost 30% of the buildings were constructed between 1901 to 1916, and this period includes the neighborhood's new law tenements. After 1916, new construction dropped off dramatically. Only one building was built between 1916 and the onset of the Great Depression in 1929. However, many of the neighborhood's row houses continued to undergo alterations. Only 15% of the area's buildings were built after 1930. In addition to building date, we examined building typology for buildings in the proposed district. As this map demonstrates, the district consists primarily of residential buildings, with a few institutional and commercial buildings. The area's residential buildings include row houses, tenements, and apartment buildings. There are 3 categories of tenement buildings within the study area: pre-law, old law, new law. The neighborhood has several loft buildings, one building that was historically a stable, and a utility building which belonged to the Manhattan Railroad Company. There are 2 categories of institutional buildings within the study area: religious and educational. These include the Church of St. Anthony of Padua, shown on the left, and St. Anthony's School on the right. One of the elements that shapes the streetscapes and sense of place in this neighborhood are the large number of historic storefronts. We counted approximately 24 intact storefronts within the proposed district, and many others that retain historic elements. We felt that the historic storefronts were a defining characteristic of the neighborhood that expressed the commercial and immigrant history. The proposed Sullivan-Thompson Historic District includes row houses and tenements that represent more than 100 years of construction and design. The Federal and Greek Revival row houses, early to new law tenement buildings, and rich collection of historic storefronts represent the special history of this neighborhood, from its origins as a residential row house neighborhood to a dynamic mixed-use working-class neighborhood in the early 20th century. Nestled between a number of major thoroughfares and designated historic districts, the proposed Sullivan-Thompson Historic District is a distinctive enclave that retains its unique sense of place.
Thank you, Corinne, for a very robust presentation. Yes, Lisa?
Commissioners, at the calendaring public meeting, there were some questions about the non-contributing buildings in the potential district, and I want to explain our approach. Do you want me to hold on for a second?
Yeah, just hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So as Corinne just presented, the proposed historic district is significant for how its architecture today reflects the waves of immigration and migration that transformed the neighborhood and New York City in the years before the Depression. Through designating this district, we seek to recognize that important cultural history. And this cultural history is embodied in the 19th and 20th century architecture, including row houses from the neighborhood's earliest 19th century origins, row houses that were expanded to accommodate increasing population and commercial uses, tenement buildings and some early apartment buildings, and several institutional buildings related to immigrant history. We are still assessing and finalizing our determinations related to non-contributing buildings. Generally, the time period that we have determined as important is the early 19th century to the Great Depression. Buildings that were developed after that period were sporadic and generally don't relate to the theme of immigration or residential architecture. About 15% of the buildings were built after 1930, many between the 1960s and 2000s, and therefore don't contribute to the district's key themes. For altered buildings, we are applying a consistent standard. There are a number of buildings with historical alterations that we consider contributing as they relate to the district's key themes. However, there are some buildings that were heavily altered more recently, which we are assessing and may consider non-contributing. These later heavily altered buildings represent a much smaller percentage of buildings in the proposed districts. And finally, there are some vacant lots and lots under construction, and those are obviously considered non-contributing as well.
Are there any questions or, yes? Okay, we'll take testimony. We have Charles Anderson, who is representing Assemblymember Deborah Blake.
Hi, good morning. My name is Charles Anderson, and I'm representing Assemblymember Deborah Glick, who's in Albany today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you regarding the designation of the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District in the Greenwich Village neighborhood of Manhattan. This extension of the South Village Historic District would include a significant number of historic buildings along Sullivan and Thompson Streets south of Houston. This designation will ensure that landmark protections are extended in the neighborhood, in a neighborhood that sees an extreme amount of pressure from development, and the Assemblymember fully supports the designation to grant protection of this neighborhood, which is of historical importance to New York City. Our community has fought for many years to ensure that historic districts receive adequate attention and that the historic nature of colonial New York City is properly recognized. The South Village as a whole provides a physical history of the development of New York City and the progression of history into the 19th and 20th centuries. The South Village extension of the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District is necessary because of the contiguous nature of this neighborhood and the ties to areas south of Houston Street. Distinctly, St. Anthony's Church is a beautiful example of Romanesque Revival architecture, is pivotal to the Italian-American history of this neighborhood, and deserves to be part of the record of historic districts in New York City. It is in this spirit that I urge the Commission to move quickly in landmarking this area, particularly in light of the buildings already lost during the process of getting to a hearing. This designation will ensure the cohesive nature of the neighborhood is protected from the threat of overdevelopment, which has already negatively impacted the surrounding community. It is vital that the unique history of this part of early New York is preserved for future generations to enjoy and from which they can learn and preserve history in that community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Toby Bergman Chair of Community Board 2.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Chair of Community Board 2. I've been on Community Board 20 years, and for half of those years, this item represents a high priority of Community Board 2. This has been consistently at the top of our list of things we wanted to get done. I think that, well, let me say this. I think that this district stands on its own. I also look, whenever you look up anything about an address in Hudson Square or Hudson Square in general, and you find old newspaper articles, you find that Hudson Square was considered Greenwich Village. Well, Hudson Square clearly is no longer part of Greenwich Village, but it was that whole west side of Manhattan that was considered part of Greenwich Village, and what's left of it is the tongue, the foot, that goes from Houston Street down to Broome Street. To make our appreciation, our historic appreciation of Greenwich Village whole, this is an essential part of that. And for me, I consider that area the South Village. I would love to see this district called the South Village Historic District, because I think that's what it is. It's part of that. It's part of Greenwich Village. But the end result is what you're doing, and we fully support that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrew Berman.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Andrew Berman, and I'm the Executive Director of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. GVSHP wholeheartedly supports designation of the proposed Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. After meeting with the Landmarks Commission in 2002 and 2004 to pursue landmark designation for the entire South Village, in late 2006, GVSHP submitted a formal proposal with boundaries for a proposed South Village Historic District. At the time, the Commission agreed to consider the proposed district in 3 phases. Most of the first phase, west of 6th Avenue, was designated in 2010. Most of the second phase, between 6th Avenue and LaGuardia Place, north of Houston Street, was designated in late 2013. And we are very glad to see that more than 90% of the third and final phase of the proposed historic district, located between Houston and Watt Streets, is now before you today to be considered for designation. Reaching this point is a testament to literally thousands of people over the last 10 years who've written the Commission, rallied, attended hearings, and signed petitions in support of designation. We are particularly grateful to City Council Member Corey Johnson, who has worked unrelentingly to get us to this point. The area under consideration, like the rest of the South Village, is not only undeniably deserving of designation, but unquestionably in need of it. In 2012, the Preservation League of New York State named the entire South Village, including this area, one of its 7 to save, or one of the 7 most important endangered historic sites in the state. In 2013, the entire South Village, including this proposed district, was listed on the state and national registers of historic places for its architectural and historic significance, especially in relation to immigrant history. Sadly, in the last several years, many of the district's significant historic structures have been lost due to lack of landmark protections. This includes the 1922 Tunnel Garage, one of the earliest and most beloved Art Deco structures in New York, the 1820 Ezra Weeks Daniel Ludlow House at 54 McDougal Street, a structure connected not only to its namesakes, but to Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton, and 186 Spring Street, an 1824 Federal-style row house determined individually eligible for the state and national registers of historic places for its exceptional significance in connection to post-Stonewall LGBT history. Compounding the tragic loss of these and many other structures in the area is the fact that current zoning could allow new construction here up to 300 feet in height, which is woefully out of character for this uniformly low-scale district. Developers such as Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, have recently bought up properties in the area. Only landmark designation will prevent more such losses and inappropriate development. The proposed designation before you is more than 10 years in the making and captures 2 centuries of New York's history and evolution. With yet another proposed rezoning on the district's edges right now that will increase development pressure, this is the time to act. We urge you in the strongest of terms to approve the proposed historic district as soon as possible and finish the job of extending landmark protections to the entire South Village. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Basha Gerhardt, representative of Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer. Is Basha here? Okay. When she comes, we'll take her on. The next speaker is Barbara Zay.
The Historic Districts Council, Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC fully supports the designation of the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. The proposed district has a distinct character from the cocoon of historic districts surrounding it. It most notably demonstrates New York City's evolution of housing development spanning 2 centuries, as well as manufacturing, institutional, and commercial historic buildings. Moreover, this neighborhood was home to a large African-American population in the mid-19th century and later many European immigrants. The area is famous for its cultural and artistic associations as well. In short, this neighborhood is the picture of all of the attributes that a historic district should have, despite some alterations and examples of insensitive construction that have occurred in recent years. We hope that as the owners of historic buildings in this new district apply for permits, the Commission evaluates any proposed changes in light of the district's cultural importance, as this area has already suffered the loss of such cultural landmarks, with a lowercase l, as the Circle in the Square Theater and the Sullivan Street Playhouse. While this neighborhood contains buildings in an array of ages and styles, the tenement is the dominant building type to the pedestrian eye, and the research presentation today acknowledged the link to immigration history. If the Commission is interested in protecting tenement neighborhoods, we would encourage consideration for the designation of portions of the Lower East Side, which even more powerfully conveys the city's diversity of tenement architecture and whose links to the immigrant experience in New York City is of local, national, and international significance. While HDC is happy that the majority of Manhattan Community District 2 is now enjoying landmark status, other historic districts of Lower Manhattan are rapidly disappearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Basha Gerhardt.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Basha Gerhardt's Deputy Director of Land Use, and I am here on behalf of Manhattan Borough President Gail A. Brewer to express our support for the designation of the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District, the third phase of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation's proposed South Village Historic District. For over a decade, GVSHP has led the effort to preserve the South Village, including listing the entire neighborhood on the state and national registers of historic places, as an effort to protect the nearly intact low-rise row houses and tenement buildings constructed between the late 19th and mid-20th centuries, and recognize the neighborhood's unique working class and immigrant history. It is important to maintain and preserve the historic integrity of the proposed district. It reflects the rich cultural history of a neighborhood where groups of many backgrounds settled during the years of peak immigration. Designation of the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District will also protect historic buildings and deter the demolition of historic structures and hopefully construction of out-of-character development. Therefore, we urge you to designate the proposed Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. I also want to express appreciation to Councilmember Corey Johnson, who you'll hear from later, and to Andrew Berman of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation for their ongoing advocacy for this designation, and I thank the LPC for your time and consideration on this matter.
Thank you. The next speaker is Glenn Umberger.
Yes, I think so too. I'm looking for the batteries.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I am Glenn Umberger, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. We are pleased to join residents, elected officials, and advocates in support of the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. The blocks of the district form a vibrant collection of buildings from the 19th and early 20th centuries in styles typical of those eras, such as the Federal and Greek Revival row houses and Italianate Queen Anne and Beaux-Arts tenements. While there have been some alterations and unfortunately some losses among the 157 properties, They are, in large part, the same scale, height, and volume as when built, with much historic fabric intact, including many historic storefronts. Sullivan-Thompson, which already is within the National Registry South Village District, also contains institutions such as the stately St. Anthony of Padua Roman Catholic Church and its associated school. Beyond architectural merit, this section of the South Village derives a special sense of place from the vast sweep of history that has taken place on its streets. Its collection of pre-law, old law, and new law tenement buildings reflect an evolution in the city's housing policy, from early days as base of merchants to decades of welcoming immigrant communities to serving as the home for social movements and artistic communities. This district is part of the narrative of New York City. Like other sections of the South Village, the Sullivan-Thompson district will continue to grow and evolve as it has for the last 200 years. With landmark designation, new generations of residents, business owners, artists, immigrants, and visitors will be able to rediscover and use this community's rich architectural heritage. Designation will fill one of the last unprotected areas in one of New York's most historic neighborhoods, one that has faced increased development pressures in recent years. We are pleased to see the preservation and planning work together, and that work moves forward on the nearby St. John's Terminal site. The city is also recognizing its vital historic resources with this designation. We thank you for allowing us to present our views on this matter.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christopher Goff.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. We had to come in to express... Well, here's the microphone. Lisa, what should I do? Oh, go ahead. Can you hear me? Good. Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. We're here to express strong support. The policy of designating historic areas and segments took off with the Tribeca districts, adopted because their director of research, the then director of research, Marjorie Pearson, doubted that the desired area as a whole could support a tenable district character definition, while subdivisions could be based not only on architectural history, but on social history. For instance, Tribeca East, whose mid-19th century palatial cast iron lofts supplied suppliers of dry goods and textiles for the new department stores arising on Broadway under the wing of merchants like A.T. Stewart. In the case of the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District, we see a very different architecture, a history already much explored by Professor Dolkart of later immigration to New York, especially from Italy, and the architecture, both residential and religious, that evolved to house those incoming new Americans in the streets of the South Village. Thank you for hearing this district, which is in urgent need of protection. As a result of that interesting late-night legislation in Albany, which, in what some might see as an amazing flight of fantasy, created transferable air rights out of the depths of the Hudson River. The influence of the St. John's Terminal project needs to be offset by the more moderating influence of the Commission, which could preserve some attractive and eligible buildings whose continued existence would remind us of human factors in the growth of New York, our immigrants. A reminder much needed in the present political climate, where the mayor and governor have had to invoke states' rights, refusing to expedite certain proposed federal deportation initiatives. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joseph Rosenberg. I'm sorry, Councilman, please come to the mic. Sorry about that. I didn't see you for a moment.
Good morning. My name is Corey Johnson, and I represent the 3rd Council District in the New York City Council,
which includes much of the proposed district under consideration today. I want to thank the Landmarks Preservation Commission for granting me this opportunity to attest to the great value that designating the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District would bring to my district and in New York City at large. The special sense of place and time that one experiences in the South Village is unmistakable. Its historic blocks reflect the immigrant story in our city and in our nation. When an extraordinary influx of people from around the world came to America to pursue a dream of opportunity and freedom, many settled in the South Village. Their everyday experiences reverberate through the architecture that still stands there today. Our connection to the immigrant experience is one of our greatest defining characteristics as a city, and it's on full display in the proposed Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. Honoring this story, the story of our immigrants and the waves of South Village residents that came after them, will benefit future generations in enormously profound ways. Our ability to comprehend and appreciate their history is tied into the buildings that line Sullivan and Thompson streets. There is no substitute for visually experiencing the streetscape and the architecture that remain from this era. And that is an invaluable asset that we must pass on to future generations. It is for this very reason that the South Village has already been recognized on the National Register of Historic Places. And let us be clear, without its designation as a historic district, this neighborhood will surely lose some of its important features to mounting development pressures that are increasing all around it. Without the protection that would come with this designation, I fear it is only a matter of time before we see these world-famous streetscapes disappear. The nearby districts such as Soho, Charlton, King Van Dam, and Greenwich Village have had an incredibly positive and profound effect on our city, solidifying our standing as a world-class destination and as one of the most desirable places to live, work, and visit. And I know that this new district will do the same. I would like to conclude by recognizing the efforts of those who have made it possible to get us where we are today. I want to thank you personally, Madam Chair, for your hard work and your staff's hard work in making today happen. It has been a long journey since I took office and you took the chair and us having these conversations, and you have been gracious, and I'm glad that we have been able to do this work together. I also want to thank the many community and preservation activists who have been fighting for this designation for over a decade, many of whom are in this room today. They deserve our enormous gratitude. I particularly want to thank Andrew Berman, the Executive Director of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. This has been over a decade, maybe a 15-year battle to get the entire South Village landmark, and this extraordinary effort demonstrates that our South Village community is committed to preserving its history and the story of our immigrants so they can enrich future generations for decades to come. You know you represent Greenwich Village when on a rainy, late November morning, there are many people in an audience to testify over an issue like this, and that's one of the great pleasures and privileges of representing this district. I'm grateful for your consideration, and I ask you to designate the district in full. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. The next speaker is Joseph Rosenberg.
Good morning. I'm Joseph Rosenberg, Director of the Catholic Community Relations Council, representing the Archdiocese of New York and the Diocese of Brooklyn on legislative and policy issues involving the City of New York. Today, I appear before you in opposition to the proposed Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. While the goals of historic preservation are laudable and supported by the Catholic Church in New York City, the designation of landmark and historic district status imposes a particularly onerous burden for religious institutions. There is no source of public funding to address the increased costs imposed by landmarks regulation, and such designation frequently prevents a parish from effectively utilizing its property to achieve mission-based commitments and goals. Church architecture, as you all know, frequently incorporates carved stonework and stained glass that is extraordinarily costly to maintain and repair. For all intents and purposes, this financial burden falls solely on the strained resources of a parish whose primary goal is to further its mission and serve its constituency. The ever-expanding designation of historic districts has burdened religious institutions in many neighborhoods throughout New York City, and this pending designation will not be any different. Religious institutions are already challenged by high operating costs, and with scarce resources available, the inclusion of their buildings into historic districts only creates additional hardship. In recently discussing the painful decision to close some churches throughout the Archdiocese of New York, His Eminence Cardinal Dolan stated that the motive was not a downsizing in the massive expense of maintaining aging buildings, no longer being used, as wise as that is, but was to unleash the church from the burden of maintenance so we could concentrate on our mission. And as you know, this mission includes the opening of food pantries, creation of affordable housing, and providing assistance to the immigrants in our city. The parish of St. Anthony of Padua owns 5 buildings and 2 vacant lots in the proposed historic district. Certainly the Church of St. Anthony at 155 Sullivan Street is architecturally distinctive, but for the reasons I just indicated, it should not be part of this designation. The buildings at 60 McDougal Street and 154 Sullivan Street might be older than St. Anthony's, but they are certainly not distinctive structures and should be omitted from this proposal. The other properties owned by the parish should also be removed from being part of this district, but for other reasons. Allow me to explain. At the November 1st presentation, and just several minutes ago, it was indicated that 85% of the proposed district's buildings were constructed before 1916, making them particularly significant and worthy of designation. It was noted that only 15% of the buildings in this proposed district were built after 1916. 2 of them are owned by the parish and have little architectural, cultural, and historic significance. They are located at 141 Thompson Street and 190 Prince Street and were constructed in 1952 and 1955. They typify the definition of non-contributing structures and should be removed from being considered as part of this historic district. And earlier today, I appreciate, and certainly does, as does the Archdiocese, that you're still looking at non-contributing factors in terms of designation here, so that's certainly glad to hear that. But therefore, due to the combination of unfunded fiscal burdens and non-contributing factors, we urge that the properties owned by the Archdiocese of New York be excluded from inclusion in this proposal. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ann Warner-Arlen. Ann Warner-Arlen, is she here? Antonio Henriquez? I'm sorry. Okay. Ann Warner-Arlen.
Good morning, all. This is a really, really important and much desired occasion. Thank you for the opportunity to urge you to designate the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. It is phase 3 of the complete South Village proposal for historic district designation. It is the only phase of the South Village proposal that remains without landmarks protection. A reason given for Landmarks Preservation Commission's delay in designation of Phase 3 was a requirement for further research, yet the masterful report by Andrew Dolkart, Columbia University's highly regarded architectural historian, is a model of well-researched documentation. The factual detail provided for each building is awe-inspiring, making the report a delight to read. It builds upon 4 years of research by many people, including the interns and staff of Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation, which sponsored the report. Enriching social and economic context was provided by Dr. Mary Elizabeth Browns, the Italians of the South Village. Phase 3 remains unprotected. The impact of the planned massive 3 blocks long St. John's site project a few blocks to the west would be destructive to the district's rich record of New York's development. One cannot help concluding that is why developers, including Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, have recently bought property in this area of the buildings to be knocked down and replaced by 300-foot towers. On the southeast corner of Sullivan and House Streets, there's a little something going wrong with the sound. It's going off. On the southeast corner of Sullivan and Houston Streets is St. Anthony of Padua Church. built in 1886. It is the oldest extant Italian-American Catholic church in the United States. And right across Sullivan Street on the southwest corner is a business whose proprietor makes out his rent check every month to Trump. With Trump Soho, a residential building masquerading as a hotel a few blocks south, and air rights over piers on the Hudson River concocted by the legislature to benefit projects a few blocks west, is it any wonder that the unprotected Phase 3 section of South Village Historic District has felt like an animal staked out for the kill? This is the Landmarks Preservation Commission's opportunity to be a hero here, to right a wrong, and we are counting on you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Antonio Enriquez.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for hearing me. I was born and raised in the village. I bought a property in 1980. Over the years, I've tried to restore the building back to its prior condition, with the city fighting against me all the way. I don't want my building to be designated a landmark because I would think it would bring down the value of my property. Not only that, but give great burdens to restoring the building back to originally the way I want it to look. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Elizabeth Bushin.
Hello, good morning, commissioners. I don't have facts or history with me today. I just live in the neighborhood, and I'm speaking from the heart and the integrity of the neighborhood. When I talk to fellow New Yorkers and I get to tell them that I live on Sullivan Street, which is an honor, they look at me in awe and they tell me that's their favorite street in the city. The reason this street is so awe-striking is because of the history and because of the buildings there. You walk around and it has a different feel than anywhere else in this city. A couple of weeks ago, I got off the train and I had to go all the way out to West End on the Upper West Side. And I walked by building after building. They were huge. Hundreds and hundreds of people live in one building. And I thought, how lucky am I that I know my neighbors, that I know the girl that serves me coffee across the street, that I know the butcher that's on my street. So I just want to speak on the spirit of the neighborhood and to protect that for New York, not just for the citizens of the neighborhood, but for the entire city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Judith Saltzman.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Judith Saltzman of Lee Saltzman Architects, a preservation architecture firm. We were asked by Prince Street Holdings, the owner of 200 Prince Street and 202 Avenue of the Americas, to offer a professional opinion on the architectural significance of the two buildings and to evaluate whether they contribute to the proposed Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. Based on our research and visual inspection of the buildings, we concur with the Landmarks Preservation Commission's current evaluation of the buildings as non-contributing. However, we note that the styles currently identified in the LPC's information sheet list 200 Prince as modern and 202 6th Avenue as no style. We believe both buildings should be noted as no style as they share the same history of architectural alteration and recladding. The 1934 land map shows the properties as Block 504, lots 18, 19, and 20, and delineates 4 distinct buildings ranging in height from 2 to 4 stories. The same delineation of 4 buildings is noted on late 19th and early 20th century land maps. Historic photos show the appearance of the 4 buildings in the first half of the 20th century prior to the reconfiguration and the recladding we see today, and we are providing photographs from 1926, 1932, and circa 1940 with our testimony. The 1955 land map shows the properties as Block 504, Lot 19, and delineates only 2 distinct buildings, a 6-story building on the corner of the Avenue of the Americas and Prince, and a 3-story plus basement on Prince Street. The configuration on the 1955 land map is the same as the current configuration, except for a subsequent addition of one story between the buildings on Prince Street. The architectural treatment of the two buildings, that is unornamented white brick cladding, aluminum double-hung windows, and metal fire escapes, is virtually identical. We see no distinction in architectural quality or style and believe that both 200 Prince and 202 Avenue of the Americas should be listed as no style and be acknowledged as non-contributing to the proposed Sullivan-Thompson Historic District's special architectural and historic character. Thank you. And we will provide the photographs.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lynn Cantor.
I wasn't expecting to speak necessarily, but okay. I too am a resident of the neighborhood, and I speak as a resident of over 40 years. I moved onto Thompson Street as a young girl, and now history has made me almost history. But it's a great neighborhood. I've seen it change, but it still maintains a wonderful lifestyle and cityscape, which is fast disappearing from our world today. And I understand that our neighborhood needs protection now more than it ever did, as the forces of development are becoming ever stronger. We need protection. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Steve Hamilton.
My name is Steve Hamilton. I'd like to speak in support of the exclusion of 6th Avenue between Prince and Spring from the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. I moved into 198 6th Avenue 21 years ago and own the building with Mady Morantz, who's lived there for 63 years. My wife and I are artists, and Mady's a social worker. None of us make a lot of money, but over the years we've managed just enough from rents to cover our expenses and make necessary building repairs, including small periodic upgrades. In 2005, we'd saved up enough to strip the peeling white paint from the facade, revealing the original brickwork and repairing the lintels. Many neighbors stopped us on the street to thank us for making such a beautiful improvement to the neighborhood. Had we been landmarked, the ugly white paint would remain, because the legal fees required to approve such a change would have consumed more than half of our budget. Neither the Parks Department nor the DOT takes responsibility for the maintenance of our park, so when Jen Sale called for volunteers to pitch in, we said heck yeah, and now spend many hours alongside other neighbors planting, pruning, cleaning, and maintaining it for the benefit of all. When it comes to preserving and maintaining our community, we're all in. So keep this in mind when I tell you that including our block in this landmark district is unnecessary, inappropriate, and while preserving the neighborhood's facade will actually damage its soul. We struggled to maintain our 200-year-old building, and landmarking it would stop our methodical effort to maintain the spirit and beauty of this cherished artifact dead in its tracks. We can't afford historical reproduction windows, but we put in high-quality, simple windows on the 3rd and ground floor that most would agree do more to maintain a beautiful character of the building than the rotting wooden 6/6s and the unmatching 2/2s on the 1st floor that remain. If landmarked, we will never be able to afford the remaining windows, and the building is doomed to a hodgepodge of styles, all in the name of historical preservation. There's no doubt the character of our neighborhood is vanishing as outsized luxury condos spring up all around us. Forced to live in the shadow of Trump Soho, the disgustingly out-of-character 186th soon rose a few steps away. Now you suggest that the bland white brick 50s apartment block on the corner of Prince is historically worthy and to be preserved at all costs. Carving out the recently built monstrosities from the district further emphasizes the insult that prior zoning and planning has already bestowed upon us. Sensible zoning can preserve the history that's left while allowing the community to grow and possibly even improve. Landmarking our block will force us to sell our building as we'll no longer be able to afford to maintain it. You have created a museum, but destroyed a community. Mady, Jocelyn, and I have in aggregate spent over a century helping weave together a neighborhood. The people are its fabric, and our buildings are merely the weft. Landmarking our block rather than sensibly zoning construction around us does nothing to preserve our history, but rather generates one more casualty in the mollification of our beloved Soho neighborhood. We're barely able to maintain the building as it is. We'll never be able to afford to maintain it, let alone improve it, once a layer of landmarking bureaucracy hovers over every repair and improvement we wish to make. and I'm certain will be forced to sell. Please, I ask you, exclude our block from the proposed historic district. We promise to work to maintain the character of our building and the quality of our neighborhood, while we pray that you'll enact sensible zoning that prevents further damage. This path leaves the window open for improvement rather than succumbing to ossification and the eventual death of all the character we have left. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah Clearman.
My name is Deborah Clearman, and I live in a co-op apartment that I own at 118 Sullivan Street between Prince and Spring. I represent our entire co-op of 4 families, all of whom own and live in our apartments, in strong support of landmark designation for our neighborhood. We are stakeholders in the neighborhood. 2 of our families have been here since 1972 and 1978. 1 other moved in after the building converted to co-ops in the 80s. I am the recent arrival, having bought my apartment in 2003. All of us treasure the historic character and intimate scale of our neighborhood. We know our neighbors, owners, renters, and shopkeepers. We greet each other in the street. In the past 5 years, we've seen unprecedented development pressure in our neighborhood, with at least a half dozen demolition and development projects in our adjacent blocks. 2 out-of-scale buildings have gone up, 1 on our block and 1 immediately south of us. Developers have recently been buying up properties in our neighborhood with the potential of building even taller towers. This vibrant, low-rise neighborhood provides quality of life for those of us who live here. Its historic interest and charm attract visitors and tourists from around the globe. We strongly urge immediate landmark designation for the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kenneth Rosenblum.
Good morning to all. I own several buildings on Thompson Street. I've been in the area since 1973. I'm the 3rd owner of many of the buildings since they were built. I'm confused in some ways. There was a New York City in 1961 or 1951 did a study to demolish the entire area. That was a disaster. That would be a terrible thing. I can understand individual designations for buildings, but the tenement buildings, when I first came there, were horrors. They were overbuilt. Zoning protects these buildings. Individual designations on certain properties, I can understand. I don't know if that particular study was included in this research documentation that was done some 60 years ago, and completely different understanding of what was going on in this neighborhood. I suggest that my buildings are overbuilt. I can't do anything with them other than maintain them. When I first came to the area, there were toilets in the halls. They didn't have bathrooms in the apartments. It was a horror. Over the years, we've fixed up the buildings, maintained the buildings, and new people there enjoying the property. We intend to keep this within my family for generations, I hope. And the designation of putting the buildings in a landmark district would be somewhat onerous to us because of the extra cost and all the other things which are associated with this. I urge that the buildings, well, my tenement buildings are really out of, they're not that good. They don't belong in a landmark district. Individual buildings within the area, I can see. But these buildings, which cannot be overbuilt, makes no sense to rip them down or do anything, should not be included in this. And I urge you to have individual buildings within the district appropriate, but buildings as such as mine excluded from this designation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Landers.
I'm a native New Yorker and have lived in this area for 25 years. It is heartbreaking to see historic yet unprotected buildings torn down only to be replaced by out-of-context and out-of-scale buildings, a sign of disregard for the rich history and architecture specific to this city and an inherent part of this community. I live in one of the first artist co-ops in the area, and perhaps the only one in this South Village neighborhood on Sullivan Street. I speak for all the members in our co-op when I say we wholeheartedly support landmarking the South Village. This has been a 10-year effort, and I urge the Commission to vote as soon as possible to designate this district a historic district. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jennifer Sale.
Hi, everybody. It's kind of thrilling to take part in a democratic process, so thank you for allowing that, what may become a luxury. And also to say hi to some of my neighbors, a lot of familiar strangers, and I hope that we will be friends after this still. When I say that I'm kind of opposed to this. And while I appreciate the history of the neighborhood, somehow this seems, as an individual property owner, it seems as though you're taking a lot of rights from us without really considering what service the building pays to the larger community. And I just would like to echo, you can take everything that Steve Hamilton, my neighbor, said about his building and applies to ours. So he and I and other neighbors have participated in the neighborhood. I can tell you that my in-laws, I married into this building. They purchased it in 1967 when my husband was 1 year old, and he's lived in there ever since, except for college. And this does make it more onerous to manage an old building, which is, co-owned by 3 people. We pay all of the expenses. It is not in great shape, but I'll tell you, since this came up, my other owners are desperate to sell. Now, they don't have the power to sell without our consent, but they bring forth some real world concerns. And so I know, I think Steve had, in terms of our individual situation, had an elegant solution, that realizing that the buildings on the block between Spring and Prince are not necessarily contributing. I have one big red brick building built in the 60s across 6th Avenue. We have a white brick building with a threading salon next to us, not exactly historic. May be valuable to some people in the community, but again, perhaps not worth some of the burdens that would be placed upon it. And I noticed that the park is also exempt from the districting, which I appreciate as somebody who tries to take care of it. So I would like to wish you guys courage. I know in prior commission, it was rejected, this district, as unworthy of designation. I do see some of the buildings kind of redundantly to some of the other districts in the neighborhood, and that's for you to decide. I don't have the research capability or historical perspective that you guys do. But there are other ways to promote human-scaled, development other than taking away private property rights from people. And we saw that very nicely at 54 McDougal. I think that's a lovely development. It's in context with the neighborhood, and while the building was nice, it wasn't unique to the neighborhood. There are plenty of them. And for those who appreciate the immigrant experience or the tenements, which again are very difficult, there's a museum dedicated to that kind of experience. Again, not novel. And I'll just thank you, leave it there.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Bean Atman.
Good morning, Sarah Bean Atman, continuing the testimony for GVSHP. The 160 buildings of the proposed Sullivan-Thompson Historic District contain a rich and unrivaled array of buildings which speak to New York's explosive growth in the 19th and early 20th centuries. It speaks particularly powerfully to New York's role as a mecca for innovators and immigrants, in this case especially Italian Americans, who were once the single most populous ethnic group in New York City. In examining this area, one is immediately struck by the incredible St. Anthony of Padua Church and its related buildings. The oldest buildings are the striking Romanesque Revival Church on Sullivan Street and the imposing Second Empire-style friary on Thompson Street. Constructed in 1886, these buildings form the oldest extant Italian-American church in the country, part of the very first Catholic parish established in 1859 to serve Italian-Americans. Subsequent buildings constructed by and for the church in the neoclassical, postmodern, and mid-century modern ecclesiastical styles create a substantial imprint upon this section of the South Village. The district also contains several houses constructed in the Federal or Greek Revival styles from the beginning of the 19th century through the 1830s. Some are in pristine condition and have barely changed in almost 200 years. Others have been tenematized almost beyond recognition. However, by far, the lion's share of buildings in this district and what arguably forms its heart are the tenements constructed from the mid-19th century to the early 20th century. This section of the South Village has perhaps the most impressive collection of largely intact tenements in every conceivable style and configuration. This includes pre-law, old law, new law tenements, as well as an exceptional collection of reform housing faced with white glazed brick, built in the second decade of the 20th century by Dominick Bates Citizens Investing Company. These 5 remarkable New York buildings can only be found on Sullivan and Thompson streets. There are few parts of New York where one can walk down streets and see what an immigrant community looked like at the turn of the century during the last great wave of immigration in New York City. Not only do these tenements have surprisingly rich, beautifully detailed facades, but in this area, a remarkable number of them maintain intact their original cornices, ironwork, entryways, wooden doors, and wooden or cast iron storefronts. This irreplaceable detail, which has miraculously survived here as it has in very few other places, gives these streets a distinctive and irreplaceable feel which can only be preserved by landmark designation. Nearly every style of late 19th and early 20th century New York is represented here, from Neo-Renaissance to Neo-Greek, Romanesque Revival to arts and crafts. This remarkably well-preserved neighborhood cries out for landmark protections, which we hope the Commission will act swiftly to provide. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Anita Isola.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Anita Isola. I serve on the board at the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. I'm here to request that you preserve this area because of what's been spoken of before, the architectural features that are of incredible variety. This area represents the last great wave of immigration in a nation of immigrants. It's particularly important to me because my grandfather was one of those immigrants. He came here with my great-grandmother in 1906 from Sicily. The reason this is crucial that it's done right now and not be held off one more minute is because we are faced with a tsunami of development all over New York City that you're all aware of. And it will totally destroy this area, even if some of the buildings remain, because there's a fabric here. This 10-block area is a fabric of history. And if you allow any exceptions, although I do understand that there are some elements that are not contributing, those exceptions will destroy the fabric. They will create piercings into the fabric that could have the potential of being as high as 300 feet. It will leave this fabric vulnerable, and it will be something that is regrettable forever. I'm not here to ask, I am really here to beg. This is personally significant to me because it is the history of my family and the memory of my own Nonna. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Evelyn Conrad.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Evelyn Conrad. I am a land use and zoning litigator, and when I'm called in, it's usually very late in the process. I'm here to ask you to please preserve this historic district, make my work not needed there. My friend Elaine Sturtevant, a great artist, lived at Thompson Street, on Thompson Street for a long time. She died a couple of years ago in her 80s, a few weeks before MoMA did a retrospective of her work. Her work and her career and her friendship were intimately tied with other names known in that neighborhood. Claes Oldenburg, she ran his store. Andy Warhol. Bob Rauschenberg, now in Captiva Island, if he's still around. A disappearing group of artists, but they're young ones who have taken their place in this very area. This neighborhood is not just a treasure of New York City and New York State. It's a treasure of the entire world. Just to give you a brief caveat, there are no tourists these days walking on 86th Street between 3rd Avenue and the river, looking lovingly at the cookie-cutter condos that have taken the place of Yorkville. Don't let that happen here. I fight fiercely against greedy developers, and you are the stronghold of a love of history. If you allow our history to be taken away, you take away part of our soul. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Richard Blodgett.
Good morning. My name is Richard Blodgett. I'm president of the Charlton Street Block Association, which is located in the Charlton King Van Dam Historic District. That district, as you know, is adjacent to the proposed new district. Our block association, which is one of the largest and most active in the neighborhood, strongly supports the proposal for all the reasons mentioned by previous speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Judith Monaco. Khaled.
Hi, just for clarification, it's Judith Monaco, Calais. But
Calais,
very good.
sorry
Thank you.
about that.
That's okay, thank you. I am a resident of the second phase of the South Village District. I have been working with Andrew since, gosh, I think it's like 2002 when we were meeting in Our Lady of Pompeii in a small room. And there were maybe 10 of us from the neighborhood, various areas. It's grown. The love for the village has grown. The support of the village has grown. And I do urge you, please save the South Village. Just eliminating bits and pieces of the South Village could hurt. We had one block in our district that was eliminated from landmarking, and it was on Houston Street between McDougal and Sullivan, where there were 3- and 4-story buildings. Someone took down a 3-story building and is now putting up an 8-story building, which could possibly be a hotel. There's also a storefront on there that put a yellow, it looks like Formica, but it's not, but it's yellow. It's just totally out of place. It detracts from the whole district. The South Village has beautiful architecture. If people would just take a look, the ironwork on the fire escapes, the cornices, the stonework, it's amazing what people did back in the days. And now all we are fighting against are steel and glass, and that's what our neighborhood is becoming. Please save our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Trevor Stewart, followed by Sylvia Beam and Carol Mality.
Chairman Rosen, Commissioners, my name is Trevor Stewart. I'm a trustee and vice president of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. As Corey Johnson said, this day has been a long time coming, but it finally has, and I want to thank you very much for holding this hearing. It's an historic occasion as far as we're concerned, and there's been an awful lot of hard work that's been done. Andrew, Sarah, many others have put in many years of work into this, and we're extremely grateful that you're holding this hearing. I think this is I don't wish to repeat the things that have already been said. I just want to say that I very much endorse the message that Andrew gave, Andrew Berman, and others who spoke in favor of this designation. This is a historic opportunity for you to make a significant difference and landmark this area of great significance to our city. So I hope you will schedule a meeting soon to pass the necessary resolution to landmark this district. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sylvia Beam.
Good morning. My name is Sylvia Mustobim. I'm a lifelong resident of the South Village, as were my parents, who were literally born on Sullivan Street, and my grandparents, who were part of the great wave of immigration from Italy, who came to this country and settled on Sullivan Street. I'm speaking on behalf of the Van Dam Street Block Association, where I now live. The Charlton King Van Dam area was one of the first districts to be designated a landmark in 1966, thereby being afforded a protected status. Now it is time to designate and protect the streets that border this area known as the South Village Historic District, Phase 3, Sullivan-Thompson. 50 years ago, the Landmark Commission made a commitment to the people of New York to protect the architectural heritage of our neighborhoods, and in so doing, recognize the cultural importance of these historical places. In the same manner, we urge you to grant landmark status to this culturally and architecturally rich area that you consider today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carol Mavety.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Carol Mavety. About 40 years ago, I was living on the Upper East Side, and to me it was really, well, I hope I'm not offending anybody, but it was really boring because the character of the buildings was basically high-rise, you walked in the shadows, and so I decided, okay, I need another place to live. So in my choice, I wanted a place that had character. Fortunately for me, I ended up in a co-op on the West Village. And the reason I'm here, because thank God, the West Village has been landmarked. And it's very comforting to know that it's going to remain as it has been. The stores have changed, but the character of the buildings are still the same. And I really feel for those who live in the Sullivan-Thompson district, because it would, I mean, to me, if it weren't the West Village where I lived, I'd really have to move to another place because I like the intimacy, I like the sunlight, the parks that are there, and I really do hope that you as commissioners of the landmark preservation support and vote for the proposal to landmark the Southern District. Since the other ones around it have been, this is the last final piece to be put into place. And to have the whole, I think, is really very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Terry Hugh, followed by Hilda Regier and Elizabeth Parsack.
Hi, good morning. I am Terry Cood, Chair-elect of Community Board 2 Manhattan, but I'm speaking today on my own as an individual who treasures history and the beauty of the neighborhoods that we serve. Thank you for considering this important historic area for designation. Without your protection, New York faces the loss of treasured and essential part of our history. This area stands on its own aesthetically, culturally, and historically, and I hope you will honor the immigrants who came to this area and built a unique and strong neighborhood. These historic buildings speak directly to legions of visitors to New York City as well as residents. They wordlessly communicate a living history lesson. I ask you to preserve this vital testament to hundreds of years of our heritage. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Hilda Regier.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Hilda Regier, President of the Victorian Society, New York. Our organization strongly supports landmark designation of the proposed Sullivan-Thompson Historic District. This integral section of the gateway to America, as the South Village was often called 100 years ago, was hand-built, brick by immigrants for immigrants. many of Italian heritage. These several blocks stand as snapshots of neighborhood-centric life in 19th and early 20th century working-class New York, where the mix of residential and commercial uses allowed small business owners to live and tend shop on the same street. The iconic Vesuvio Bakery storefront on Prince Street is a case in point, and its image, the face of old New York, has appeared on postcards sent around the world. The Church of St. Anthony of Padua, one of the oldest extant Italian churches in the Americas, remains a neighborhood anchor in its newest, circa 1888, home on the corner, on the northern edge of the proposed historic district. The buildings that line Sullivan and Thompson Streets south of Houston, mostly 5 and 6-story tenements, although modest in scale and humble in program, are testaments to the mason's craft. Numbers 68 to 72 Thompson Street, constructed in 1904, are connected buildings with undulating facades punctuated by robust stone and terracotta ornamentation, while cast iron storefronts and outsized metal cornices are a last hurrah to the vernacular of the late 1800s. Other red brick buildings of similar vocabulary sport elaborate light-colored brick detailing that served as the poor man's limestone. In contrast to these highly ornamental facades, there is a collection of 5 unusual reform tenements built between 1911 and 14, scattered along Thompson and Sullivan Streets. They are all faced with white glazed brick and were designed by the same architect, Louis Scheinert. An experiment with a new medium to lighten and brighten the building type, these new era tenements have flat facades swept clean of most surface ornamentation. The socioeconomic background, as well as the scale and texture of its buildings, contribute to the special character of this southernmost area of the South Village. We urge the Commission to establish the Sullivan-Thompson Historic District promptly. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Elizabeth Parcell.
I'm happy to be here to speak about the Sullivan-Thompson District. I've lived here for 40 years, and I live in a tenement building. And I really appreciate how special the neighborhood is. It's safe, it's pretty, it's clean, and the neighbors know each other. And I was just yesterday walking by the 2 houses on the corner of Sullivan near, I don't know, the 2 connected buildings, and they're very beautiful. And I really strolled around the neighborhood knowing that I was going to come to this meeting, and I just want to say how much I appreciate the neighborhood. It would be really wonderful to be protected. As I said, I've been here for 40 years and I've seen a lot of changes. I'm on the 3rd floor of an old tenement building, and one of the new buildings that has been put up is 15 stories. So I am immediately impacted by the developers making very, very tall buildings. My kitchen light has to be on at 3:30, and my living room faces on a wall that is cement. So I would really appreciate it if you all would help us to protect our community from these buildings and from developers. It's been a long time in waiting for to be landmarked, and it would be really wonderful if you all would please do it now. We need it. Things are changing. In 5 years, my neighborhood has changed tremendously. I would really appreciate it if you would protect it for the people that come after me. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Kogel. And following is Judith Stonehill and Sean Landers.
Good morning. My name is John Cagle. Along with my wife, we jointly own 83 Sullivan Street, and we have resided there for almost 40 years. Our house was erected in 1819 in the Federal style, the earliest noted row house style in New York City. It was built on land that had been owned by Aaron Burr until 1802. It was designated an individual landmark in 1973, 8 years after this commission was formed. It appears that most people view distinctive individual structures as important, and it seems it's generally understood that once they are gone, they are not replaceable. And we are currently reminded of our civic negligence in this regard just by the current holiday train show at the New York Botanical Garden. But today, the Commission is reconsidering the importance of districts, areas which are not universally valued, since they seem to be within these districts structures that do not have any overtly remarkable features. So the assessment today is the relative importance of history and aesthetic balance. If this Commission views history and aesthetic balance as important, which I believe it does, then this district cries out for inclusion among the city's protected areas. District designation does not mean that development cannot take place. It only means that this commission, as consisting of persons committed to history and aesthetic balance, must be consulted and will prevent changes which are permanently injurious to the history and aesthetic balance of the neighborhood. For me, a small but appropriate example of something occurring as we speak is my house and the neighbor, which was recently sold to a non-resident owner that is allowing a commercial tenant to alter the facade of the building in a number of ways that are completely antithetical to the character of the block, even though there are commercial establishments on the block. Had this district been in place before the sale of this building a year ago, I believe that landmarks would have had to have been consulted and certainly would have imposed some rationality on what has been happening. As an owner of an individual landmark, I feel the full weight of the constraints imposed by landmark designation and the regulations. But in my view, it is simply part of the price that we all should pay to live in such a special place with such a special past. As long as landmark law exists, my house is going to look the same regardless of whether district designation is granted. But without district designation, theoretically, it could someday look as out of place as P.J. Clark's restaurant on 3rd Avenue.
Thank you. The next speaker is Judith Stonehill.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Judith Stonehill. I'm a board member of GVSHP, and as a longtime owner of an 1834 federal house designated as an individual landmark in 1966 and located on Charles Street in the West Village, which finally became part of the Historic District in 2006, I can attest to the value and the advantages of living in a landmark district. The proposed South Village Historic District Phase 3 is without question worthy of landmark designation. The remarkable architecture in this community includes an unrivaled collection of early 19th century row houses and late 19th and early 20th century tenements that tell the story of the immigrant experience in our city. The South Village's architecture remains strikingly unchanged today, but is increasingly vulnerable to development pressures. Now is the time to ensure the preservation of this neighborhood's rich history and irreplaceable character while it is still largely intact. Please designate the Thompson-Sullivan Historic District South Village Phase 3 now, even today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sean Landers, followed by Pauline Augustine.
Hello, thank you for having me. I live on Sullivan Street. I'm a practicing artist, one of very few left in that neighborhood. I moved to New York City in 1986 and moved to Ludlow and Stanton. I raised this issue because that neighborhood, the Ludlow Orchard Street area, has been subject to lots of tall glass and steel buildings which have completely ruined the look and the feel of that neighborhood. My co-op is one of the first artist co-op conversions in Soho. It has a great legacy of people. One in particular, Marcia Tucker, who is a curator who started the new museum. I stand strongly in support of Landmark to preserve the history of the neighborhood. And I can also just say, being on the street a lot, our neighborhood does attract a lot of tourists, and it's a really lovely thing about our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pauline Augustine.
Hi. My name is Pauline Augustine. I happen to live in one of the tenements in this richly historic district, a few doors down from the oldest Italian immigrant church in America on Sullivan Street. I'm strongly urging you to landmark the proposed district. We've all heard everything about it so far, so I won't reiterate what I had written here. But these are not just a set of random buildings for you to consider. I mean, the area has been listed on the state and national register of historic places and deemed one of New York State's 7 to save, one of the 7 most important endangered historic sites in the state. That's a lot to consider. And the designation cannot come a moment too soon. And as this part of this village has seen intensifying development pressure in recent years with out-of-scale development. One of the large out-of-scale developments nearby, Trump Hotel, has affected me daily since it takes away an hour of sunlight in my apartment. That's sky and light that I'm deprived of so a few people can enjoy the view. I pay a price of climbing 64 very steep stairs to get to see the sky every day. So you can see why I may be more than just a little upset about the possibility of more out-of-scale construction in this beautiful historic oasis in Manhattan. And I have good reason to be fearful. Developers have recently been buying up properties on my tiny street. I'm here to testify as a human being for these buildings in this neighborhood meaning people. And as a senior citizen, I feel very safe here. In fact, I'm an ambassador to everyone I know outside the city who's afraid to come to New York to say this is one of the safest places I feel I can live. I've been waiting for this day a very long time. I've watched the preservation of all of the area except ours. We've already destroyed and lost some buildings and blocks while we've waited. We can't ever get them back. It's a final decision. So please make another final decision, but in this time in favor of history and saving an endangered species in the city, a place known to everyone in the world as Greenwich Village. The other parts of the village are done. All the work needed for you is here. This is the final piece. Please make it complete. Wouldn't you enjoy being listed in history books as the people who voted to preserve the village? So I join my voice with others here who plead with you to landmark the proposed South Village Historic District. You will leave your mark in history and in the National Register as the Landmark Preservation Commission that saved all of Greenwich Village for posterity. They'll remember your names. They won't remember mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on the site? All right, there are no more speakers. Okay, we'll take your testimony into consideration. I'd like to thank you all for coming down here this morning. And we will bring this for vote on December 13th. And with that, we can close the hearing. Thank you.
Did Corey Johnson testify?
Should we take a 5-minute break?
Matters like this, do they get notified? Does the council member get notified?
I think we should take 5 minutes. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back.
A matter such as this, does the council member get notified?
Sorry, that's Wellington, yes. He spoke to the council member. Yes, but he's actually, yes. Yeah. Just, do they get notified for the hearing?
Yeah.
That I don't.
Yeah, because as I was,
Margaret was, yes.
right, Margaret was coming out with me and she
Yeah.
said, I hear that you have a salary
Yeah, right,
figure.
yeah.
She said that LPC used to notify her because I think she has a small portion.
She has a small portion. We should have told, because we usually do it by just calling her. We should have called her, but I just saw her last week and I said, Margaret, I said, you have to remember, I have a tiny piece. I said, I forgot. So, we'll keep her. Okay. All right.
I didn't even know her district stretched that far.
Yeah, I didn't know it because we never thinks of it that way,
She
right?
goes all the way down to Governor's Island. My God, this demand on her is unbelievable.
Yeah, she's in very strange.
And you are going to see that.
It's really outside. It's outside.
Okay, Commissioners, we'll move to the Preservation Department aspect of the agenda. And the first item is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of the Bronx, docket number 194086. This is 811 Walton Avenue, located within the Grand Concourse Historic District. A Renaissance Revival-style apartment building designed by Franklin, Bates, and Hindesman and built in 1926-27. The application is to replace windows.
Good morning, Commissioners. Karina Bishop, Preservation staff. This is a proposal for work at 811 Walton Avenue. It's a large apartment building bound by Walton Avenue, Girard Avenue, and 157th Street, located in the Grand Concourse in the Bronx. The application is for the removal and in-kind replacement of 5 1/1 vinyl windows at the 4th floor of the 157th Street facade. The existing 1/1 vinyl windows throughout the building were installed prior to designation, and only 8 of the historic windows remain at the cellar level of a non-visible courtyard facade. The proposed windows do not meet the staff level rules for window replacement because the vinyl assemblies will not match the configuration, materials, and details of the historic windows. Please note that the building also has plans to come forward in the near future with a proposal for a window master plan that is more restorative in nature. The applicant is here to present.
I think your presentation can be very brief.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Todd Henkels. I'm the architect. This is Connie Archer. It is her apartment that we're talking about. And this is just to replace the ones that affect her apartment. We have a master plan under development, which will come to you in probably January. Most of the windows have been replaced in the building. The subject apartment is highlighted there in red. It has an outer court, and then there's one window visible on 157th Street. Those are the windows. And on the courtyard, and we're proposing 1/1 vinyl. And one of the aspects of this is that Lakhani has already purchased the windows, and that's why we're coming to you for permission to replace these windows that will not be in compliance with the master plan.
And they've already, so just for added context, before I was aware of the requirement, the windows were fabricated to match the existing windows that were used to update all the windows in the building before the designation. So my windows are already made and they're obsolete, so they cannot be reused, they have to be destroyed. And so that's why we decided to separate my apartment's applications that they're already made for the exception, but working with the board going forward, all the windows will meet the requirements that we'll be putting forward in the application for the January meeting.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? All right, are there any speakers on this item? Oh, there are, okay. There's one speaker, Barbara Zay.
Commissioners, Barbara Zay, Historic Districts Council. Our testimony was just to suggest that they investigate a master plan, so we're very happy to hear that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more speakers? No more speakers. Community Board for Bronx recommends approval. And do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? I think it seems in this instance it's fine. 4 of the windows are actually in the courtyard and don't have they're visible but not sort of directly visible from the street. There's one window that is visible, but I think the fact that they're coming with a master plan over time, these windows will become, well, this will be consistent with the windows that are there right now, but over time they'll be upgraded to windows that are much more historically sensitive. Okay, can you read that?
Okay. In the matter of docket 19-4086, 811 Walton Avenue, Grand Concourse Historic District. The application is to replace windows. I note that the building scale, materials, and details are among the features which contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Grand Concourse Historic District. I further note that the existing 1/1 vinyl double-hung windows throughout the building were installed prior to designation, and that only 8 of the historic 6/6 double-hung wood windows remain at the cellar level of the non-visible northern courtyard facade. I finally note that the applicant has plans to come forward in the near future with a proposal for a window replacement master plan for the building. Thank you. I recommend approval finding that the removal of the existing windows at the 4th floor of the East 157th Street facade will not eliminate original windows or significant later replacement windows. That although the proposed 1/1 double-hung vinyl windows will not replace the historic windows in terms of configuration, materials, or details, the proposed windows will match the existing windows on all facades, thereby maintaining a unified fenestration pattern on the building. That the double-hung operation of the proposed windows will match the operation of the historic windows, that the white finish will blend with the remaining modern replacement windows throughout the rest of the building and is in keeping with the color palette historically found at buildings of this type, style, and age, that the proposed windows will be installed within existing window openings, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the Grand Concourse Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 2. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Queens, docket number 194152. This is 233-33 38th Avenue, located within the Douglaston Historic District. It's a vacant lot created by a subdivision, and the application is to construct a new house.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Schaefer Preservation Staff. The application for 233-33 38th Drive is to construct a new house and garage on a vacant lot. This is a lot right over here. This is the edge of the district, 38th Drive, so nothing on this side of the street is in the district. And on this side of the street, only this house is, or it's actually a carriage house, is in the district. and the other buildings which are not shaded are outside of the district. In 2008, the commission approved the house next door, which has been constructed, and also recently the commission approved a house over here, which has not yet been constructed. And I just wanted to briefly show you, this is the new house on the adjacent lot. This is the carriage house in the district, and that is the vacant lot where the new house is proposed. And the architect will present the proposal to you.
Hi, my name's Paul Athenios, and I'm the architect. Basically, your lot area for this property is 9,845 and change, and the frontage is a little bit over 98 feet. The proposed building area is 4,611. Max permitted is 4,900 and change. The building frontage that is being proposed is 70 feet, 50 feet, and 10 and 10. And our flood zone AE, so we're 13 feet above sea level plus the 2 feet for the first floor, which makes 15 feet up. And so no cellar, obviously, and the proposed building height meets the max permitted, which is basically within the sky exposure plane. The style is Georgian. As you can see, we have red brick with white clapboard style dormers, concealed gutters and leaders. We're using Marvin windows, double hung, clad with wood trim. SDL, simulated divided lights, roof, charcoal asphalt shingles, limestone water table that wraps around the building, and in the back, I don't know how to work this thing, but there's a garage that's also brick. Up to the right. Up to the right. Thank you. Where is it at then? Oh, that was it, right? And the garage. So the facade is red brick also. Garage doors, natural wood. Roof, again, asphalt shingles. The driveway and walkway are Georgian brick pavers by Belden, herringbone pattern. That is supposed to be it. Back to it. That's it. It's a single panel residence.
Okay, are there any questions?
Yeah, on
John.
page L005, there are 9 houses I think are used for comparison. Are all 9 of those in the district?
Are these in the district? Is that the question?
Yeah, are all of them in the district?
They are, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and are there any other questions? Okay, the community board had a list of suggestions.
Yeah,
Did you take that into consideration?
Yes, we took them into consideration. And,
Does it reflect
we
the change?
addressed them. I think the only, the thing that we really, that the owner was kind of set on was the coins. And we basically at the end said that, instead of using a different material to make them, we would keep them brick to blend in with the rest of the facade.
Okay, but because they also asked for some other material changes, like copper flashing around the chimneys and,
Yeah,
and
yes,
the roof.
We've
Okay.
accepted copper flashing and they made a suggestion about the windows on the side. We adjusted that as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Is a speaker?
Yeah, there's one.
Yes.
Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the proposed new house to be a strong first draft for what could be a nice new addition to the Douglaston Historic District, given a few crucial tweaks. Our committee's main concern has to do with proportions. Given the large size of the house, the roof appears quite squat. It would help tremendously if the slope of the roof were increased, perhaps bringing down the cornice a bit to achieve this. The dormers would benefit from further study to avoid cutting off the windows at the bottom, though another option might be to remove them entirely, opting instead for skylights installed at the rear of the roof to get light to the attic space. Our committee found the front porch to be too wide for the house and suggests pulling the columns in closer to the front door. Some of the details on the house would work better if simplified, including the balustrades on the porch, the heavy cornice, and the unnecessary caps on each of the house's windows. We also question whether coins are an appropriate feature in this district and ask that the applicant look again at the surrounding houses for cues in this direction. While the garage roof might, like the roof of the house, benefit from a steeper pitch, we applaud the garage's freestanding configuration, which is typical in Douglaston and thus makes an important gesture toward contextual appropriateness. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, do we have any other questions for the applicant? All right, we can then close the hearing.
So moved.
All right, comments?
Well, generally speaking, I think the house fits the district very well. I mean, when you compare to the existing houses on that page, I mean, it's stylistically, it works. I think I do agree with the testimony on the width of the porch, which does seem to be a little bit disproportionate. I'm not sure about the proportionality of the slope of the roof. I think it's a little bit hard to tell from the pictures we have here whether it's as flat as it might appear to be.
Okay, yes, other comments? Yes.
Yeah, I'll just, I agree with what John had said. And the only thing I would add to that is the dormers, I think, could also be looked at with staff, just to improve the details a little bit. But I think generally it's good. The one thing I would point out is there are some discrepancies between the rendering and the construction drawings or the appended drawings, and I think that the applicant should, you know, the CDs look better than the rendering, so I would just say stick with the CDs.
All right, any other comments? Okay, so why don't we do this? I just want to make one comment. You know, I was looking at sort of the proportion of the building on its lot and how it compares with other lots. My first instinct was the house seems very wide on its footprint or on its frontage. But they've put some data here, it's on page 4, and just looking through it very quickly, the house does fall within the range of houses within the area, which is within the historic district. I think the lot coverage also is similar to the lot coverage of other buildings, or it falls within that range. And so I think from that perspective, I think that the overall massing of this building is appropriate as well. So if it's okay with the commissioners, we can ask them to work with staff on the width of the portico, look at the dormers, and Michael, what was your last comment?
Just make sure the design comports with the construction documents portion of the application.
Okay, that sounds great. John, do you want to read that into the record?
In the matter of docket number 19-4152-233-33 38th Drive in the Douglaston Historic District, application is to construct a new house. I note that this is a vacant lot created by a subdivision prior to designation, that most of the lots on this street are vacant or are the rear yards of houses located on the opposite side of the block, and that the Commission approved the construction of the house on the neighboring lot in 2008. I recommend approval with small modifications, finding that the footprint of the new house will cover less than 30% of the lot, which is consistent with other houses in the historic district, that the general design of the proposed main facade will relate well to the colonial revival style houses which characterize the historic district, that the overall height and massing of the house will be consistent with other houses of this style within the district, that the materials and details of the proposed house, including a symmetrical main facade, multi-light double-hung windows, a classical entrance portico, gabled roofed dormer, windows, and coins, make reference to the existing colonial revival style houses in the historic district, that confining the most ornamental features, including the multi-columned wide portico with balustrade and the paneled entrance door with a fan-light transom and side lights to the central entrance bay of the front facade, makes it the focus of the design, a common characteristic of colonial revival style houses, that the proposed materials, including red brick, limestone, and painted wood trim, relate well to the historic colonial revival style homes in the district, that the hardy plank siding on the sides of the dormers will be limited to discrete locations well above eye level and will not be perceptible from the street, that no significant landscape features will be eliminated by the construction of the proposed house, and that the design, materials, and details of the new garage will be harmonious with the proposed house. However, I find that the portico is too wide in relation to the doorway, and I recommend that the applicant work with staff on the details of the portico as well as the details of the dormers, and that they confirm that the design comports with the construction documents.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Thank you.
Commissioners, the third item on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Queens, docket number 187722. This is 177-15 Murdock Avenue, located within the Adderley Park Historic District, a freestanding Tudor Revival-style house with colonial revival-style alterations built circa 1925. The application is to construct an addition, replace windows, and install shutters and fencing.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michelle Shabrami of the Preservation Staff. The application before you is 177 Murdock Avenue, which is located at the corner of 178th Street in the Adderley Park Historic District. The first component of the application is to demolish an existing extension and a wing wall that is located at the south side of the main house. It is 10 feet by 20 feet, and to construct a new 12-foot by 25-foot stucco-clad addition. This is a better photo of it. In its place, featuring a roof terrace with wood railings and new doors onto the terrace and square glass blocks at the visible south elevation. The proposal also includes installing wood shutters on the windows throughout the front facade and a wood bay window at the ground floor. Finally, the applicant is proposing to install a 4-foot tall vinyl fence in the front yard behind the existing iron railings. Halfway through the front yard. The architect, Ibrahim Greenidge, is here to discuss the proposal.
Okay, great morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, LPC, and thank you, Michelle. She's done a great job in coaching us and preparing us for today. I present to you our presentation. Our presentation for work in the historic landmark district in Queens. Within this presentation, I'll start with why I believe this community is listed as a landmark district and provide a location. I'll provide you with context and our proposed design solution. What you will see are existing plans. You will also see proposed plans, proposed renderings, all through imagery. We are proposing, as Michelle said, a 1-story side yard addition where we're replacing windows, installing wooden decorative shutters, and all to an existing fully detached Tudor Revival style home. This is the existing front yard photo of the building. Most of our work, as I stated earlier, is in this corner behind the existing shrubbery. On the front facade, most of the work we'll be doing is basically a refinish of the proposed stucco to match existing, repairing or scraping and restoring any existing fabric that may exist on the windows and cornices or any of the ornamentry around the existing windows. And we're proposing a new bay window here, right above the existing bracketry. This is an existing floor plan. So as I said before, most of our work is dedicated to this side of the building. The sunroom was constructed by the former homeowner's patriarch of the home and the existing shed as well. What we're proposing as part of this design solution, this is an existing second floor, is basically a relocation and a home for the matriarch who's sort of retiring from, and she wants to relocate from a home from the second floor to the first floor. So our addition, which is 12 feet by 25 feet long, which is within the zone of compliance. This is a photo of the side where we're not doing any proposed work other than replacing the existing windows in time with wood windows on the upper floors. This existing window, which was placed prior to the statute in which they became a landmark district, will remain. This is a photo of the building in the wintertime. This is an aerial photo, again, showing you shrubbery. We believe that the proposed fencing that we're proposing roughly to align with the existing front yard of the building toward this side of the building, where the side yard will not be visible from the street. Again, so this is the area we're demolishing. Existing photos, existing left side in the wintertime. There would be minimal disturbance to the second floor existing windows here. The new proposed French doors swinging out onto this proposed deck will disturb roughly about the full 5 feet wide of the existing window and down what I believe is about 2.5 feet wide to the existing sill. So again, our proposal and our design solution is a representation of the transformation of life in the home for a matriarch and her daughter. Similar to the way that the entertainers, such as Jackie Robinson, John Coltrane, once adorned this historic community did in their respective industries. Our design, we believe, intently recognizes and complements these iconic trailblazers for appropriated landmark community. The design respects and pays homage to the existing Tudor and colonial homes in this community, while creatively and sensitively complementing the old and new to highlight the generations of a past legacy. We're proposing a thermal mass wall on the south side of the building. We believe this is a sustainable solution, which we believe also incorporates the architectonics of the past home with the similar double hung windows with the wooden shutters around the proposed front, as well as to juxtapose the elements by creating symphony to the existing home. And symmetry. The fence in question, if it's a plot plan of the proposed site, the shaded area is what we're proposing. We're proposing is a vinyl fence here. The existing iron fence, which you see in some of the photos, will remain, not to be disturbed. The existing trees and shrubs also will not be disturbed. And this is the proposed addition to align with the rear existing footprint of the existing kitchen. Existing front elevation of the building. Here's our proposed elevation. Wooden railings, guard railings around the proposed deck. New double hung windows with 3/3 divided lights. Wooden windows, which we believe can get staff level approval for. Wooden shutters. Later in the presentation, I'll show you some examples of other homes in the community which have shutters that are very similar, in addition to the fencing. Here's a floor plan of what we're proposing. All shaded areas are new and proposed. The area to the left of the page, from this line on, is what we're proposing. Kitchen, as I said, is being relocated from the existing rear entry where the master suite is now to the front area, and we're proposing a bath and walk-in closet at the rear. Here's a rendering of it. So we're proposing. I took out some of the imagery, or the shrubbery, so that you can see the building, otherwise you can block most of it by the shrubs. There's a proposed left side elevation. One of the ideas with the side of these wooden, 1x1 wooden shed windows is we understand how a thermal mass wall works, where it absorbs heat or absorbs the Earth's sun, given that this is the south side approach of the building, for long periods of time. During the late and off-peak hours, the building will then release some of this heat and cool air into the building, thus requiring less heating, less cooling, keeping the building at a steadier or more stable temperature during the winter and summer months. And what these are typically are just 1x1 shed windows that you see on a standard garage shed or on an old shed, double OE windows, and they will be providing along the facade, which is going to get tons of natural sunlight. But at the same time, as you see, we have shed cabinets we'd like to install. There's kitchen equipment here that we're going to be installing. There's a walk-in closet. There's a the tub in the bathroom. And what this allows is pockets of sunlight to shine in through this window, which through these windows, which will create a pattern of light. It allows the sun to shine in, and at the same time providing a thermal factor or factor to reduce consumption. So here's some diagrams showing how we believe this south side of the building will work, showing more heavy building insulation resulting in stabler temperatures. Here's some further diagrams showing a section through it during the summer months and the winter months.
Yes.
Just go back to the plan for a second.
Second
Okay,
one?
right there.
This one?
Right, okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like your elevation shows a relatively continuous array of windows that starts pretty far in from each corner, and the plan view shows that the windows get pretty close to the corners, but there are gaps in the middle. And it looks like there's like an upper cabinet with a fridge and with a window in front of it and stuff like that.
Okay.
So which one should we look at, and will some of these windows be blanked out so that they're like fakes, so that your pattern continues? What's the...
Well, the intent is for specifically in the kitchen area was we'll be providing some sort of blank off panels in this corner. But realistically, what you'll be seeing is the exterior view similar to this pattern that you see on the exterior elevation. So I would use this as the driving force.
So it's going to look like the left elevation,
Right.
even though it might have a different layout.
Right, correct.
Be some fakes.
Right.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Any other questions? Right, we'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Thank you.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC has several concerns about this application. While we find the massing and proportions of the side addition to be appropriate, the small windows on its side facade appear too modern for this house. Considering that this facade is visible from the street, the applicant should instead make an effort to replicate the design and window configuration on the side facade of the house's other side wing, which matches the rest of the house. Additionally, since there is no historic evidence that there were shutters on this house, HDC asks that the applicant work with the LPC staff to determine whether or not they're appropriate here. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? No, the Speakers Community Board 12 recommends approval. Do we have any additional questions for, I'm sorry, you're here to speak on this? I'm sorry, I didn't see. Please come forward, yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Monica Pringle. I am the owner of the house right now. This is a 1-year anniversary on my husband's passing, and as a matter of fact, the shutters are still sitting there. There are shutters in various houses in our neighborhood, and I have the green shutters that he had right there. He planned to put them up. The new windows were put in, and the shutters were to be next, but he passed. That's one thing. The second thing is the bay window that we had. That bay window we had for 31 years, I'd say. No, 35 years. And when they put the new window in, they took the bay window out. He was planning on putting that bay window back because of the fact, you see the studs are still underneath that front window. And as a matter of fact, our neighbor copied that bay window, and she put in hers across the street. And that is part of it. The piece that you see on the top, if you go 1 block down, you'll see that same example with the flat roof and the railing. So that is standard in our neighborhood as well. Thank you very much for considering the change. I had to put my father-in-law in a nursing home, my father in a nursing home, my mother in a nursing home. Luckily, my husband passed before I had to put him in a nursing home. So my daughter decided, and my husband decided, that I would stay at this house. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more speakers? Right, do we have any other questions for the architect? We can close the hearing then. All right, comments? I'm okay with this. And even the windows at the side elevation,
It's a contemporary addition.
that's what it feels like, right? So I don't have any issues with that either.
Just on the technical end, there's two little comments that I would have. First is that the drawings call for the railings to be vinyl. I would suggest that the applicant can work with staff to make them out of wood. What is that? Oh, well, okay, the drawing calls for vinyl. That's great. And second, I mean, I would just ask the applicant to work with the staff on the detail of those windows. I mean, they look like they're kind of flush in the stucco, and they don't have a sill or anything. And it might not look good after about 1 or 2 winters because you get lots of cracks in the plaster, and it just won't look very good. But I think they can work it out with staff.
Work it out for details.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we can, did I close the hearing? I did. Okay, yes.
In the matter of 177-15 Murdock Avenue, in the Addersley Park Historic District, a freestanding Tudor Revival-style house with colonial Revival-style alterations built in 1925. The application is to construct an addition, replace windows, and install shutters and fencing. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Addersley Park Historic District. And I further note that the designation report describes the district as, quote, a distinctive enclave with a remarkable sense of place due to its period revival-style houses that are set back from the street on spacious, well-landscaped lawns, and its remarkable history that illuminates African-American struggle for and achievement of the basic civil right of home ownership, end quote. I recommend approval, finding that the removal of the existing side addition will eliminate unsympathetic alterations that distract from the special architectural and historic character of the building, that while the sloped wing wall to be removed is original to the house, its removal and replacement with one-story addition will not diminish the architectural character of the house, that although the proposed addition is slightly larger than the one-story addition on the other side of the house, it will match the existing in height, materials, and finish, thereby maintaining a unified design. That the installation of paired multi-pane wood double-hung wood windows at the front facade of the new addition will match the historic windows in terms of operation, configuration, materials, and finish. That while no historic photograph evidence has been located, the installation of a bay window at the first floor above existing wood brackets is consistent with the design and character of the house. That the proposed glass block windows on the side of the new addition will be visible from the street at an angle, will identify the addition as a new construction, and will not detract from the primary street-facing facade. That the alteration of windows at the terrace to create doors will not eliminate significant historic fabric, and the new doors will harmonize with the house's overall fenestration. That the proposed shutters are in keeping with the colonial revival-style ornament added later to the building, and that other vinyl fences, no, are we saying not vinyl fences, wood fences? Oh.
Vinyl for the fence in the yard, wood for the fence on the terrace.
Okay, and that other vinyl fences exist within the district, and that the proposed 4-foot-tall white vinyl fence will be installed behind and obscured by the existing iron fence, aligning with the front facade and new extension, and will not detract from the site.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the item number 4 on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Queens, docket number 192853. This is 112-40 175th Street Place, located within the Addersley Park Historic District. It's a medieval revival-style house designed by H. Fogarty and built in 1931. The application is to replace windows.
Good morning, Commissioners. Karina Bishop, Preservation Staff. This is a proposal for work at 11240 175th Place, located between Sayers and Murdock Avenues in the Addersley Park Historic District. The application is to remove the remaining historic 6/1 wood windows, double-hung wood windows and exterior storms, and replace with 6/1 double-hung vinyl windows at the primary facade and 1/1 vinyl windows at the secondary facades. Several of the windows throughout this house were replaced prior to designation, as you can see on the one window on the ground floor of the primary facade. and the windows on the ground floor of the secondary facades. There are currently only exterior storm windows at the sunroom on the ground floor, and one remaining historic window on the rear facade. The secondary, yes, okay, and the storm windows at the ground floor will be replaced in kind. The owner, Bradley Rice, is here to answer any other questions.
Any questions? Any questions? All right, are there any speakers on this item? Yes, Barbara? Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC feels that this house would certainly benefit from the installation of either wood or aluminum-clad wood windows, which would be much closer to its historic window profiles. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more speakers on this item? Okay, Community Board 12 recommends approval of this application. Any more questions? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Any concerns? All right, maybe what we could do is at least for the front facade, if they could, because there's one window that has the multi-light, but perhaps they could put the mountains and the upper sash.
I was going to say that.
Sorry, just to clarify, the original proposal was to replicate this detail, but the applicant is willing to change it so that the Muntin grid will be on the exterior, and so it'll be simulated divided lights for the windows at the primary facade.
I don't think I can't recall a time when we ever approved something like that for a home. And I would just ask if they could do it on all the facades. It would be, because they are visible from the street.
Okay, so your recommendation is that the multi-light mountains be put on
The side ones too.
side ones?
Yeah.
I don't feel so strongly about it, but the rest of the commissioners?
The applicant is willing to do the Muntin grid throughout, but I don't think historically in the board too.
So why don't we recommend that they put the multi-light where it was historically? Okay, that's good. Where it was historically, multi-light, over there you can put the mountains on the upper sash. Kim, you want to read that?
Yes. In the matter of 112-40, 175th Place, Adelaide Park Historic District, a medieval revival house designed by H. Fogarty and built in 1931. Application is to replace windows. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Adelaide Park Historic District. I further note that the designation report describes the district as a distinctive enclave with a remarkable sense of place due to the period revival-style houses that are set back from the street on spacious, well-landscaped lawns, and its remarkable history that illuminates the African-American struggle for the achievement of the basic civil right of home ownership. I recommend approval with modification, finding that the historic wood windows and exterior, that the historic wood windows and exterior storm windows are in a deteriorated condition that warrants their replacement. That although the proposed vinyl windows will not replicate the historic windows in terms of materials or details, the proposed windows will match the existing vinyl windows, thereby maintaining a unified fenestration pattern on this building. That the proposed double-hung 6/1 windows proposed for The front facade will match the historic windows in terms of configuration and operation. That the installation of 1/1 double-hung windows at the sunroom on the ground floor will match the existing configuration and maintain the sense of openness historically found at the corner of the building. That the white finish will blend with the remaining modern replacement windows throughout the rest of the building and is in keeping with the color palette historically found at houses of this type and style, and age. And that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the Adelaide Park Historic District.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application is approved.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is item number 5. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness. Doing this. Docket number 190966. This is 34-20 84th Street, located within the Jackson Heights Historic District, an Anglo-American garden home style attached house designed by Robert Tappan and built in 1927. The application is to legalize alterations to the areaway without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Stephanie Kraut, Preservation staff. This item is 3420 84th Street, located on the south side of 84th Street in the Jackson Heights Historic District. The proposal before you today is to legalize alterations to the areaway at an attached house without Landmarks Preservation permits. As you can see in this aerial view, the block is bounded by apartment complexes to either side with 3 sets of 5 houses totaling 15 houses in the middle, right here. The subject property is located right here. The historic tax photo to the right shows the subject property with a front yard sloping down towards the sidewalk, a narrow pathway leading up the front entryway, and a brick teak wall at the front entry, right here. The designation photo shows the areaway as it was before modifications were made. Areaway features at this time included a crenellated brick wall at the same narrow pathway and brick cheek wall at the front entry that were present in the 1940s tax photograph, right here. Changes that were made without Landmarks permits included widening the areaway, changing the areaway paving material, removing the front entry steps and brick cheek wall and replacing them with new steps and a black painted metal railing, and removing the crenellated brick design at the areaway wall and replacing it with stone. The following are close-up photos of the subject areaway. You can more clearly see the change in the areaway wall right here, the widening of the areaway right here, and the change in the paving material here, and the removal of the front entry steps and brick cheek wall right here at the front entry. And the following photos of our neighboring areaways. Subject property is right here, and this is the neighbor to the left. And I will now turn it over to the applicant, Joseph Baez, to present his case.
Hi and good afternoon. My name is Joseph Baez, and I'm here representing and on behalf of Edith San Andres, who is the owner of 3420. The reason she's not here with us is because 78, she has Alzheimer's. And right now the family consists of her, an older sister who's 88, and a brother who is 67 and on disability. The reason I'm going into this phase of the speech here is because I'm actually the one that's helping myself, and my wife is back there, Yomaira. We're the ones that are helping the family stay up there and keep going. Now, it had been in discussion within the family that something had to be done with the entrance because it presented a hazard for the safety and well-being. So what happened was that after October of, that must have been 2014, Maria fell there also in the entrance there. She was hospitalized for a month and a half. And yeah, when you get to that age, you know, a lot of things happen. So it was presenting to be a problem. Also, my mistake was, I tried to help the family, but I wasn't doing things correctly. I didn't know this was a historic landmark. I knew it after I received a letter from Stephanie that I needed a permit. And unfortunately, the people that did the work, they wanted to do the work. I got them through word of mouth. A telephone, I called them, they went to see the job, and it was done in a week and a half. What they did, they repaired the concrete, which was in very bad shape, it had deteriorated. Also, the steps going up, I don't know if I could, I don't know how to work this, but
Arrow to the left makes it go forward. Arrow to the right makes it go down.
that goes back and the other one goes forward. Okay. So actually, as Stephanie said, the bushes, which was on the left side of the entrance there, that was, the guy asked me, should we leave it there and remove it? I told him, remove it, because this is just a dumping ground, because the neighborhood has drastically changed. I'm telling you, this neighborhood is not what it was when Edith bought the house in 1989. It's changed desperately, and too many things happening there. We kept it as close as possible to the house at 3422, which would be the one on the left side, the grass and everything, but it is a little bit wider than it was due to the fact that we eliminated the brushes on the left side. Now, let me see, there we go. This is the steps. Actually, there have been 3 steps. It was broken down to 2. Again, thinking of the people living there, the seniors, and it's very difficult for them to even go 3 steps. Those steps were also redone. The bricks were falling apart, also deteriorated, and it was a hazard for them. The one on the right is just a historic district at the side. The one on the left is the first house starting 3416, 3422. And then we keep going further down the block. All these houses are on the same block. This one here, you can see ficus and 2 steps. The one on the left, I don't think they have any handrails. I think that's 3 steps. This one has 4 steps with 3 on the top part. On the bottom part, we didn't see that wall which we had. I don't know if they removed it or if historically it was made like that. And the reason why I brought these types of pictures because everybody's got their own idea of how to take care of the property. I didn't see anything consistent that looked like a historical landmark to me. And besides, I didn't even look because I didn't even know when we did the job. But looking at the entire, look at this here, they got the wooden 4x4s in front, and the steps are totally, everything's like different. I just wanted to point out, to this day, I don't know what that is, that thing going up the 2nd floor. This is the only house that I ever seen in Jackson Heights with that chute there. I really don't know what that is. Must be steps or something, but for historic landmark, it's the only one. And this we already saw, and this has about 4 steps, no rails, a few more steps, no wall in the front either. There's another entrance to another one, and I'm back again to our property. Now, if you observe the one with the ficus, let me see if I could go, this one here. In September 2nd last year, a perpetrator just hit in there. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. A lady walking by from work, followed her, took her to 3430, mugged her, raped her, beat her up. He took her to the back of those houses, which is a parking area for the people that live there. And it was so close to my family that they've been worried. And even the people that I speak to on the block, everybody's worried of things that is happening. And that one hit the news, it was on video, they recorded, but they never got the fellow. They never got the guy. So honestly, when I did the repairs, I may have done it a little bit too fast. I didn't check anything. I didn't know about historic landmarks and what were my obligations to the city to do that work. So that's my speech.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Any questions? All right. Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 3 hasn't really hasn't made a definitive action per se, but they've recommended that the applicant work with our staff to get our input on the right resolution of the scope of work. Okay. Any more questions for the applicant? Should we close the hearing? All right. Comments?
Well, I will note that, if looking at the examples that the applicant showed us, it looks like the houses in the area are all over the map in terms of how they deal with their, the front wall, the steps, the materials. So although I'm concerned about, particularly about removing that cheek wall, which was original to the house, but then looking at the other pictures, I think we saw there was only one where there actually was a similar wall. But it is the path is extraordinarily wide, and I'm not sure that safety-wise that actually makes a difference. I mean, I understand the removal of the shrubs, but the path should be probably 1.5 feet narrower on either side, and would make it proportional to the house. Otherwise, I'm fine with it.
Okay. Others?
I think it is clearly too bad that the applicant didn't know that this was a historic district, but I'm actually fine with what's been done. And I think that despite the fact that it's considerably wider than it was, the pathway and the stairs actually, I think, speak to something about kind of the width or the continuity of the wall that the house kind of makes with the adjacent houses. There's kind of a switch in the proportion. It becomes something having to do with the street rather than the individual house itself. So I think it's fine. I would approve it.
All right. Other comments? Yes, Michael.
We've seen a bunch of similar applications for this neighborhood over the years, and there seems to be this constant fussing with the front yards that goes on. I don't have a terrible amount of difficulty with what they did. I think that the cheek wall could be easily put back without, much difficulty or cost. The only thing that I would suggest, I don't have a problem with the width of the walkway or the removal of the shrubs, which we don't deal with. The only thing that I learned from the application is that of all the variations, it seems like the crenellated top of the brick is pretty common. If uniformity is what we're after, and these buildings were designed to look like kind of big villas, uniformity would seem to be something that we would be after. I would just ask that they crenellate the top.
Commissioner, we did find, though, when we searched at the tax photos, in fact, that it was more like this. The crenellation was added. So,
oh, really?
In the tax, yeah. Yeah, in this block, it was...
So wait, the crenellated
was added later.
Really?
The
never
interesting
mind.
The tax photo showed these were traditionally very low, like 1 or 2 bricks, and probably as earth was added.
The problem is that, these kind of projects just make the commission seem like we're fussing in people's business, and it's really like, I don't know, it's hard to take a hard line on it. On the other hand, this is, it's details. I don't know.
Well, if I can suggest something here, that I think that perhaps the issue isn't so much, I think we're sympathetic to some of these changes that they were made. They were probably made in good faith. They trying to address a real situation in terms of the occupants' mobility. But there are small little things within even what they've done that could be a little bit better, but not bring it back to its historic condition. So can we just ask them to work with staff? They don't have to come back to us, but I think the small, even if it's just to add a little bit more greenery or to narrow the path slightly, I mean, things which are not going to really bring them back here or be, radically different from what they have right now. So I think we just want to recommend that they work with staff to.
Would you like us to? We could not vote right this second. We could just move on, and then we could draft something,
That's
a
fine.
motion, and then
Okay.
we'll come back.
We'll
I
make
think
a
we need a
motion, because we're
motion for
just going
something
to
here, so,
tweak.
okay. But if that's what people want, if that's what people
I mean, it
need
sounds like
support,
it's
then
an
we can
approval
come
with
back.
modifications.
Right, I think it's just that we're going to draft it because it hasn't.
Okay,
been-
great,
Yeah, because
Okay.
I would have to make everything go backwards.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
so
right,
we'll
exactly.
just make it
Yeah,
easier.
you'd be given that, you'd be tasked with that. So we're going to,
I think we close the hearing, right?
yes, we close the hearing.
So I think we leave it that way, and then we will come back to it after lunch
Well,
or give us.
can we, okay, can we just, is it possible to do it in another few minutes, or? Okay. Well, I'm not sure what that means. Should we, do we have one more? We don't have one more, so we, oh, okay, so we're almost there. Okay.
In years to come, we're going to appreciate a wider walk.
I like the wider walkway.
If they're doing a wheelchair here, they got bigger problems than the width of the walkway. Hey, I drive plenty of shopping carts. Code says 3 feet for a walkway. It's good for me.
I take up a, get that turn, make the turn. Read these two and then just make it happen.
Yeah. All righty. Regarding 34-20 84th Street in the Jackson Heights Historic District, the applications to legalize alterations to the areaway without LPC permits. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Jackson Heights Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the work at the areaway is consistent with the variety of changes that have occurred over time on this block, including at the areaway walls, paths, and steps, and that the work has not diminished the special architectural and historic character of the building in Jackson Heights Historic District. However, the applicant will work with staff to explore various minor modifications that would facilitate the designs returning a bit closer to its original intent.
All in favor? Any opposed? The application's approved.
So Meredith, okay, so, yeah. Thank you. Okay, Commissioners, we're going to move on with item number 6. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Queens, docket number 187827. This is 34-34 83rd Street, located within the Jackson Heights Historic District. It's an Anglo-American garden home-style house designed by Pierce L. Kizavetta and built in 1928-29. The application is to legalize alterations to the front stoop without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Meredith Lee, Preservation Staff. The application for legalization of stoop work completed without a permit at 3434 83rd Street, which is a 3-story semi-detached house located on the west side of 83rd Street between 35th and 34th Avenues in the Jackson Heights Historic District. Stoop work was to remove the historic stoop and replace it with a brick and cast stone topping. The representative is here to explain the details of the proposal.
Hi, my name is Joshua Ha. I'm a project manager at TL Engineering. Okay, my client, Mr. Kim, hired us to legalize the entrance steps that has been installed without the landmarks permission. As you see this on right-hand side, that's the original condition of the entrance step, and left-hand side is the recent condition of the steps. This is a location well in Jackson High Historical District. And, this is just a key plans that where pictures are taken for the next slide. This is a west side of 83rd Street, looking at southwest view. And this is west side of the 83rd Street, looking at southwest side views.
So just to clarify, what was the work that you did? You removed the treads of the brick tread and put bluestone? What was it?
It was brick treads and risers historically, and it was replaced, it was rebuilt, but then it's either cast stone or limestone tread.
Yeah, tread. Yes.
It's, okay, it's a limestone tread.
Context photos showing that other installations of a similar type installed on the block.
Okay, but the configuration of the stairs is just the same, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's the same. This is east side of 83rd Street, southeast view. This is another east side of view of the street. This is like old historical 83rd Street, photos. So compare with, comparison with the previous pictures.
Okay. Are there any questions? Okay. All right. Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? I think no speakers. And the community board, I think they, again, similar to the previous application, they've asked that the applicant should work with us on the application. Okay. Now, do we have any questions? Yes.
What do we do here? We have a neighborhood where the developers, the original developers, cheaped out and used, I don't want to say an inferior material, but brick steps. Brick and Portland cement are two materials that have expansion and contraction coefficients that are completely different. And so after 1 year, a gap forms between the mortar and the brick. Water gets into that gap, and that system starts to blow itself apart. I don't know how we ever will solve this situation. We have a situation where even regular maintenance isn't the answer because it's too difficult to cut those joints out every 3 years and replace them. So where do we go from here? Do we allow a certain kind, maybe bluestone rather than allow limestone, or what? It really is a conundrum from day one.
Right, I know, and I think it's one of those situations where historically, I don't know whether it ever worked, but I think now it has just become difficult because this kind of brick is just, you can't maintain it, and it's really hard to walk on it as well.
As they age, they become more absorbent too. They've got a vitrified surface, it gets worn when people walk on it. so they actually become more absorbent over time.
Well, I think that, the commission can look at, and, Caroline and Jared can jump in, but if there's sort of understanding that there may be deterioration that's taken place or a need to replace it, one can look to see for other materials that are consistent or can work within the fabric of the district. So I think we have to sort of recognize that those changes may be appropriate and we can allow it.
I think the thing that's most
So
I think that the solution or a solution would be for the staff to have a look around the neighborhood and around these developments and say, you know what, this is how most people are solving it, and if uniformity is our objective and not hewing closely to the historic condition in this particular case, then this is what uniformity equals. Precast steps with a rubble face or some other solution that would seek to enhance the uniformity over time of the developments. I think what's most jarring about these things is that they create a kind of cacophonous streetscape as you walk by. You have these very lovely buildings that are struggling very hard to look like big mansions or villas or palaces or whatever they're trying to look like, or Tudor estates. And then, you have this, this guy whitewashes his stoop and that guy turned it orange. And, as you go down, it just breaks it all down. So I think uniformity is the goal. And so that really comes about by surveying what's there and saying, you know what, 80% of people do this, so from now on, we're going to do that too.
There is another issue, though. This rock edge limestone thing is available in concrete, it's available in stone, and it's available everywhere. You can go to Lowe's and get this garbage. If somehow, and you don't want that uniformity to be the one that takes place, somehow, again, I mean, I hate to dump stuff on staff, but I think if staff could go and establish almost a master plan for the
Jackson Heights stoops
repair of these things, it would be very helpful.
We used to have something like that on the fences. There used to be an issue with like the areaway fences, and I'm sure Jared remembers it. Like there's like a rule. This is what you do: 18 inches or whatever it is. Yeah. And this is certainly, I don't know. I can think of 3 or 4 other cases where we've done exactly this issue over the last couple of years. So.
Right.
Yeah.
So yes,
I think to sort of answer some of those questions, this is something that we typically see in this district. And you notice this has probably been installed for a few years. It's starting to gray out a little bit, so it's not so white. The bullnose tread versus the rusticated edge, I'm not sure if is there a code issue with bullnose? No.
But I think that what does happen is that when we see these applications, we do go out there, meaning staff goes out there and sort of sees it in the context of what's been happening on the block, and we saw it last time. I think this is a sort of another kind of analysis, which is to really go there and try and come up with almost like a kit of parts that when people come to us, that our staff is able to advise them that if they don't want the historic condition, that these are the things that are possible. So we'll continue to look at that, and we'll see if those could translate into rules at some point. But I understand that for many months we may not see a Jackson Heights project, and suddenly we see 3 or 4, and it raises the issue because it doesn't actually go away. So we will try and find the time to do that. Right, the steps are because it's a safety issue. Okay. I think that, as Jared said, this is fairly modest in its scope, and I don't know, the material doesn't offend me. I think it seems to fit. So with that,
I'll do it. Thanks. In the matter of 3434 83rd Street in the Jackson Heights Historic District, an application to legalize alterations to the front stoop without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. I recommend approval, finding that the conditions of areaway and step paving varies throughout the district and include a combination of stone unit and brick masonry. Therefore, the materials are in keeping with other masonry materials found throughout the historic district. That the stone treads are in keeping with modified entrances steps found elsewhere in the row. That the stone steps at the sidewalk have weathered to blend in with the adjacent concrete walkway, and the stone steps at the stoop are set back from the sidewalk, thus diminishing their overall impact on the streetscape. And that the work does not detract from the special architectural historic character of the building or the streetscape.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, we'll move to item 7. It's I'll read 7 and 8 into the record. It's docket number 19-1212, 308 Canal Street, located within the Tribeca East Historic District, and an Italianate-style store and loft building built in 1864-65. The application is to construct a rooftop addition and bulkheads, replace windows, install storefront infill and signage, and remove a fire escape. And item 8, docket number 19-1848, is 310 Canal Street, a.k.a. 53 Lispenard Street, located within the Tribeca East Historic District. A neo-Grec-style store and loft building designed by John J. DeVoe, Jr. and built in 1879, and an Italianate-style store and loft building designed by William H. Hume and built in 1867-68. The application is to construct a rooftop addition and bulkheads, replace windows, install storefront infill, a ramp, and signage, and new windows on the lot line facade.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Holly Hughes, Preservation Staff. These items are 308 and 310 Canal Street, both through block buildings between Broadway and Church Street, facing Canal Street and Lispenard Street in the Tribeca East Historic District. 310 Canal Street was built in 1879, and 53 Lispenard Street was built in 1867-68, and were connected in 1879-80 when the rear wall was removed. The proposal is to construct a rooftop addition and bulkheads over both lots, install storefront infill, a new ramp, new windows on the lot line facade, and remove a fire escape. Architect Grayson Jordan is here to elaborate and answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, Grayson Jordan from Paul Castrucci Architect. Thank you for having us here today. We do have a lot to get through, so in the interest of time, I'm going to move quickly. As Holly said, we're in the Tribeca East District on Canal Street between Broadway and Church, mid-block, 2 through-block buildings, built full lot, 4 stories each in a C6 2A zoning district. Historic photo of the canal side. So 308 Canal, both are 4 stories. 308 Canal is a bit shorter, 310 to the right, a bit taller. Some historic photos of 308 and 310 from the canal side. Today's context photos. To the left, you'll see, looking at the site from the east, the 2-story building you'll see is just to the west of our site, and then the right photo is from the west. From the Lispenard side, some historic photos. We've called out 308 and 310, also known as 308 is 55 Lispenard, and 310 is 53 Lispenard. Historic photos of the Lispenard conditions, and some context photos from the top L8 from the west with the large 135-foot building to the west, and then as you move to the right, lower right, same shots from the east. Here's a site plan, which is a good place to introduce our approach to the project. The site is located, first of all, on Canal Street, which is quite wide, and so and also has a T-bone with Mercer Street. So there are vistas that any addition is going to be visible. And so from the outset, we've sort of acknowledged that our addition is going to be visible, and the investigation was, okay, so what's an appropriate visible addition? And so there are a couple tenets to our approach. One is that it has to be contextual to the scale of the block and the district. Aesthetically, we wanted to base our approach in precedents within the district and other examples in the city as a whole that worked aesthetically. And we wanted to highlight existing historical features and have our addition be secondary in the visual hierarchy. So you can see in the site plan, the first move is to, the addition is set back off Canal Street 10 feet, not for visibility, but just to create this hierarchy, and then set back 15 feet off Lispenard to minimize visibility because that's quite a bit narrower. Context elevation, the top is from Broadway on the left to Church. You can see there's a real diversity of scale. Anything from 100 feet or so down to a one-story building, the median being about 70 to 80 feet. Our existing buildings being between 50 and 57, and our proposed being about 73, which we'll show you in a moment. Lispenard Street, much the same. That's our bottom elevation there. A real diversity of scale with the 135-foot building directly to our west, but also a diversity of aesthetics, Art Deco, and different types of architecture. So our addition is really based very strongly in precedents and other inspirations. There's a number of precedents we drew from. In the interest of time, most of those are moved to the appendix, and I just want to highlight a few. The first is directly south of our site, which is on the south side of Lispenard Street. I don't know if we have a laser pointer here. Yes, we do. Sort of this, you can see this is our site. In the background is this two-story addition, I believe, approved by Landmarks, which is visible. Again, set back from the street, but visible. This is not in the Tribeca East District. This is right outside. It's an individual landmark, beautiful cast iron building with a two-story addition by Shiguribon, which their approach was to sort of set back to create this hierarchy and to be respectful in its detailing, but also to be modern in its detailing. It's not reductive, it's not copying, it's respectful but different. This is in the Tribeca West District on Erickson Place, masonry-based building, very visible. So these penthouses, which is 4 stories, the approach there, set it back from the street, change the material to something very light, metal and glass. And there's also this element of the sloping glass facade, which we saw again and again in the city, where this north-facing sort of a penthouses would be sloping away and sort of celebrating the beautiful northern light. More examples of that same idea, where you have masonry base, sloping glass penthouse. These are not precedents, these are the village, but still the same idea where the masonry base reads its integrity of its architecture is kept intact because the addition is quite different. For materials, we noticed that, especially on bulkheads, a lot of the bulkheads would be corrugated metal. And so we found sort of this inspiration where the secondary facade is metal, but it's a very sort of elegant standing seam zinc panel. All of which led us to sort of this design, which on the left here you're seeing looking from Mercer Street quite a bit away, and then on the right we're looking from Canal Street from the west, where we are setting back our addition, maintaining the integrity of the masonry base, and picking up on these ideas of differentiation of these lightweight materials, glass and metal, and also sloping away on that northerly direction. I would also point out these are the windows in the secondary facade that we're seeking approval for. Just now quickly, these are the mock-up photos of the same. Some more views of sort of what you can see closer on the street, on Canal Street. Again, a very clear delineation between the forms. Mock-ups of the same. As you walk down Canal Street to the east, this sort of decision to allow the setback and then slope it pays off more and more as it recedes from sight. Some sight lines, I would just note that the visibility changes between the buildings. Canal Street 308 is a bit shorter, has less of a cornice, so it's more visible over that than it is over 310. I would also note there will be a railing here on 308, but not on 310. Sort of the same context elevation with our proposed addition, sort of right in line with the median as far as scale, differentiated from the street facade. Moving to the Lispenard facade, very little visibility. Over 53, which is 310, you don't see it. Over 308, 55, you will see the top of it. And as you move away on the street, you'll see less and less. So It's hard to see here, but you can just sort of see the top of it. This is looking from the west. We will be removing this elevator shaft off the street front. More photos. Let's see where we can see. You can see the top of it from right across the street. This is moving east. You can see the top here. You can see a bit of the trellis that we're proposing for the south facade. And then here we're across the street on Broadway, looking across a parking lot, and you can see more of the trellis and a bit of the building as well. This is the Lisbonard facade. You won't understand it in this way from the street. You'll just sort of see the top. And so the approach here was to take a more functional approach with punched openings, because you won't be seeing those from the street. The punched openings do relate to the openings below. The next part of our proposal is to remove the fire escape on the Lisbonard side of 308 Canal, also known as 55 Lisbonard. It's a fire escape we can't use for egress. It's in poor shape. It doesn't have ornamentation. We prefer people to go through the required means of egress, and it's also it has no ornamentation, as I said, and also, it's not really matching the other kinds of fire escapes on the street, which are more of the 60-degree angle fire escapes. Final part of our proposal is the storefronts. Storefronts took a similar approach conceptually as we did to the addition, which is that we want to identify and celebrate the historical conditions that are in good shape, and we want our new stuff to be somewhat differentiated. I should say we are also doing storefronts on the Lisbonard side, but those are more historic and being done at the staff level. And here, because of the special nature of Canal Street, we felt it was appropriate to propose something a little bit different. So just the historical progression, initially 308 and 310 both had wood and glass infill storefronts. By the 80s, they were both removed and replaced with aluminum and glass, with aluminum paneling covering the sort of detailing and cast iron columns. Till today, that's the same condition for 308. At 310, the storefront, and this is a condition we've noticed on Canal Street, storefront is removed entirely. It's just these gates which cover the cast iron columns. So our proposal is to clean up the cast iron and the cornices and celebrate those. And the way that we're going to do that is to take an all-glass storefront, push it back 18 inches, and hide all the frames. So there's no distraction. The only solid portion will be the historic condition, will be the cast iron columns, the detailing, cast iron columns, the cornice. And again, this approach is to highlight the existing condition. It's also building upon our observation that even in the historic condition, there was this desire at the stores. They had as much glass as was possible, as the technology at the time permitted. And also to sort of acknowledge that in Canal Street, there are these storefronts that are completely open, and there's free flow of people, goods, and vision. And I would say finally, there's a difference in materiality where we're painting 308 because we are having to repair some of this cornice and we want a more uniform appearance when we're done. Whereas on 310, again, to celebrate sort of the grittiness, I would say, of Canal Street, we're allowing the patina of the natural cast iron to come through, and we'll coat that, of course, to protect it. Just some precedents. This is getting at our idea. It's not quite there. We're pushing back our glass a little bit more to really bring that cast iron up to the front, and we're going to hide our frames. Here's a nice example of exposed cast iron with the sort of nice patina. Some probes that we've done we think we can sort of clean up this cast iron and get it in good shape. I'll go to the next slide. This is 308 Canal. You notice the base is in rough shape, so we're going to cover that with diamond plate and paint it, which is something we saw quite a bit of in the district. The cornice is broken in several spots, will need to be repaired and replaced, and then that's why we're painting this one. Moving then to 310, the cornice will need to be repaired and repainted. And I would say at the staff level with both these buildings, all the detailing, we're sort of repairing, repainting. We're taking the paint off 308 down to the brick and to the stone, sort of bring the whole building up. Materiality-wise, again, this zinc aluminum standing seam panel with metal and glass on the Canal Street side. Wherever we have railings, we want them to be minimal and gray, so they'll recede. The cast iron patina for this storefront, a blue paint for this one, same with the fire escape. Oh, and that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, do you have a question?
Just to clarify, I can see it, but you're proposing 2 stories rather than one double height story for the top piece?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we'll take testimony. And let's see. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. While the window replacements are a vast improvement, HDC finds much of this application to be troubling. Though currently in poor shape, much surviving historic material exists at the storefronts to provide a roadmap for a more sensitive approach. Our committee felt that at the very least, the applicant should include more substantial bulkheads and that it would be best to avoid floor-to-ceiling glass. While we could imagine a 1-story rooftop addition being acceptable here, the proposed addition is way too big for this building, for both buildings, making the entire facades appear quite top-heavy in the renderings. A better choice of materials would also go a long way toward making the addition more acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? No other speakers. Community Board 1 recommends denial of the 2-story rooftop addition and approval of the facade renovation and window modification. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, if we don't have any other questions, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes, Kim.
Though I hate to think about the lost history, but having started going to Pearl Paint when I was 14 years old and seeing the sign, and I have a client who's directly across this, up Mercer at the corner of, what is that, Howard, looking at that building for the last 25 years or more. It's a sad thing that, okay, I like the building getting restored. We all want the neighborhood to be cleaned up, but it's to the point where everything's kind of going the way of Soho, where it's lost the grittiness of being on Canal Street and having been a manufacturing district, and this being the site of one of the last art supply stores that was in the district that all the artists had gone to, and now everybody having to go uptown to actually get art supplies on top of this. It seems, just historically, to be kind of a sad day. But besides that, I appreciate the restoration, yes. I don't think we could do 2 stories with the dormer. I don't see the 2 stories coming in, and yes, I know there are a lot of taller buildings in the district, but they're different kinds of buildings. And there are some taller cast iron buildings that may be at the most 8 stories or something like that, but they didn't start from being 3 and 4 and get to have 2 stories thrown on top of them. So
I agree with you, and I think that makes this different from some of the other rooftop additions that are there in the district. I think those are taller buildings, and the 2 stories then, I think, doesn't overpower both, I think, just physically and visually, but also kind of structurally. And so I think that the 2 stories, at least as designed like this, is overwhelms the smaller, more delicate buildings. And probably, I think, a 1-story addition would be more appropriate.
more appropriate, yes.
Almost 50% of the height.
Right, right. And I think having, just in general, having a rooftop addition that's visible, I think can work over here. I think even where it has a very direct view from, I guess it's Mercer.
Mercer.
Because you have some of these other buildings at the back, and Canal Street itself has a mix of street walls. So you see the addition, but it's set back. If it's 1 story, it'll even be less visible. And then you have the larger buildings behind it. So I think it actually will blend in within that context. Yes?
I agree with what you were saying, what others were saying, and I would just add to it a few things. First of all, I think that the one of the problems with the approach. I personally could accept a two-story addition on Canal because it's more gritty and it's not a polished place like Green Street in Soho or something like that. And, but I think this particular two-story addition is not appropriate. I think that many of the ones that were shown in the examples of two-story additions would not be considered appropriate currently. They're probably rather old, but the one that we did relatively recently at 361 Broadway was noted at the time as being a remarkable, unusual condition where, because of the quality of the design and the way it interacted creatively with the building below it, it allowed for a larger addition than what would normally be appropriate. I think that here the proposal's a bit muddied. It's muddied by a few things. First of all, the approach to do this kind of grand mansard, which is clearly a two-story mansard. You don't see a whole lot of two-story mansards as additions to buildings in New York City. Certainly not over two buildings that are the same, that are different heights. This has a kind of a token separation between the two buildings, and I think that it would need a lot more. The height of it would have to change so that it really reflected the fact that it belongs to a different building. I think that the windows, which look like kind of typical commercial storefront type windows, it doesn't really recall in any way the examples of the North Lights, the artist studios that the applicant showed from the Village. I think that there's ample opportunity to reduce height of these things before one even considered lopping off a floor. They've got relatively generous floor-to-floor heights. So I think there are a lot of things that the applicant can do, but this ain't it.
All right. Yes, Michael.
I've got one small thing. I believe that, I just noted this on page 40, they're talking about cleaning the cast iron at one storefront and just applying a clear sealer. I don't think that's an appropriate treatment of cast iron in this district. Should be painted.
All right. Let's talk about the storefront on Canal and thoughts about that as well. Yes.
Yeah.
Or the rooftop addition, anything. Yes.
Yeah, so I also spent half my life at Pearl Paint, but that was then. So, and therefore, because it was then, I'm actually interested in this approach to the ground floor, which does kind of make it fancier than sort of by a couple of octaves it's leaping, but I think it makes sense for kind of bringing something in Canal which was sort of so gritty into a contemporary use. There's something about it that makes sense to me. I agree with Michael Devonshire that the finish on the one on the right is not necessary. In other words, to make it kind of physically appear as though it was once gritty or, modeled is not necessary. Just stick to making it fancy the way you've proposed and showing us really this, the cast iron beauty of the existing elements. I also don't have huge problems with it, with even the height of the addition. I do have a problem though with its two-story use, and I don't want to get at the use piece, but it's sort of, if it was a really big mansard, if it was a really tall sort of northern light studio mansard, I could see it, but it's not. It has a very kind of utilitarian sense in this kind of two-story, and undermines, I think, what would otherwise be a kind of a very grand hat on this. So, no two-story.
All right. Others? Yes, Jean.
I'm in agreement about the two stories. I think it's overwhelming to the buildings and distracting. But I also think in terms of the ground floor retail that they did a better job on the Lisbonard side in terms of recalling the, the original character of the neighborhood, then it's almost too clean on Canal Street.
I kind of like it, but I think it's sort of interesting. Yeah, it could be more historic, but personally, I mean, Canal Street is very gritty, but it's also, a lot of it is plastered over with things. I think it's very streamlined, but you have the historic cast iron. I think it's kind of elegant, and it's not the most traditional approach. We would probably want to put in a transom and a bulkhead. But for some reason, within this larger context, I think it's okay to have one which is more glossy. So
I'm with you on that one.
yeah, I'm sorry, Michael.
I'm with you on that one. I'm okay. Canal Street it's not Soho. I think it's okay.
All right, so let me see if I can summarize some of the comments. So just on the two-story addition, I think most of us feel more comfortable if it's one story. I think two-story, trying to do that, I do think that even with reducing the height and even with a different design, I think it's just proportionally, it seems to be overwhelming. And I think that these two buildings they're kind of delicate, and it looks like a huge amount of weight that was never really anticipated on the structure. So it seems a little bit incongruent to me. But if it's okay with the commission, we can suggest that they reduce it to one story. In terms of the Canal Street facade, I know, Jeannie, that you would prefer to have it more historical, but let me just see, other commissioners are okay with the
Well, the question is, do you want to see the redesign of the one story before today? Yeah, they had to come back.
I don't know why we would want to necessarily see the redesign, because I don't have an issue so much if it's one story. Well, I think if they're going to come back, honestly, then I think in that case they can come back with alternative two-story as well and see how to mitigate it. So I think they could show us the one story, but then they'd probably want to show us a two-story alternative, taking back some of the comments.
Commissioners, if I could just ask, having these extensions on two separate buildings, should there be a difference in plane, a difference in height? That I think is beyond what
I'd say yeah. I don't think there's a recipe, but I think that it should somehow be reflective of the fact that they're building on two different buildings, whether it's height or plane or material or something.
All right, let me just ask, are the other commissioners okay with them working with staff on reducing it by one story and varying the height so that they look like two stories? I mean, two separate buildings?
Personally, I'd rather see it. I think because it will be, no matter what, a visible rooftop addition, I think we should see it.
It's the end of Mercer.
I mean, if it was not visible, I'd say fine.
Right, I mean,
because for me personally, part of my problem with this is that I don't think the design is appropriate, irrespective of the height. So I would.
I don't know. Okay. I mean, what about the other commissioners? I know.
I'm happy to relook at it, but I don't know.
All right. Okay. So we won't act on it today. That's fine. And we can have a look, and maybe they, show us the one-story addition. I think the Canal Street facade seems fine. I think it's just a question of the building, which is, I think, 310, and the treatment of the cast iron should be more, as you've done for the other case, which is 308. Okay.
Move on to item number 9 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 179457. This is 53-55 Beach Street, located within the Tribeca West Historic District. It's a utilitarian-style warehouse building designed by Oscar Teal and built in 1885. And the application is to amend and reauthorize rooftop work approved pursuant to Certificate of Appropriateness 096360 and extend a fire escape.
Good afternoon, Victor Dominick, Preservation Staff, 53 to 55 Beach Street in Tribeca West. This is a project that initially came to the Commission in 2007. It's a one-story rooftop addition that was approved. The project was put on hold because of the 2008 recession. An extension was issued in 2013. There were some additional amendments, and the C of A expired in 2016, this summer. So the applicant is here to request reauthorization of the C of A. There are also some minor amendments to the initial design. Some historic photos. So here's that history I just went over. And then these are the actual drawings that staff approved for the C of A. There's a couple, so it's just a one-story addition with kind of some sawtooths and then a slanted skylight at the rear. There's a roof plan in a second that shows their setback from all the facades. These are images from the initial presentation. The new amendments include fenestration changes, new railings at the roof of the penthouse, a new fire escape to the a fire escape extension to the roof level. Right now it goes to the top floor. And so these are the drawings for the new proposal. This location is here is where they've changed the fenestration by pushing back the roof bulkhead. The footprint of the sloped skylight at the rear has been reduced, and then the existing fire escape has gone from the top floor to the roof as a second means of egress. There was a railing approved along the perimeter of the building, which was installed at the top of the parapet. We're proposing to install it at the inside of the parapet and then also add a railing around the penthouse roof.
Can I ask this question? This shows 3 sawtooths, no? And I thought the rendering showed 4 on the original.
Yes, that's true.
Right, see, there's like a fake sawtooth or like a mini next to the
Yeah,
thing.
there were like 2 public meetings, so that may have been eliminated. Yeah. Well, also, one thing to note is that the architect for that approval is no longer associated with the project. There's a new architect that can hopefully answer some questions.
Are those sawtooths visible from anywhere? The images don't mean, I mean the side.
Yeah, there's possibly this first one might be visible from this location here.
But you can't see the 4 in a row.
Correct. Yeah, it's a narrow street on Collister. Right. Substantial work has started. There's photos at the end. Structural steel is up. Which I'll get to in a second. This is kind of like the new rendering now. And this is where the images start for the current progress.
So it's under construction?
Correct. The architect is here if you have any further questions.
Okay, do we have any questions? So they were issued a C of A. They were allowed to extend it, so that was extended by staff. And I think they're only allowed one extension, and so they haven't completed the work. That's why they have to come to us for a new C of A. So, and as a part of that, they're making, I think, minor changes, right? There are a few changes that they're making that's generally within the scope of their previous C of A.
Just
Yes.
for my edification, how long are usually the extension for, and how long are the C of A for?
Is 6 years and the extension is 3.
So it's going to be 9 years.
Yeah.
maybe-
But they didn't finish it within the 9
No, it's
years.
like it's,
That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the issue, which is quite interesting because construction's already started, And so then they're in this, they've already started, but apparently the rules don't allow you to do it, right?
Don't allow you to finish?
Yeah,
They don't allow it unless you come.
The rules presume that you finish the work that's approved within this time period. And
It's
So we
very-
could make a real hash of this.
You're going to make a real hash.
We could make a real hash of this.
Well, I think it's the commission sort of understands that implicitly that this has been approved before work has started. There's no real basis for us to not approve again. But what's really interesting is that the process sort of goes through a C of A process, even though essentially it's already went through a C of A process. So it's, different types of applications citywide have different ways of vesting. So this is an interesting way that even though work has started, you're not able to grandfather it or vest it
When
without
did the
coming
work
back for
start?
approvals.
We started, my name is Ahmed Nochigian from REN, Architectural Engineering. We started the work about a year and a half ago.
The construction a year and a half?
Yes. So we encountered some issues.
Yeah,
with
it
the
seems it, because that
foundation.
seems like it's been there for a little while. Mhm.
So we had some issues with the foundation we had to tackle before we start putting anything on top of the roof. We didn't realize that until we started putting it.
But I think it's something that is worth exploring and sort of with our counsel on that. Okay.
So the completion has to be within the first 6 years? Or is it
It's-
an extension?
Yeah. Yeah.
So in other words, in the first instance, it's presumed that the CZA is good for 6 years. You're supposed to finish it within 6 years. If you can't, and if you're in the middle of construction or you have a DOB permit, you may get an extra 3 years to finish the construction.
So bottom line is, we're best off, I mean, we could object to the entire thing, but we're best off focusing on the items on page 13, which are the changes to the original certificate of appropriateness, right? The 5 new things that were done,
Yes.
right? And they all seem to be fairly minor and some actually beneficial.
Mark, do you want to add anything to that, or
On the application, I think that you want to talk about the
the changes?
change.
Yeah.
Describe what that exactly is, these points here, or what's different. Maybe you could go through the mock-up again to see, is there much change in the visibility?
There might be negligible increased visibility with the railing on top of the penthouse, but that was already approved with kind of a visible penthouse and seeing context of background buildings. The other items actually reduce visibility as far as the footprint of the sloped skyline.
Okay. Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? Community Board 1 recommends approval. Do we have any other questions for the applicant?
No.
Okay, we can close the hearing. Any issues with the changes that they're making? Okay, all right. Zini?
Okay. My turn now?
Oh, sorry, Wellington. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay. In the matter of 5355 Beach Street, Tribeca West Historic District, the application is to amend and reauthorize rooftop work approved pursuant to Certificate Appropriateness 096360 and extend a fire escape. Noting that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Tribeca West Historic District. Further noting that the work commenced prior to expiration of previous permits and is currently under construction. I recommend approval, finding that the construction of the rooftop addition will not eliminate any significant architectural feature of the roof, that the rooftop addition, when viewed over the primary facades, will be seen against existing rooftop bulkheads beyond and will not call undue attention to itself, that the rooftop addition will be set back from the visible building facades and will not impact or detract the historic shape or massing of the building, that the brick cladding and masonry piers will help the rooftop addition relate to the features of the building below, that the soft two skylights are in keeping with skylights historic found on manufacturing buildings of this age and style, that the skylight facade, which will be visible over the rear facade of the building, will recall historic skylights historically found on manufacturing building of this age and style, and therefore will not call undue attention to itself. That the proposed brick parapet wall will match the brick at the existing building, be of simple design, and will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building. That the proposed metal railings at the roof and penthouse roof will be simply designed, featuring thin posts and pickets, and will be seen in context with background buildings, helping them recede from view. That the installation of the proposed fire escape extension at the Collister Street facade will not result in damage or demolition of a significant architectural feature of the facade or roof. That the proposed fire escape extension will match the details, dimension, and finish of the existing fire escape, will not call undue attention to itself. That the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the Tribeca West Historic District.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, item 10 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 186310. This is for St. Mark's Place, the Hamilton Holly House, an individual landmark. This is a federal-style townhouse built in 1831, and the application is to install storefront infill and a balcony and construct rooftop and rear yard additions.
Good morning, Commissioners. Egbert Stok, Preservation Staff, and I present you an application for St. Mark's Place. It's an individual landmark located between 2nd and 3rd Avenue in the East Village. The application is to construct rooftop addition and rear additions and to install signage and storefront infill. The rooftop and rear yard additions will not be visible from the public thoroughfare, but require the removal of 2 historic dormers at the rear facade. Commissioners, please note that the installation of the balcony cutout at the roof has been omitted from the application. Additionally, the installation of a small sign at the first floor storefront has been included in the application. Efrain Perez, the architect of the project, will present the application on behalf of the owner. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Efrain Perez. I work at SWA. Can you hear me? Testing. I work at SWA Architecture. I have with me also my associate, Jeanette Klein, who will be assisting me with the presentation. I have Steve Wygota himself, the owner of SWA Architect, and as well I have Rick Sarapika from Liberty Place, representing from the client's side, from the ownership. As Egbert said, this building is located on 4 St. Mark's. It's a federal-style building. It's an individual landmark, and there are a lot of features that I've been working with Egbert and preservationists to make sure that we do a fine job bringing this building up to its original splendor. As you know a bit of the history, we were able to, the picture on the left, we were able to find in a biography of Fenimore Cooper, an image that kind of really drove a lot of our presentation and what we were hoping to present. And it includes, I don't know if you can see in the lower portion, just above the parlor, you can see that there's a balcony, a semicircular large balcony, which is an element we wish to bring back and feature that we'd like to present today. I don't know if you can see at this point the work. Okay, there we are, this element. So again, this building was built in 1831. It's a federal style. This is the existing condition, and it's a bit of disrepair. You can see a lot of the elements, the original features are missing. You can see that the pedimented lintels are, they've lost their luster, so we'd like to bring that back and rehabilitate that. The stone surround at the entrance, again, we want to restore that to its original historic look, as well as the parlor entrance. As you can see, these beautiful, they're like 9'6" high windows, storefronts that were originally 9/9. We want to restore that. Basically, the idea and what we've been working on with Egbert and Carolyn is to restore the entire front. This is basically an elevation just showing its context, and you can see that, you know, in the existing condition, a lot of the elements have been missing. The cornice, you can see in the front there's just a lot of elements that have been added. So basically our proposal wants to bring back the cornice, repair this cornice, rehabilitate the stone back to its original luster, bring back the existing entrance, as well as the parlor commercial component, and open up again the basement level, which is also part of the commercial component. This is basically the extent of the work, which is full restoration of the facade. This is the existing condition now, and basically there's a second level that was built in 1890s, but it's non-conforming. So what we want to do, and part of our proposal, is to remove that. As you can see here in this dashed line, this is what's being removed, and basically what's shaded in gray, it's the horizontal extension in the rear that we're proposing. There's another element, which is just basically the highest feature, which will be a new stair bulkhead, but that will be in line and with the existing top of the ridge. So there's no vertical extension in our proposal, it's just a horizontal extension. Can I go forward? There we are. This is basically the views that we thought best represented how you can experience this building, and if what we're proposing in our mock-up can be seen. I'll introduce Jeanette Klein here, who will walk you through the images of what we saw when these pictures were taken.
So you can see we grabbed a few photos from different areas in the surrounding neighborhood. You can see here that it is not visible from either Cooper Square or from the plaza that's diagonally located across the street or at the front of the building. And here we're also showing that it's not visible from Astor Place and from further up on 3rd Avenue. And this is just to detail that one photo in case there's any confusion. This is the adjacent chimney as well as the mechanical structure that we propose removal. And this is an actually adjacent water tower, which is not part of our construction. So here we're getting into more of the details of the building. So we're proposing to take the interior transom, the fan light, and put it on the exterior of the building. And here we're showing some contextual references of the panel doors and the side lights that we propose to put at the residential entrance as well. And here we're showing the existing conditions of the fire escape as well as the baskets that were added to the building in the 1880s, which we propose to restore. Here as well, we discovered the original stonework of the existing stoop under this additional brick, which we propose to remove and to do our best to restore these elements, as well as reopen this secondary egress. And here we took some contextual references from both 32 Dominick Street and 20 St. Mark's in order to, in an attempt to recreate the iron work that was originally on the facade. And we also are referencing 20 St. Mark's in their Gibbs surrounds at the basement entrance, which, as you can see in the existing photo, is there, just covered with a bunch of extra. So we propose to remove that and do our best to restore those elements. And again, here you can see at the cornice, which used to exist, is now merely a gutter that runs down, and you see this mechanical space from the back and the non-conforming two-story addition to the rear. And here you can see where our bulkhead would exist, and then this small piece over here would be where the roof line would be of our proposed addition. And obviously, both covered in orange and not visible from the street. And here you see more detailed, the asphalt roofing, which we propose to put slate as the original, as well as the mechanical space, and you see the existing conditions of the dormers covered in tar.
This is basically how the building stands now. If you can see in the rear of the building, there was an addition built out to the full size of the site. That right now is currently to current codes is non-conforming. Part of our proposal is to make the building conforming. You can see it's right now what they're referring to as 3.5 stories because of the attic space above the upper floor. What we're proposing basically is to keep in the front. If you can see, we're fully restoring the front. We're going to bring it back to its original splendor and keep the footprint and the floors on the front to keep with the existing facade, and in the rear extension, add an additional floor so that we can get the additional space as needed. The commercial component, we removed basically the commercial non-conforming use. This is a picture of the rear as it stands now. Again, you can see this huge portion here that's non-conforming. Basically what we're proposing is just a horizontal extension. We're following the existing structure, and where we can, we fit an additional floor. This is a facade study, a rendering of the facade study, and the existing is on the left, and on the right we have what we're proposing, and basically you can see, we bring back the slate roof, we want to bring back the cornice, we want to rehabilitate the stone, the stonework, we want to bring back the brick, the splendor of the brick, we want to rehabilitate the existing fire escapes, as well as the entrance and the parlor entrance with the new balcony, and cleaning up and repairing all the marble stonework at the base. The next image is a close-up of the commercial space. And again, you can see the condition that it's in now. It's basically looks like a cell block 8 door over here, and what we're doing is removing all this. That was because of the neighborhood, of the security measures that were needed. We're removing all that. We're going to repair the stairs, and at the same time, revitalize the stonework and repair all the stonework at the base. This is a section of the existing above and below. The shaded area here is basically what the extent of the horizontal extension will be. And this is just an elevation with details of how we propose to deal with the facade restoration. This is again a close-up. One of the components that we're trying to do is adding a modest retail signage, metal into the parlor area. We're actually cutting a section through. We're cutting a section here through the balcony, so you can't see the balcony. We're seeing beyond. One of the elements, one of the features that I want to focus on is actually there's an existing pier here to bring more light. There's no other natural light coming into this space. What we want to do is bring additional natural light. These are the existing gips around. We want to maintain, and basically using stonework to match it, we want to create a third element, try to keep with the proportions of the existing elements that And these are details of how we propose to use LED lighting to light it, and basically add it within the existing stonework. As you can get these things up to an inch channel, which are very small, and this way we can light it without having intrusive exterior lighting. We're proposing here how we will waterproof, since the building has had a lot of water damage, and structurally it's unsound, so as part of the rehabilitation is to structurally make the building more sound. And at the same time, bring back the original wooden, 6/6 windows, and make sure that the building is insulated and properly detailed as needed to meet the current energy codes. And this is an elevation of the rear of the area we will be removing. This right now, this line here denotes the line of the existing top ceiling, the top floor, and that's basically what we're aligning our new extension with. From this point down, this is all the non-conforming, and you can see we're taking that back and making it conforming. And these are the floor plans just showing.
Okay, thank you.
All
Yes.
right.
Are there questions? Any questions? Right, we'll take testimony. Sarah Bean Appman.
Good afternoon. Sarah Bean Appman of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. The Hamilton Holly House is one of the rare, extant, largely intact federal-style row houses in New York City. While GVSHP appreciates the proposed restoration of much of the facade, there are other elements in the proposal which lack authenticity and therefore are inappropriate. Built in 1831, this house was part of a row of federal houses on this street between 2nd and 3rd Avenues, built by Thomas E. Davis when this was one of the most fashionable areas to live in Manhattan. The survival of this rare house is remarkable in its own right, but what is even more remarkable is the survival of its pitched roof with front and rear dormers. The rear addition should be reduced in height so that the roof and rear dormers may remain intact. Another element in the proposal which is troublesome is the addition of a small window between the larger windows at the basement level. This element has no historic precedent and interrupts the original fenestration. Finally, at the parlor level, the proposed addition of a store door on the west side and metal sign mar the historic and architectural integrity of this house. The same care and authentic approach used in the upper floors and at the entry should be exercised here and at the basement level. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. As HDC often testifies, federal townhouses are rare and treasured examples of Manhattan's early dwellings that should be respected, not mutilated. The removal of the house's roof and rear, including its dormer windows, which provide important evidence of the federal style and the house's date of construction, would severely compromise its integrity. Our committee, however, found the alteration to the storefront to be acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? No other speakers. Community Board 2. I think it's Community Board 3. Community Board 3 recommends denial of the rooftop and rear yard addition above the 3rd floor and supports the changes to the facade, but let me see, they make one comment. That the wide shop window at the basement level is not in keeping with the row house and destroys, unnecessarily destroying the historic fabric. Okay. All right. Do we have any other questions for the applicants and their team? Sadi?
Just if there's, we saw that fuzzy image of the balcony, or what you imagine was the balcony. But is there precedent for this round, for the slightly arched or round balcony that you're proposing?
Yes, actually, while we were doing some research, and we actually tried different sources, we went to Columbia as well. Basically, someone had pointed, I think it was in a conversation at Daly, we had pointed about James, the Fenimore Cooper biography, and they had a picture apparently of this building, which we found.
Right,
we
I
also
get that.
found in the designation report that these original parlor doors would open into a balcony, so obviously it led us to believe there was a balcony. While we were doing research, which I want to focus also on, as we did research on 20 St. Mark's Place, we also found some really heavy, here it is, some really heavy metalwork, right, that we found that kind of led to, again, there was obviously something that was being cantilevered that's pretty heavy.
Right, but I think
I
the
got
question
that,
is
I got
about
that there's
the-
a balcony.
So basically tying all these elements together and then finding that then that image said, oh, okay, by semicircular, which is one of the discussions we had, then we found that image and understood the way it was represented.
Okay, so you're saying from that first image that you showed us, that shows that it's semicircular?
Yes, but we got a literature that said semicircular. So
I
originally we
see,
thought-
okay. It
we
was
thought
supported by
originally-
words.
Right, we thought it was originally maybe like Juliet balconies on each one, but it said grand semicircular.
I see.
So
Okay,
and
that's
this
the answer.
image really
Yeah,
helped
right,
us.
that was the
finish.
answer.
Thank you so
Sorry, I
much.
was really excited because I
That was cool.
balcony.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the team? If no other questions, we can close the hearing.
Some
All right, comments? Yes.
I guess I have two. One is, prefaced by the fact that it's an individual landmark. I'm a little concerned about the addition of that window at the basement level on the front of the building, destroying the symmetry of that, the front of the building, and the original material. Rear of the building, I guess I have a question, which is that typically we concern ourselves in the donut about the top level of windows on the rear of the building, and I realize that on St. Mark's Place, the rear donut has never been terribly significant. However, I am concerned about the loss of those two dormers at the top, so if it came down one floor, I'd be happy.
Okay. Others? I agree with that too. Okay, so I think we can ask, yes,
Yeah, I have one
Judy?
more.
Yes.
I feel like there could be a more
Sensitive treatment to the signage on the front. I mean, I did find that plaque to be very interruptive and to kind of take away from the elegance of the facade. So I would like to see them explore something else.
Right there, right. So
They have something hanging further up. Maybe there could be something that's hanging at the lower level that doesn't detract.
Right. So I just want to clarify, Egbert, the retail is on both the ground floor and first floor?
Yes, but they don't have a tenant as of yet, so I'm not sure if it will be one tenant, correct, or two tenants? Yeah. So if you have two tenants, then the plaque above, will only be for the upper tenant. There could be some space here, but
Right. I mean, the interesting thing about this sign is that it may be occupied by commercial use, but essentially it's not a storefront at the parlor level. And so they've tried to create, at least in my opinion, seems like they're trying to create a sign that is not really a sign but resembles sort of a plaque. And that has a different impact. So I don't know, I don't know what the solution is, but I don't know where they would put the...
That was clear to me, that that's what they were trying to do, but it isn't a plaque. And I have a hard time believing that that's going to, work in execution.
All right, other...
The question is, it's an individual landmark, and should it have any kind of signage on it, even though it's commercial? Should there be any signage?
There should be some signage.
There should?
I think, they're going to have to put signage somewhere. But I'm suggesting that maybe they think about it a little more and actually work with staff on it, because I think there are other ways to do it. It's not unusual to, and we've seen this on buildings.
We've seen signs like blade signs, right?
Yeah,
So
we've
that's
seen blade signs.
brackets,
So
around a bracket sign.
Yeah.
And
Or a flag.
Yeah.
Pole.
so do the other commissioners think that's a better solution? I'm neutral. I think a bracket sign could also work.
Or we've recently approved at the Area Way. Remember we did sort of a pole sign that was attached to I think the side of the ironwork or something like that. That is a grandfathered flagpole that's on the...
There is one?
Yeah.
Where is it? Where's the flagpole?
So gave me the thought that they could do something like a blade or something lower.
If there's a flagpole, then that should be the signage. That should be it was not clear to me. If it is an existing flagpole, that should be the signage for
Right, but
either
sometimes,
both or...
I would agree, but sometimes flagpoles on the sides of the flag can be distracting, even
I don't
if it's
think so.
historical.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Ever.
Well,
Ever.
Ever?
Never.
All righty. So you and I disagree, but I would be okay with them exploring maybe with staff another form of signage if, instead of this plaque of this size. So it wouldn't be a plaque, but they could explore a flag sign or a blade sign. Or the other one was like the pole sign, which is in front along the areaway.
Okay.
Those other options are much more subtle, I think.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Jared, that's okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so
And-
about the
and
final top story,
And the top story, I think they should take that down.
keep the roof intact and the
Right, because
and the
by
dormers.
removing that one floor, you basically get the profile, which is historic, with the dormers, and I think the rest of the enlargement is fine.
Great.
Okay, good. Yes.
Let's see how we do this. So, in the matter of docket 18-6310, 4th Street, St. Mark's Place, Hamilton Holly House, individual landmark, a federal-style townhouse built in 1831. The application is to install storefront infill and a balcony and construct rooftop and rear yard additions. Okay. With regard to the facade alterations
Yeah.
and storefront infill, I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the removal of the existing storefront infill windows, doors, light fixtures, roll-down security gates, sign box, railings, and staircase will eliminate features that presently detract from the building, that the removal of the existing rooftop mechanical equipment will restore a section of the roofscape to its historic condition, that the marble Gibbs surrounds at the basement floor and first floor, stone windowsills, lintels, and historic openings will be exposed, preserved, and incorporated into the proposed design, that the building's cornice, windows, door, stoop railings, and parlor floor metal balcony will be restored to their historic condition based on historical documentation of the building and physical evidence found on the sister building at 20 St. Mark's Place. That the proposed white finish of the wood storefront infill is in keeping with the historic color palette for buildings of this age and style. That the creation of a balcony with access from the stoop will create an independent entrance to the parlor floor commercial space without using the main residential entrance to the building in the least intrusive way possible. That the plaque sign may have some issues in terms of overwhelming the facade, and therefore I recommend that the applicant work with staff to explore signage options such as pole signs, etc. And the banner and the flagpole. And that the configuration, material, and finish of the storefront entrance door with transom window will resemble the configuration of the neighboring single-hung 6/12 parlor floor window, which is consistent with the historic parlor floor window configuration on buildings of this age and style. However, I also find that the removal of a flat section of the marble facade to create an additional window for retail use at the basement level will diminish the special character of the building's base. Therefore, I recommend that the additional basement level window be eliminated. With regard to the addition, I recommend approval with modification, finding that the rear addition will not be visible from the public thoroughfare, that the building currently features a full lot rear extension, therefore the construction of the proposed addition, which is not as deep as the existing addition, will not diminish the presence of a rear yard, that the rear addition is simply designed featuring punched openings and brick masonry, that the proposed roofing material will match the existing historic slate roofing, that the basement through second floor at the rear of the building underwent multiple alterations in the 20th century, and that the third floor of the rear facade does not possess any significant architectural features. Therefore, a smaller rear addition, which does not rise above the third floor, will not result in the removal of significant historic fabric. However, I find that the construction of the addition would result in the removal of 2 original historic dormers at the rear facade, and the installation of a bulkhead on the sloped roof would diminish the special character of the historic roof line. Therefore, I recommend that the addition be reduced by 1 story to preserve the 2 historic dormers, and the bulkhead be eliminated from the sloped roof.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is item number 11. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan.
Nobody can hear. It's distorted. Okay.
Item 11 is docket number 184679, 563 Park Avenue in the Upper East Side Historic District. It's a neo-Renaissance style apartment building built in 1909-10. The application. Let's finish it. The application is to modify a fence and gate and install a barrier-free access lift.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Corey Harala, Preservation staff. As was noted, the application is to install a lift. This will occur in an areaway on the East 2nd Street side of the building, and it also includes modifications to an existing fence, which this lift will be partially concealed by and seen through towards the areaway from the public thoroughfare. With that, I'll turn it over to the architect to go through the full presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is David Weiner. I'm the architect helping the owners of 563 Park Avenue with their proposal to install a vertical platform lift for handicap accessibility in the side yard of that building. I want to just briefly describe the building and then explain why we're proposing to put the lift where we are, and then finally just discuss the specific modifications necessary to make it work. So the photo down at the bottom of the picture shows the front facade of 563 Park Avenue. That's located on the northeast corner of East 62nd Street. Park Avenue is on the far left. The side yard is on the far right, which I'll discuss in a minute. I want to just briefly describe the issues. When the owners first came to me asking about providing for accessibility, naturally we looked at the front entrance, but there's a set of issues that prevented us from being able to make that work. As you can see from the photo, there's a set of steps that project out into the sidewalk with some side low walls around them. And in the plan above, you can see that once you're inside, there's another 9 or so steps necessary to get up to a mezzanine level, which is where the access to the elevator banks are. So in trying to figure out the best way to do this, we naturally looked at a fold-down incline lift for the front entrance, realizing that that presented a number of problems. Specifically, there wasn't enough room over by the front entrance to get the drive box necessary to power that. Additionally, we would need a second one of those once we were inside in order to get up to the elevator bank, and there wasn't enough clearance at the bottom of the landing to make all that work. Additionally, the fold-up lift would be somewhat awkward sitting on the front sidewalk if it were even possible to make it work. You'll also note the windows on the sidewalk, and again, that ruled out the possibility of a ramp. So the other possibility was to put it in the side yard. And on the lower left, you see a photo of the existing fence, which is a gate there. And in that sidewalk area, there's a set of steps that go down to the basement level, which has access to an entry door that would allow somebody potentially to be able to get inside the building at the basement level, which is approximately 4 feet down from the sidewalk level. So the solution to us seemed to be to provide, there's a section through it, You can see the sidewalk being 4 feet higher than the basement level and the entry doors to get into the basement level. In deciding what to do that would make the most sense, we said that there was enough space to provide for a vertical platform lift, which, as you know, is a sort of box that looks like the telephone booth has been cut off, the roof has been cut off of it. It simply goes up and down and would provide a way to get into that basement level. And so in discussion with the staff, we decided that maybe the best thing to do was to mimic the existing door that's there now on the far right, create a new door, which would be accessing the lift behind that, and then the 18-inch or so side panel to the left would provide a location for the call station buttons in order to get the lift. So to briefly describe how that would work, the new door, sort of to the left of the existing door, would be powered simultaneously to operate with the lift. Somebody would then be able to go into the lift, close both doors automatically when they operated the lift, and then exit out into the basement level and get into the basement from that level, which would allow access to elevators. Similarly, the same thing would be true in reverse. And so we thought this was sort of the most modest, fairly innocuous way of solving this problem, trying to keep as much of the fence intact as possible and providing for accessibility. Really the only way it seemed to make sense in this particular instance, given the existing conditions. Thank
Okay,
you. Happy
thank
to
you.
answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Okay, there's one speaker, Elizabeth Fagan.
Good afternoon, Elizabeth Fagan, Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. The proposed access lift will not affect any historic fabric and is a better option over the installation of a ramp at the main entry to the building, which would be a complicated endeavor due to the multiple sets of steps leading to the lobby. We wonder, though, about the user's experience when operating this lift, traveling down an alley and through a basement door just to access the building. Although we regret the loss of the flowers and greenery behind the fence that serve to brighten up the alleyway, Friends can support this proposal. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Community Board 8 recommends approval. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? We can close the hearing. Any comments? Okay, good. John?
In the matter of docket number 18-4679, 563 Park Avenue in the Upper East Side Historic District, the application is to modify a fence and gate and install a barrier-free access lift. I note the style, scale, materials, and detailing of the building are among the features which contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper East Side Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the installation of the proposed barrier-free access lift will not result in any damage to or detract from any significant architectural feature of the building, that the proposed lift will be of a modest scale, simply detailed and finished to blend with its context, that the proposed modifications to the existing metal service entrance gate and fence, including the installation of a solid metal panel and gate to match the surrounding conditions, will partially obscure the lift from view while maintaining some transparency at the top of the fence, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the Upper East Side Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 12 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 19, 1300. It's 50 King Street, located within the Charlton King Van Dam Historic District. This is an apartment house built in 1955, and the application is to construct a barrier-free access ramp.
Good afternoon, Victor Dominick, Preservation staff. As you had mentioned, this is 50 King Street, an apartment building constructed in 1955, Charlton King Van Dam Historic District. The applicant is proposing to install a ramp for barrier-free access. We have some existing conditions, photos here. It's just a concrete sidewalk with a planting bed on either side of the opening. The applicant is proposing to remove this cheek wall here and push it towards the left, and then install a ramp that's in this portion of the sidewalk. The renderings show it in the clearest. So this is the current condition, and then this is the condition where the cheek wall is moved to the left, and then a simple ramp coming down. They did look at installing the ramp within the planting bed. However, they'd like to maintain that for aesthetic reasons, and also because this is an apartment at the lower floor.
This is a what?
There's an apartment at the lower floor at this level, so they didn't want to put the ramp right up against their windows. And then here's the existing renderings, and then the proposed with the ramp. And the applicants are here if you have any further questions.
Are there any questions? Okay. Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval. Do we have any other questions? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? I think it seems straightforward. Clearly this is not the building for which the district was created. But I'm just, and I sort of appreciate that they want to keep the landscaping next to the unit. It's it'd be terrible to have your ramp right there.
And next to an apartment.
And exactly, because it's an apartment. But if you look down the street, there are other, like stoops and other things that are actually in the sidewalk as well. So in some ways, even though the ramp will be now a little bit in the sidewalk, if you look further down, the other row houses actually have their stoops as well. So I think overall it can fit in within the streetscape.
Okay.
Addie?
Yeah. Okay. In the matter of 50 King Street in the Charlton King Van Dam Historic District, it's an apartment house built in 1955, and the applications to construct a barrier-free access ramp. I recommend approval, finding that the installation of the proposed ramp will allow for barrier-free access to the building without damaging or altering any significant architectural features of the building or areaway, that the ramp will be modest in length and will feature a simple L-shaped run, that the proposed concrete ramp, paving, and metal railing with a black finish will be in keeping with the materials palette of the building and typical sidewalk conditions, that the horizontal railings harmonize with the age and style of the building, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the buildings or the Charlton King Van Dam Historic District.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Commissioners, item 13 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 193645. This is 54 Bond Street, the Bowery Lane Theater, an individual landmark. This is a French Second Empire style building designed by Henry Engelbert and built in 1874, and the application is to install signage.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Karina Bishop, Preservation Staff. This is a proposal for work at 54 Bond Street, the Bowery Lane Theater, an individual landmark located between the Bowery and Lafayette Street, which is also located within the NoHo Historic District extension. The application is to install signage adjacent to the Bond Street storefront facade for the ground floor tenant, which will include a bracket sign attached to a freestanding metal post and a plaque sign hung to the non-historic areaway ironwork. Please also note that in February 2016, the Commission approved at a public hearing the installation of a bracket sign attached to the cast iron pier at the first floor of the Bowery Street facade. So right here. This building is entirely made of cast iron, and therefore any penetrations to the facade cannot be approved at staff level. The architect, James Vera, is here to present.
Good afternoon. My name is James Vera with Vera Line Architecture. As Karina mentioned, our site is our proposal is for signage at 54 Bond Street, which is at the corner of Bowery and Bond. As you can see, my client, Billy Reed, is at the western end of the building, pulling in foot traffic from the Bowery Street side a little more challenging. Currently, their existing signage is on the glass above the entry doors. With the cast iron, we really want to be sensitive to that and not make any, try to touch it at all, actually. So our proposal is for a pole-mounted bracket sign adjacent to the entry, and the fence-mounted sign next to the stair. And then you can see on the right-hand side the approved bracket sign. So our proposed sign is an 18-inch by 36-inch wood sign, black painted with bronze lettering. That's attached to a black painted bracket, and then that is secured to a fluted white pole. The pole extends down into the areaway in front of the building and is attached into the brick masonry below grade. You can see here in these images on the left where the sign would be in front of the building, and then next to where the bracket would be in the brick. The other proposal side is the plaque sign on the fence. It's worth noting that the fence itself is not historic. It's not even installed yet. It's an approved design for the building as part of the renovation. Mimics the style of this bracket sign with the black painted wood and the bronze lettering. These are some details showing how the sign will be attached to the fence. Everything's meant to be removable and with no real damage to the existing structure. We're hanging it on rings that are then attached to the back of the wood plaque, and it just gives it more of a freestanding quality. Next two images are photo montage images showing the pole-mounted bracket sign and then the fence sign. The fence you see on the left is the proposed sign that's been photoshopped in. What's on the right is what's existing currently. And this last slide shows the same from a different angle, but also includes the corner-mounted bracket sign. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions?
So you're removing the signage that's on the windows?
Above the door?
Yeah.
We had discussed that. Is that? That's not currently that.
Okay. Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval of the pole-mounted blade sign and denial of the wooden sign on the fence. All right, do we have any questions for the applicant? Yes. Okay.
I think the sign on the fence seems anomalous. I'm just wondering if the applicant can point to other signs on fences in this historic district or others, and I just don't recall them particularly.
No, it's really sort of an odd thing. But we're trying to, as a retailer, they're trying to get as much as they can get from a advertising standpoint. We try to be as discreet as possible with that fence-mounted sign, but we know it's a bit of an anomaly.
Commissioners, we have approved this type of signage in the past, in particular when it's a basement level tenant and they have no visibility, then we would do on the fence with rings like this, which is readily removable. Yeah.
What is the basement? This is the whole ground floor.
The priority for my client is the blade sign, is the perpendicular sign.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? We can close the hearing. Any comments? Yes, John.
Well, I think the signage is in some sense necessary, and relative to the size of the building, proportionally, I mean, it's a very small amount of signage and hardly noticeable, and they're not going to do any damage. I'm fine with it.
I would agree. Any concerns? Okay. Kim?
In the matter, am I on? In the matter of 54 Bond Street, Bowery Lane Theater, individual landmark. Application is to install signage. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed size of the bracket sign adjacent to the Bond Street facade is in keeping with the commercial and manufacturing character of the buildings along the street and within the NoHo Historic District. that the facade of this building is entirely cast iron, and therefore the placement of the bracket sign attached to the freestanding metal post will not eliminate or cause damage to any significant architectural features of this individual landmark, that the freestanding metal posts will be secured through the mortar joints at the subgrade vault, and therefore the installation will be easily reversible, that the freestanding metal posts will be minimal in design and painted white to blend with the facade of the building, helping it recede from view, that the proposed plaque sign will be affixed to reconstructed non-historic ironwork and therefore would not eliminate or cause damage to any significant architectural features of the areaway or streetscape, that the proposed placement of the bracket signs, bracket and plaque signs, will be in close proximity to the storefront entrance which they serve, that the proposed bracket and plaque signs will be well scaled to the facade and will not overwhelm the storefront of the Bond Street facade, that the design and materials of the proposed bracket and plaque signs featuring black painted wood with pin-mounted bronze lettering are in keeping with the materials palette of the buildings, and that the overall amount of signage with the proposed bracket and plaque signs on Bond Street, along with the previously approved bracket sign on Bowery, will not be excessive and will not detract from the architectural features of this individual landmark or the NoHo Historic District extension.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Commissioners, item 15 on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness. The Borough of Manhattan, docket number 191149. This is 107 Mercer Street, located within the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. This is a store and loft building designed by J.B. Snook and built in 1878. The application is to install a flagpole.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Commissioners. Egbert Stolk Preservation Staff, and I present to you an application for 34 Dominick Street, an individual landmark located between Hudson Street and Varick Street in Lower Manhattan. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions. The rooftop addition will be partially visible over the primary facade from Dominick, Hudson, and Spring Street. A larger portion of the bulkhead will be visible at the southwest over the rear facade from Watts and Canal Street. Because of existing construction at the neighboring lots, right here, the rooftop and rear yard additions will not be visible from Broome Street. Ben Herzog, the architect of the project, will present the application on behalf of the owner.
Hello everyone, my name is David Mendelson. I'm with Ben Herzog Architect. Ben Herzog and Aaron Chow from our office are here, as are our clients, Therese Esperdy and Robert Naborak. The project is 34 Dominick Street, as just described. It's on a block that is notable for the entrance to the Holland Tunnel. It is among the small buildings at the center of the block. We have the Holland Tunnel entrance here, 12 and 14-story buildings to the sides, and the two light gray buildings are taller buildings currently under construction. The front facade of the house is not being affected by the work. The original house, dating from 1826, was once a two-story house, like number 32 on the left. The third floor was added around 1866, along with this addition towards the rear of the house and this little bump out that you can see up here. The house was modified again when the Holland Tunnel was constructed. The street was raised in the 20s, effectively burying the basement apartment windows. On the right, you can see the construction currently underway of number 32. An aerial over Dominick Street gives an idea of the bulkhead that we're showing up on the roof. It is set well back from Dominick Street to minimize visibility, We've got the tunnel entrance right here, tall buildings to the sides, and later we'll see the view through this parking lot with its stacked parking. For a view from the rear of the building, the existing bump out and deck here, we are proposing a new greenhouse structure in roughly the same area. The greenhouse is not visible from public way. The new bulkhead is up on the roof, along with a roof deck and necessary guardrail. You'll see that we are proposing to infill between the existing chimneys with a new parapet wall of reclaimed brick, which, as you'll see, blocks the view of the new bulkhead from Dominick Street. The elevation before and after, not that you ever see this view, but when you look up, your eye would much more naturally go to the new building under construction towering over the rear, which you can see in this section more clearly. This is a composite of proposed structures going up nearby. So these are the ones we would see over the top from Dominick Street or from Spring Street. The building in question is down here through the trees. This is what's going up around it. The front elevation, again, we are not touching the front elevation itself, but we see the new bulkhead and the guardrail at the top set back. At the rear, the back of the same bulkhead and the greenhouse structure, which is not visible. We've got some sightline diagrams leading to the sections. So the bulkhead height is based on having an 8-foot ceiling height as you step out onto the roof deck, and then trying to keep the roof structure low over that. The section of the greenhouse at the back, it's the 6-foot maximum depth in roughly the same area as that existing addition. I'll go through the plans and other sheets more quickly, unless you have any questions. Let's see. The parapet that we're raising along the roof, as I mentioned before, up at the front, it's just steel and cable guardrail. Partway back, we're doing a new outdoor fireplace within the wall. The view from Dominick Street is minimal. If you stand in just the right spot, if you can see from the mock-up, this is the tiny bit of the bulkhead that you would be able to see. This is just the cable guardrail at the front. And by raising the parapet wall here, the bulkhead is hidden. This is the view from roughly 2 blocks away, viewed at a diagonal. So the bulkhead is seen over the roof of the neighboring buildings. You can see that most clearly here. This is the rear facade of the building in question. Using Photoshop to get rid of the trees on the proposed view, that's what you would see zoomed in of the bulkhead at the top from 2 blocks away.
So in terms of visibility and the rear facade, is that just the top floor that you see, or the top 2 floors?
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends how clearly you want to see it. This is the top floor of number 34 of the building next door.
Okay.
As you come down, there's a lot of interference in the front. So, yeah, you can see maybe the top story and a half, depending.
I guess I'm just curious, can you see the lower levels where you're making the changes?
You cannot see where the greenhouse is.
Okay, that was my question. Okay.
Okay, so these are pointing out the few spots that you can see it from. Right here, these are the 2 very narrow spots on Dominick Street. You're basically looking through the dormers here, and the view of the bulkhead, again, will be concealed. From the far corner at either end of the street, you cannot see the work we're doing. C, that's this view looking through the parking lot across the street. Between the stacked parking, you will be able to see the new bulkhead beyond. But I think your view is much more naturally drawn to the much taller buildings that exist and that are going up more closely. And there's a narrow slot from photo E between these buildings and through the trees here. This is the view we discussed before from around the corner of Canal and Hudson, up to about 2 blocks away, looking over the Holland Tunnel entrance. And the view from along here, you can see it right now, but those will be blocked by the new 15 and 18-story buildings going up. These are some other examples of similar buildings with more visible additions, and we think ours will have much less of an impact.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Right, no questions. We'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. As we testified earlier for a proposal at 4 St. Mark's Place, another individually landmarked federal townhouse, we are troubled by the amount of historic fabric to be removed here. The proposal for this individual landmark calls for taking out a massive amount of historic material in the rear and putting a visible addition on its roof, both of which would irreversibly alter this rare survivor. HDC urges the Commission not to approve. Thank you.
Are there other speakers on this item? Okay, no other speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. Do we have any additional questions for the applicant? If no other questions, we can close the hearing. All right, comments?
I'll make a comment.
Yes.
I dare say that this little federal house never could have dreamed that 200 years later it would be surrounded by the city that now surrounds it and impacts it. And I would make the comment that that the impacts of all those other actions over time are far greater to this building than what I think of as very minimal here and almost not visible from any public public place. And when it is visible, it's seen against the backdrop of so much of that other city that I was just referring to. So I don't find a problem with it.
I would agree with that. And I know that we heard some testimony about significant amount of removal, but I actually don't think it's that significant. And I would agree that whatever visibility is there, it's set against huge buildings all around it. And so I think it's fairly modest.
Survivor.
And it'll continue to survive.
I mean,
yes.
the only thing I would add to that, I agree, is with everything you were saying, and Fred too. I remember when we didn't landmark these that long ago, and they were landmarked because we were only really given 2 choices: either make a district or have an individual, and there weren't enough here because of that history to create a district. So I don't think these were, these were acknowledged to have been modified over time in history, and I think that, goodness gracious, their survival as structures, I think, is quite threatened by the development around them, and it's a good thing that they've been landmarked. But I think that anybody who may be against their doctor's better judgment would invest in making these long-term places to hang out outdoors is, it's a good thing. Let them do it. I think it's fine.
All right. Any other comments? Okay. Yes, Michael.
Regarding 34 Dominick Street in an individual landmark, the application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions. I recommend approval, finding that the alterations to the rear facade will not be visible from any public thoroughfare, that the existing 1-story rear extension is not historic. It is a non-historic 20th century addition, and therefore its removal will not cause the removal of significant historic fabric. That the proposed greenhouse addition featuring glass and metal cladding, metal deck, and staircase will maintain the scale and character of the building as an individual row house. That the proposed greenhouse will not extend into the rear yard beyond the existing extension and therefore will not overwhelm the building or the site. That the top 2 floors will remain intact, thereby preserving the scale and character of this individual landmark. That the rooftop at bulkhead and railings will only be minimally visible in conjunction with the primary facade and from a great distance over the rear facade from Hudson and Watt Streets, and will be seen in the context against the backdrop of surrounding taller buildings. That the materials palette of the rooftop addition featuring glass, lead-coated copper standing seam roofing, cable guardrails, and metal dark metal colored stucco is consistent with typical rooftop accretions. It will not call undue attention to the installation, and that the proposed work will not detract from the significant architectural or historic character of this individual landmark.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Next item is item number 15, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 19-1149, 107 Mercer Street in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District, Block 499, Lot 37, a store and loft building designed by J.B. Snook and built in 1878. The application is to install a flagpole.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Murdock Preservation Staff. The application is for modifications at 107 Mercer Street, located on the west side of Mercer Street between Spring and Prince Street in the Soho Cast Iron District. The proposal includes the installation of a flagpole within the storefront framing. The representative is here to explain the details of the proposal.
Good afternoon, committee. Okay, first a little bit background about our brand. We are a fashion brand. We started like 4 years ago. Also, we are pretty young. We already participate in New York Fashion Week for 5 times already. We already have a Soho store back to 3 years ago, and this is our second store. It's a big adventure for us, and it's a big economic risk visit. One key issue we are facing now is to have a proper signage to attract traffic flow from the store, because when we just start out at this location, we are incurring huge loss. So we are hoping that a proper size will make traffic flow, drive traffic flow into our store. And specifically, we are proposing a storefront sign of the size of 3 feet by 4 feet. And we propose this size based on extensive research, as I will show in the following slides. Okay, so in terms of the location, the store is located at the corner of Spring Street and Mercer Street. And this is a front view of the store, and actually there's a city bike station right in front of us. And this is before and after the sign installation, and this is going to be a fabric sign. As I mentioned, the size is 3 feet by 4 feet. And I also have an insert of a picture to the right side. This is to address one of the concerns from the community board presentation. Their question if the sign may be blocking the fire escape ladder. As this third picture shows clearly, there's quite some distance. We measured it to be 14 inches. That's enough distance to make sure it will not block the fire escape ladder. And this is the architectural drawing before, and this is after. I mean, from front view, the only difference is really the vinyl applique to the window. The signage, they do not exceed 20% of the glass area as allowed by the regulation. And now to the upper left corner is really the architectural drawing, the details of our sign. This and the lower left side is the colors of the, basically it's a white background of the fabric, and this black lettering and logo. And this architectural drawing also try to resolve another concern raised by the community board. They question if this the way the pole anchored to the structure may damage historical material or not. So here we're proposing a bracket sign with a bracket below the pole, because everything actually is attached to. Let me show roll back a little bit. It's attached to the window frame, which is a wood material. It's not part of historical materials. So if it goes, if you have anything above, that will attach to a historic building. But if you have an angle bracket from below, it will not damage any of the historical material. And the sign is 3 feet by 4 feet. And from floor, the bottom of the sign will be 12 feet above the floor. That just inherits the older bracket sign height. Now the following probably 10 plus slides, I'm trying to to demonstrate why we think 3 feet by 4 feet is reasonable size, because we have done thorough research for all the area around of us. Specifically, when you see the map to the right, this street with the highlight marks, these are streets we surveyed, for which we observe a lot of oversized sign. By oversized, I mean 2 feet by 3 feet. That is the maximum size for which we can get a staff level approval without hearing, but we decided to go a bit higher, but not much higher. 3 by 4 is 1 feet larger than 2 by 3 in each direction. But I will show that based on our observation, there are so many stores in our neighborhood that have a oversized sign that is much, much larger than our proposed sign. Specifically, this is a listing of the stores with oversized sign in our neighborhood. Now, this is probably more straightforward. Everything you see OS, every OS you see there is a store with oversized sign, which means over 2 feet by 3 feet. Now I'll give you a graphic view of these signs, the picture I took from the globe. You see they're really pretty decent sizes. So I kind of divide this research into 3 areas, north of us, south of us, and west of us. So this is north of us. And this is the source of us. You see there's many, I would say at least 50 of the stores are with oversized signs. Many of them are with very large signs. So this is a direct views, graphical picture of this. You see many of them are very large. This is west of us, mostly on Spring Street, and their pictures. Now there's 4 pictures, 4 signs I especially want to highlight because they're very close to us. Up right corner, I show these stars are the location. I'm trying to show the picture below them. All these 4 signs are very large. Close to the bottom, I give the estimate the size, like 7.5 by 4, 9 by 5.5, 7 by 5, 8 by 5.5. So they're in the range of 40 to 60 square feet.
And you're 3 feet by 4 feet?
Yeah, that's 12 square feet.
Okay.
Compared to them as a very moderate. We're not
Okay.
doing anything crazy. Especially the last one, Google side, because there's so many signs and many scenarios. There could be grandfather sign, there could be on violation, that could be approved by LPC, I don't know. But the last one, Google, they just appeared in the last 2 or 3 weeks because it appeared as my first round of research taking all these pictures.
Okay,
So
I think that's good. That's good. So are there any questions? Or are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? Community Board 2 recommends approval. Right, if we have no other questions for the applicant, we can close the hearing. Right, well, I think the applicant made a compelling case why the sign is appropriate. It's small, right, extensive research, but in the scale of this is more like a bracket sign, and they've also shown this likely that some of the hanging signs that they've shown may or not be legal, but even if we sort of assume that they're not all legal, I think the size and scale of this and within this building, I don't think it detracts from the historic character, would be appropriate.
I'd agree with that, but I would like if staff could give us a little context for this, because
I'd love to.
realize I don't understand the rules either.
Sure. Until, I believe it was 1992, when we established the bracket sign rules, the commissioners were routinely approving flagpoles on buildings in Soho. And then it came to a point where they looked around and felt that the proliferation of these very large flagpoles and banners was really obscuring the architecture of Soho. And that's how they came up and devised the bracket sign rules, which I think have been successful, and it enables us to do staff level approvals. There are rare occasions where tenants, applicants would like something larger, and we've reviewed it. Meredith did a survey of all of the map that the applicant has done and has identified, I think, 27 of those flagpoles were pre-1992. 11 have no permits, and 2 of them have open violations. So that's the context, what you're looking at. But given that this one is a lot smaller than a lot of the other ones that we've reviewed in the past.
Flags approvable at staff now?
The way we've been dealing with flags and banners is that we've been regulating the installation of the flag poles, and once the flagpole is up, we don't require to hang a banner, any sort of action from us. No permit from us is necessary. So if there's a grandfathered flagpole and they want to change their flag, they can do it without a permit.
Any size they want.
Mhm.
Okay, I think we're ready to go ahead. Yes, Michael.
In the matter of 107 Mercer Street in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District, an application to install a flagpole. I recommend approval, finding that the mounting of the flagpole within the storefront framing will not cause damage to the historic cast iron facade, that the placement of the flagpole within the exceptionally tall storefront opening will relate well to the store it serves, that the relatively modest scale of the flagpole and banner, including a 5-inch by 8-inch projection of the flagpole to accommodate a 3-foot by 4-foot banner, will not obstruct significant features of the facade or overwhelm the building, that the streetscape includes other grandfathered flagpole installations, and the work will not diminish the special architectural historic character of the building or the Soho Cast Iron Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay. Next is item number 16, application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 19-1605, 33 Howard Street in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension, block 5209, lot 8, a Greek Revival style house built circa 1824 to 25 and later altered. The application is to install a barrier-free access lift.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ik ben Stork Preservation Staff, and I present you an application for 33 Howard Street, located between Lafayette Street and Broadway in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension. The application is to construct a barrier-free access lift at the storefront entryway. Robert Strong, the architect of the project, will present the application on behalf of the owner.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is a fairly simple application where you are being sued for handicapped access. So we looked at a ramp, which was not possible because it would be about an 18-foot ramp. It's an 18-inch rise. The alternative was a handicapped ramp, or I'm sorry, a handicapped lift, and so we're putting it where there used to be a access to the cellar. And so this shows where the lift is located. It has the 18-inch rise. You enter from the sidewalk, and then when you rise up to the level of the floor of the store, the door to the store opens and the door to the handicap opens. And here shows the before and after. The lift itself is going to be black, but it's not shown in black here because it would be mushed. So we're trying to help you understand how it would look. And I believe that these are, here you can see Howard Street. And this is just a general streetscape. We're on the south side of Howard Street, almost directly across from the Crosby Street start, the bottom of Crosby Street. And there are a number of these loading docks in this district. So,
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any speakers on this item? Our Community Board 2 recommends approval. So if we don't have any other questions for the applicant, we can close the hearing. Are there any concerns about this?
Yes.
Yes, but it's a reality.
I don't know that we can do anything about it. Outside, I think part of the problem of solving these Soho and Tribeca accessible problems when they're being solved totally within a small property as opposed to a bigger property or a series of properties, as we sometimes see. It's very limiting because of just the dimension available, and therefore you're kind of backed into this solution.
Right, because I think we've seen in places like in Dumbo, and when they're bigger buildings, they can put the ramp, and the ramp becomes a part of the features that were typically loading docks, etc. And
Or they lower the first floor.
right.
It's a big job.
Yeah, it's big jobs there. Okay, Wellington?
In the matter of 33 Howard Street, Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension, the application is to install a barrier-free access lift, noting the building scale, style, scale, materials, and details among the features that contribute to the special architectural historic character of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District Extension. I recommend approval, finding that the installation of the barrier-free access lift will not damage or detract from any significant architectural features of the building, that the lift will be located within the footprint of the existing metal loading dock, is modest in scale, simply detailed, and in keeping with the industrial character of the building and the streetscape, that the proposed lift is reversible and will provide barrier-free access to the building in its least intrusive manner possible, that the painted black finish will allow it to blend with the black painted finish of the surrounding diamond plate loading dock.
A second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, item 17 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 194527.
There's a law firm that goes around and sues.
This is 69 Gansevoort Street, located within the Gansevoort Market Historic District. This is a modern-style restaurant and apartment building designed by George H. Seuss, built in the 19th century and altered from 1907 to 1949. The application is to install storefront infill and signage.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Karina Bishop, Preservation Staff. The application before you is 69 Gansevoort Street, located between Washington Street and 9th Avenue in the Gansevoort Market Historic District. The application is to approve the existing storefront alterations, which were previously permitted under Certificate of No Effect 185205, issued in April 2016. The work included the removal of the deteriorated stainless steel storefront and the installation of a new stainless steel storefront, awning, and restorative work at the parapet. Upon subsequent review, it was determined by the legal department of LPC that these changes should be reviewed by the full commission, and the previous permit was rescinded on November 6, 2016. The proposal before you today includes the installation of a new bracket sign, which was not included in the previous application and is pending DOB approval for a lower height at 8 feet above the sidewalk. John Weiss is going to say a few words, and then the applicant is here to present.
Just to follow up on what Karina said, a staff level permit was issued for the storefront. It was, as it is now installed, it's in compliance with that staff level permit. We received a complaint after the permit was issued. We looked into the matter, determined there was one criteria that was not met for a staff level permit, and so we rescinded that permit and told the applicant to come back and file for a certificate of appropriateness, which is why they're here today.
What was that aspect that wasn't?
There was a significant historic fabric was removed in terms of the bulkhead, was reduced from about 40 inches, the storefront bulkhead was reduced from about 40 inches down to 18 inches. And because of that, we asked them to come back for a C of A.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes. Okay. Although you can go, I think we've already kind of understood the case, but go ahead. You can go through it briefly.
Okay. I'm Rex Solier from Walton, Murdock Architects, on behalf of my client, Madewell, which is owned by J. Crew. And we just very quickly, we searched the historic photos, and this has become, the restaurant was an incredibly powerful place in New York, Florent restaurant, which I'm very sensitive to. My wife, when we were just dating, is the first restaurant we went to. So So we had the job. I would have loved to have it stay a restaurant, but it was rented out as apparel. So we had two issues to deal with. One is that apparel can't, there's no way to market apparel in that higher bulkhead. And as you can see from these photos, the stainless steel storefront was deteriorated with many holes and so forth. And second of all, the lintel over the storefront was completely gone. And so we had to take the parapet down, we had to take everything down. So what we did is we saved the sign and restored it in the sense of just putting structure behind it. We left all the finishes on it because we know how dear it is. And we tried to mimic all the finishes that were there as best we could with modern materials, modern techniques. And I think the only really significant change is lowering that bulkhead. It's just the light. Anyway, there's no other mullions. The window is now a 2-part mullion instead of a 3-part. And our door is a bit higher because we wanted to make the door look like an entrance as opposed to the service door that's on the right. We took off all the existing lighting. We didn't add any more lighting. We put a sign, a fluorescent sign, a neon sign that similar to the original Florent sign in the window. And the thing we are asking for now that we didn't apply for earlier is this bracket sign, which complies in every way except that it's not 10 feet off the sidewalk. And we're gonna, if it's approved by this board, which we would most appreciate, we can go back to buildings and get a variance to put it in. The reason we want to put it at the lower elevation is that if we put it up high where it should be, it's either on the sign above or hanging over the sign above, which I think, would just be very confusing. Second of all, there is a historic, if you look at the original photo over there, there is a historic location for that sign down lower, adjacent to the main building sign.
Could I ask that right now, because it's up here, that the mullions in the new store are what was approved? Because they're different from what was in the restaurant, but I see in the historic photo, it seems to have one central mullion. So that's what was applied for?
This was what was approved at a staff level previously. What you see, we didn't vary at all from what we.
Right, but just going back, but the 1940 photograph, the historic photograph, has the bulkhead is also lower than what it was in 1980, correct?
Correct.
And it had the just 1 mullion.
It did. It's much similar to our layout, but exactly.
Okay, so
So-
that was probably part of the reason for the confusion.
That-
Okay.
That's correct. That staff
Right,
used
okay.
that as the basis for the
Got
restorative
it.
permit.
Okay, but it goes back to what it was in 1940, right? And that's great. Okay. Are there other questions? We have one speaker, Sarah B. Knappman.
Sarah B. Knapp, Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. GVSHP appreciates the opportunity to review the renovation of this architecturally and historically significant building within the Gansevoort Market Historic District. We also appreciate the efforts that were made by the applicant in the restoration of the R&L sign and the replication of many of the elements in the facade to contribute to its historic integrity. However, in reviewing the application, GVSHP felt 2 elements were not fully in keeping with the significant and protected qualities of this important building. We felt that the center entry would be improved if it included a transom, as it previously had, and we somewhat felt that the bulkhead had been lowered too much. It should either remain the height it was prior to the renovation, or at most be slightly reduced from what it had been. Thank you.
Are there other speakers? All right, Community Board 2 recommends approval. Do you want to respond to any of the testimony, or do we have any questions? Okay. All right, so if we have no other questions, we can close the hearing. Right, comments? Yes.
And I think it's a reasonable reuse. I think that we've seen much more extreme versions that have been approved. I think that this is an especially sensitive location for people in the meatpacking district and people who know it from its earlier era. But I think that the work proposed is sensitive and is in keeping with its most famous recent past. I think that the placement of the blade sign is appropriate. I think the fact that the 1940 storefront layout is very similar in proportion and layout to the current one argues for its approvability, and I think the applicant should be thanked by the city for restoring that sign. And we just saw a project in the village where just this issue was a source of great conflict, and I think it's a testament to Madewell's trust in its clientele that they can inhabit this historic building happily.
And no, they're not coming in for lunch.
Come for lunch.
All right.
Take home a shirt.
Okay. Yes, that's it. Fred? Yes.
Okay, in the matter of 69 Gansevoort Street, Gansevoort Market Historic District, this is an application to install storefront infill and signage. I note that the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the historic district. I further note that the existing storefront alterations were previously approved under certificate of no effect 18-5205 issued in April of 2016. Upon further review, it was determined that these changes should be reviewed by the full commission since the storefront was called out in the designation report and the previous permit was rescinded on November 6, 2016, pursuant to Title 63, Section 7-06 of the Rules of the City of New York. I recommend approval, noting that the 1949 modern style stainless steel storefront cladding was in a deteriorated and structurally unsound condition, warranting its removal and the reconstruction of the facade. I think there's something wrong with the AV, right? That the design of the new storefront infill, featuring a two-paned display window and a bulkhead measuring 1 foot 8 inches in height, recalls the bulkhead and display window of the original R&L restaurant storefront documented in the 1940 tax photo. That the new storefront infill also recalls the modern style alterations from 1949, featuring the corrugated stainless steel cladding at the bulkhead and piers and double leaf metal and glass entry doors. That the new storefront infill, featuring a lowered bulkhead height from the previous 3 foot 6 inches, supports the adaptive reuse of this storefront for a retail function and is in keeping with the characteristic evolving nature of the district. That the removal of the wood entrance door at the eastern bay of the facade did not cause the removal of any significant historic fabric, and that the new stainless and glass entry door is more in keeping with the industrial and commercial character of the storefront and streetscape. That the proposed bracket sign will be installed on the new stainless steel pier and therefore will not cause damage to or loss of any significant historic fabric, and that the proposed size and design of the bracket sign is in keeping with the commercial and manufacturing character of the buildings with the Gansevoort Market Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay. Commissioners, item 18 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 193315. This is 464 through 480 Hudson Street, aka 72 through 84 Barrow Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is an apartment house designed by Renwick, Aspinwall, and Tucker and built in 1925-26. The application is to legalize the installation of signage and alterations to the shopfront without permits and to install mechanical units in the side alley.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Leanne Pollock, Preservation Staff. This item is for 464-480 Hudson Street, located between Grove Street and Barrow Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The property houses the Health and Harmony food store. The proposal is to legalize several violations at the property which were completed without permits, including the installation of canvas wall-mounted signage within the sign bands seen here, and alterations to the storefront consisting of installing additional framing and modifying the infill to accommodate display cases that open from the outside for the installation of signage. You can see that a little bit in here, and you'll see that in the next slide as well. If the signage in the display windows is removed, the backs of the shelving units are visible, as you can see in this exhibit right here. Inside, the store has limited space with narrow aisles and storage above the shelving units. And this is a picture inside. These shelving units are all against the display windows. This exhibit shows the existing and proposed conditions of the storefront. Originally, the store was approved to have larger sections of display glass. Let's see. They were originally supposed to be 2 panels total. Additional mullions were added here when the display cases were converted to an operable opening display case. And retractable awnings were originally approved with this signage as the awning skirt. The awning skirts were then converted to the wall-mounted signs within framing. The applicant is proposing to formalize the display signage by installing plaster backing on the backs of the shelves with seasonal displays. The proposal also includes a request to install mechanical units in the side alley, which is visible from the public thoroughfare. You can see that here in the proposed rendering. There's an existing gate across the side alley. This is the alley's gate along Hudson Street. And this is the side of the building going back into the alley. The mechanical unit is set back approximately 18 feet from Hudson Street and is installed against the wall. Piping would run directly into the window, allowing the elimination of the existing refrigerant piping that extends along the side of the wall. This shows existing photographs of the alley as seen from the sidewalk along Hudson Street, and also shows a proposed rendering of the mechanical unit. And this graphic shows what the unit itself looks like in the coloring. Alejandro Molino and Remzi Benaka are here to elaborate and to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Alejandro Molina. I'm an architect and I'm working with Ramsey, the owner of the store located at 470 Hudson Street. I have a thick accent and I'm also fighting a cold, so please do not hesitate on asking me to repeat if something that I said is not understandable. What we are proposing in terms of the legalizing the display cases is that instead of using the displays to put publicity, as right now is the fact, we want to put seasonal images that the store will maintain and will update according to the time of the year. And also, we would like to put the space to the disposition of the community board if at some point some art displays want to be, some art wants to be displayed there. We want to organize the existing signs, move them up and mount them directly onto the masonry, clearing the framing. Clearing the framing. Right now the signs are mounted, blocking here the framing. We want to move them up to clear the framing and mount them flat against the masonry so they are not protruding. And with the mechanical unit, we are relocating it to the side alley, and that will allow us to eliminate the piping that currently runs along the facade here And the unit will be set more or less 18 feet from the gate, and the gate partially blocks the view of the unit. So that's why we will think it's plausible to install it here on the side alley. I don't know if you have questions.
So just the display would be, what did you say the display would be? Seasonal, meaning it would be images? I'm sorry?
It would be a theme of if it's spring, summer, winter.
The store will maintain some set of images, like high resolution photographs, seasonally change it. If it's summer, we will put some summery images. If it's winter, wintry images.
Okay, and then you said something else. You said about the community board.
When we presented the idea to the community board, we thought that if there was an entity that could use the space, like the community board has some artist that needs a space to do a mural, they could probably, in an organized manner, use these cases. So we will, the owner of the store will have that at disposition to the artist.
Okay,
and the store owner will keep like the basic images in case that there's no.
Okay, and then finally you said something, these images would be mounted on the masonry.
I meant the signs. The signs right now, these signs up here, the campus signs, those signs were these signs that are currently in violation.
Oh, I see. Okay, you're talking about the signs above.
Signs. There are two violations. One is the storefront, the other ones are the signs. And the third petition here, which is not a violation, is the relocation of the mechanical unit.
Right, got it, okay.
So the signs right now are mounted, sticking off the facade about 10 inches because they are the end skirt of what was the retractable awning.
I see, okay. And you're going to make them into...
We're going to cut them back, mount them flat, and move it up to mount them clearly flat against the masonry. Right now, they kind of overlap a little bit the window frame.
Okay, understood.
Are we still going to see all the product stacked up in the top windows?
At some point, we thought of putting frosted like vinyl to kind of cover that a little bit and organize it. But in thinking also of keeping some open glass to maintain the relationship with the exterior, we kind of removed the frosted glass. We will probably try to organize it better, but the truth is that the store has limited storage capabilities. There is no other space for him to store merchandise than this local, and it's small inside, so we will have to organize it better. We could put the frosted vinyl if it seems a better proposal.
Okay, are there other questions? We have one speaker, Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the illegal storefront to be banal in its design and choice of materials and feels that infill of higher quality would be required if this item had come before the Commission in the first place. We ask that the storefront be corrected according to historic documentation for this building. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Are there any more speakers on this item? The Community Board 2 recommends approval of the signs, transom windows, and air conditioning condenser placement, and denial of the proposal for the installation of vitrines unless a master plan is formulated for the installations that provide at least partial views into the store and is submitted to Community Board 2 for review. Did you hear? Okay. So it was a denial unless they provided a master plan for the vitrines that would be submitted to Community Board 2. Do you have other questions for the applicant? Okay. We can close the hearing. Okay, I just want to make one comment because I think it comes from what you were saying and some of the issues that the Commission has been grappled with, which is the amount of transparency that there is and how much of the windows can be blocked. And what's interesting is that sometimes different retailers or establishments have a way of doing the business elsewhere, and they want to do it here. And the commission has worked with them to allow for more transparency, whether it's to push it back or provide more openings along the sides of these windows and fenestration. But in this case, I went to the store, and it is very, very tight. It's very, very tight. They have their shelves against this wall, and they go all the way up, and then I think then you have the storage above that. And I think it puts, it's just a very, it's a complicated issue, because trying to get more transparency really becomes where do you put these products. And I think because I've been to this establishment, and it's not particularly a big size, even though it looks like it because it's got a lot of frontage. But I think that it becomes very difficult to try and get them to push the shelf away by 1.5 feet, which would get them out of the realm of us, because it takes away circulation space or actual product space. So I think, my feeling is that we should try and think of a solution which allows for transparency, but recognizing that they have their products over there. On 6th Avenue, you have another situation where you have shelves and they're open and you can see the products, but it gives you the transparency, but you're really looking at the back of bottles. And I think the idea that they left these windows open on the top is still to have transparency, but then again, it's awkward because you have all their storage. So I think, we should think about that as well when we talk about this case and, whether it's appropriate or not.
Is this opaque? It's going to be opaque?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, if this is done right, it could be actually kind of a cool thing. But opaque, I'm wondering, in opera, there's a scrim which allows to see something, and sometimes the scrim is very thin and you see a lot, or sometimes it's very thick and you see a very little. So I wonder if this technology would allow, in effect, a thick scrim, so you see something through. But I mean, and then what is it you're seeing? You've been to the store. Is it just?
Well, it's the back of the shelves. So right now you have the back of the shelves. You have this. You have there.
I like that.
Right, and then.
Yeah, that's there.
Right, and so I think right now you have things plastered on it. So it's kind of a mishmash. But they've created these vitrine windows that you can open from the front, I think, from outside, so that they can actually put an organized display along the back of the shelves. Right. So.
Well, I mean, they have rented a store that has huge storefronts, so I think there's some sort of responsibility to think of that. We can't just say, oh, well, too bad you don't have more space, and you have to put everything right up against the front. I mean, they could have rented another kind of a store and wouldn't have had this problem. I don't know.
I mean, it's interesting because you go along Hudson Street and there are all kinds of variations. There are variations of transparency, there are variations of storefronts. So I do think that when you think about the streetscape overall, you'll find some balancing that may naturally take place, which is certain kinds of establishments have obvious transparency. Restaurants, for example, people like to sit and look out. Others, which are, pharmacies and some other kinds of establishments, don't have it. You have apparel stores. So I think overall, because there's such a mix of uses, when I walked along Hudson Street, and even with its hodgepodge right now, wasn't that distracting. And I think if it is done well, it could be kind of interesting. And I think the other thing is that it's not permanent. Another tenant will
Sure.
come, and that would allow for some, But I went inside. It's very tight. On one side, it's the whole entire cases where you have on one corner, which is where they have their refrigeration. On the other side, I think that if you go to the elevation, I think you're going to keep 2 panels clear. Isn't that correct? All the way up.
Right. Well, the doors are glass, and 2
Right.
panels here, which is like the front of the store. The other back door also will be glass, transparent at the
Right.
back.
So I think that, my recommendation is that they try and work with staff to get as much transparency as possible. But I do think that it's going to be hard to get like the full transparency that we've seen in other cases.
I agree with that.
But you may be able to, may require, I don't know what would be, because I don't remember the edge conditions, but I do know that this entire wall is pretty much, they've got all their products along it. Yeah.
I just would like to, I think that's a great recommendation, but I guess if this is going to be, so you'll get it, look, it's not like most people passing by. I'm not familiar with this particular retailer. It's not a Dwayne Reed where everybody understands what's inside, or even a department store where behind those mannequins and that whatever is in the window display, what's there. So on some level, my sense is, and I'm not a retailer, that you do yourself a little bit of disservice if you don't have a degree of transparency. However, if you're going to have predominant opacity, then I feel that the transparency at the top should not be showing your dirty laundry. So if you're going to do that, then my sense is then have opacity at the top, or maybe you don't need that much storage. You know what you need in terms of turnover. So I'm not really, telling you to get rid of it. I'm saying I appreciate the fact that you're trying to do something that from an aesthetics standpoint works, and also from a business standpoint will help you run your business. I don't feel that what's happening at the top is adding to is helping you completely accomplish your goal. And I do think, to the extent that you can add a little bit of transparency, that it would be helpful to you and to the sense that people get as they walk down the street. If you what?
FT on the top, just make sure that it's all transparent on top, no extra product on top.
Well, we closed the hearing in the context of a question and answer, but I think the intent was at eye level so that you could actually sort of look in and see the interesting products. So I don't know if you can try and keep like another bay open or something.
Also remember, since we're a natural store, natural light tempers with a product. It alters, since there are no preservatives in the product. The natural
You'll have to
light
come,
is
we'll have to reopen and you'll have to speak into that microphone if you're going to do that. Right. Yeah, go ahead.
Just
Corey.
one more thing, Commissioners, to point out. I think this image on the bottom right, this only shows one window, what you see once you remove the sign that's sort of applied directly to the back of the glass. But it does point out there may be additional opportunities where there are gaps sort of to the side and possibly above. Plus, the finished back to the shelves will give you some depth before you do catch the artwork or those other installations. So the idea is potentially that, maybe that there are other locations like this that do give sort of glimpse views into the store.
Right, and because
we just haven't determined that yet.
Right, and so especially if it's mounted on the back of the shelves, then that gives you some depth, right?
Right.
Okay. Yes, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think that the transom, it would be fine frosted. I think that the thing that's kind of troubling for me about the proposal is that one of the main purposes of having a storefront is to see if the store, what's in it. Is it open? It's kind of like, I mean, the things that we've approved in the past where we've completely blanked it out were really storefronts that weren't functioning as storefronts. To my recollection, either it was a lobby of an apartment building or something like that, or an office building that was no longer using its storefront. So I think that the idea that you raised is a great idea, and I think the transparency could either come, let's say, on the two end bays and let them go nuts in the middle, or maybe, I mean, like, you know, on every Gristedes or Stop and Shop that I've seen, you have a big window, and they put a poster up in the middle that says Calgon for 59 cents, but you can see around it. So maybe here you have, you know, a foot to the left, a foot to the right, that's clear, and you have in the middle a shelf that's that's got your, you know, the back of, I don't know, a street scene on it or something. I think that if the staff can get in there and deal with the nitty-gritty, I think that's a good solution. And in terms of the signage, I think that these odd cloth friezes should be removed, and just put lettering on the transom bar. I mean, you've got a transom bar that's nearly the same size as the cloth faux fascia or whatever that thing is. Just put the signage there. It's at a natural height. You've got it already, and then you can expose more of the original building, which is good.
Right, but I think they're Corey, where are they putting the signage? They're putting it.
They wanted to just take the fabric and flatten it up against the building so it didn't look like a fake canvas awning flap and looked like a sign band.
Correct. So right now they overlap a bit of the upper part of the storefront, and they project out a few inches. And so the applicant would propose to raise it above the lintel and put the frame.
Just get rid of it, or move it down, and have it go on the transom bar, just so that you're exposing more of the building.
I think that's a very interesting recommendation, actually.
I don't have any problem with the air conditioning or the gate.
Okay. So, all right, so let's see. Other comments? Any other comments on this?
Just as we're speaking, I tend to agree with most of the comments. And so the thing is, you know, if you want some perforation, the image that keep on coming back to my mind is, you know, MTA buses used to do lately, that type of thing. And it's not totally opaque. You can actually see through it. Yeah, I mean, so.
The problem is that those are completely opaque from the outside during the day.
No, they don't have to be. It's a question of.
Right, you can have it be bigger.
It's like fritted.
Oh, you mean for the piece above? Okay. Well, okay, so.
We have to do right by Jane Jacobs. This is her street.
Right, but I just want to talk about storefronts versus transparency. I think that they're storefronts, Macy's. They're storefronts which are they're display windows. They're not everything's not about looking. It is about something visual. So you look at something, whether it's a display of mannequins or it's looking at people eating. So I think from that perspective, the idea of having an interesting visual thing happening is not total, and especially if there's some depth to it, it's not completely inconsistent with the idea of storefronts. So let's say this. So how about if they work with staff on the issue of maximizing the amount of clear transparency as much as possible, if feasible, on the above transom. Is there a sort of overwhelming feeling that should be treated in some way so you don't see the back, or they should remove it? Because I think that was the other thing that they said, that
remove the stuff from
yes, remove the
either remove it or make it opaque.
I think it's all right if it's frosted or opaque.
Frosted or opaque. Okay, so some kind of scrim or something that can be done.
By the way,
because they said they do
on the transparency thing, I think it's totally fine, even though it would be covered by our regulations, for them to put shelving up against the clear windows. I think that should be allowed to count for transparent. If, it's okay to see through stuff,
Yeah, but okay.
You see that a lot in stores where they put bottles or things that are, decent looking.
I agree. In fact, the 6th Avenue cases, they put the shelves there. I just think I think it's sort of contrary to the spirit of what transparency is about, which is not transparency for transparency's sake, that you look at a bunch of bottles, but you do something which is visually exciting or inviting.
And like if you look at the store Basics, that hardware store, they have merchandise, their stuff. It's beautifully displayed, but this is different. This is just shelves. I mean, if they want to do something like that.
Look, I mean, I think that I may raise a suggestion as a way of giving them more flexibility. It's a small store. They're not selling at Dean and DeLuca prices, so they want to try to maximize their product. You know, and if we're saying to them, no, you must reduce the amount of storage space that you have, therefore you must reduce your stock, that's imposing a hardship. I'm saying, you know, let's figure out a way to give them back a little bit of what they want. But yeah, they got to fuss with it. They got to pick out the things that are most appropriate for being seen from both sides.
Right, so I think what we've agreed with, or generally it seems that we're okay with that if they need the storage at the transom on top, that they either make it opaque or they put a scrim or something so that you don't actually see what looks like, you know, storage. At the lower level, I think the issue is, I mean, I would recommend that they just work with staff to try and maximize their transparency where feasible. Is that okay? Okay. And in terms of the signage on top, I think you're responding not necessarily that they have sort of masonry mounted signage, but because it's going to be this fabric-y thing that was a leftover from.
It looks like
Or is it the location that you were because the location doesn't bother me.
It's both. I mean, the location wouldn't bother me if it were an awning, but it's not an awning. It's a sign band, and they've already got a sign band. It's not that historically there were either plaques or they were bigger or there was nothing.
Okay, others? I just want to give sort of clear direction on the signage.
It's not a make or break issue. So, don't care. I won't vote.
Are others okay with what they're proposing to do?
With the modifications that were suggested.
Well, yes, no, but for those modifications of the signage, which is, what they're proposing to do right now is remove it from where it is and mount it on masonry. So right now because right now it was, I think, used to be an awning which just sort of rolled up and then became fixed, which is kind of neither here nor there.
So where's the signage proposed? I'm sorry.
It's the band. So
The top of at the top, okay, where the awning was. I think that's all right. Seems reasonable.
Okay. All right, Jeannie?
Yeah, I think I have it. And if I don't.
It's whatever you say.
Exactly. Okay. In the matter of docket 19-3315, 464-480 Hudson Street, AKA 72-84 Barrow Street, Greenwich Village Historic District. The application is to legalize the installation of signage and alterations to the storefront without permits and to install mechanical units in the side alley. Does this work? Can you hear me? Okay. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the installation of additional framing and modification of storefront infill to accommodate display cases has not eliminated significant architectural features or historic fabric, that the storefront display window configuration is consistent with other storefronts located on the ground floor of the same building, that the proposed mechanical equipment will be installed in the side alleyway set back from the street wall and finished in a light color to blend with surrounding brick, minimizing its visual impact as seen from the public thoroughfare through a tall fence, that the installation of the mechanical equipment will not damage any significant architectural features, and that the modified storefront display windows and the installation of mechanical equipment in the side alleyway will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building and the Greenwich Village Historic District. However, I find that the window signage and interior shelves appear unfinished and obscure transparency at some of the ground level display windows and transoms, which is uncharacteristic of most storefronts within the streetscape and the historic district. Therefore, I recommend that the applicant work with staff to provide a finished appearance in the transom to obscure the interior shelves and to increase transparency in the display windows wherever possible.
All in favor? Any opposed? One opposed. Okay.
Okay, Commissioners, the last item on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 194621. This is 771 Washington Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. It's a garage building built in 1924-25. The application is to construct a rooftop addition, demolish portions of the building, raise the parapet, and replace windows and ground floor infill.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Karina Bishop, Preservation Staff. This is a proposal for work at 771 Washington Street, located at the northeast corner of Washington and West 12th in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The application is to construct a two-story rooftop addition atop the existing garage building built in 1925. The addition will be composed of a glass and steel curtain wall featuring an exterior steel trellis. The proposal also includes alterations to the brick parapet, reconfiguration of the ground floor storefronts and entrances, replacement of the existing historic steel windows at the second floor, and the demolition of the non-visible northeast corner of the building. Here to present is Bill Higgins and the architect.
Thank you, Commissioners. Bill Higgins of Higgins-Quaisbarth. I'd like to give you a bit of background, historical, existing conditions, and some of the thinking that's gone into the design of the project. And then George Schieferdecker and Harry Kendall of BKSK will present the design. Building is located on Washington Street and West 12th. It's at that western edge of the Greenwich Village District, where there's that interaction between residential buildings and buildings that are commercial, garage, light manufacturing. So this is the point where there are many of these kinds of buildings, and this proposal is not for a residential conversion. It is to continue a commercial use and possibly even the same uses that are in the building now. A very general view of what we are proposing with respect to the existing building. As you'll see from existing and historical conditions, this is not a restoration that we are proposing. It's a sort of adaptive restoration, or the result will be that the building will have much more of the character visually than the original than it does now. And then with respect to the proposed rooftop addition, it is a two-story rooftop addition, but by rebuilding and slightly extending by 3 courses of brick the parapets, the intention is that much of that addition will be sort of behind or within the sort of overall envelope of the building, so that the reading will be not so much as of a two-story reading as a sort of extended one-story addition, and very much in the scale of even the immediately adjacent row house next door. Also, the vocabulary of the addition is one that we are trying to reach a sort of contemporary interpretation of the sort of industrial vocabulary, which, as you'll see, is seen in the neighborhood. And one thing we did notice is that the existing building has an interesting interplay of horizontal and the vertical. In a sense, the facades are composed of these sort of vertical units that are kind of strung together, but then there's a horizontal force that comes from the windows themselves. And as I think you can see, the proposed addition really is composed of a series of these vertical units, which overall also maintains a horizontal reading. So there's that sort of interplay of the horizontal and the vertical. Existing conditions, this is the 12th Street side. As you can see, building has lost its original stepped parapets here. There have been a history of infilling and creating masonry openings or openings in the masonry at the ground floor. And as you'll see in more detail, there are issues with the condition of windows and masonry which need to be addressed. This is a view on Washington Street, and I think the message here is that this building has had to date a very interesting and very sort of neighborhoody adaptive use as a restaurant on the ground floor, or Budo, and industrial studios, an event space and photography studio above. But the use since the early 90s has had a kind of improvised quality about it. There are lots of inherent issues with this building, structural deterioration of windows, some pretty serious toxic materials issues from the original and historic uses of the buildings, and simply the time has come where these issues can't be dealt with on a sort of ad hoc improvisational basis anymore. This is the point at which a really substantial intervention needs to be done. And I think that sort of is at the essence of what this proposal is about. So here is the tax photo where you see the original condition, or very close to the original condition of the building. You can see that there are these step parapets on both of the facades, creating a kind of interesting volumetric and profile reading at the skyline. You can also see that where there have always been large openings, there's a combination of these large door and garage door openings and openings that have windows and brick bulkheads below. There's a similar view showing similar conditions on West 12th Street. Here is the landmark district designation photo of 1969, and you can see a number of things that have happened. While the step parapets have remained on Washington, they are gone on West 12th Street. You can see some really clear-cut evidence of the kind of gasoline tanks, etc., that are there and leaving their legacy now from the original combination garage and gas station / truck dealership usage. You can also see that by this time there has been a lot of opening up of these bays on the corner. That happened, as closely as we can tell from DOB records, in the late 1950s. So it was in place at the time that the building was designated, district was designated. And here is the 1985 tax photo showing a similar situation, although again, these changes to the ongoing changes to the openings at the base of the building continue. Masonry. As you can see, I think there's a series of changes and areas where there's been deterioration in the character of the masonry has changed. Our proposal is not to erase that, not to 100% repoint everything. When the masonry is treated, problem areas will be repaired, but there'll still be a reading of sort of change over time. We are proposing when we reconstruct the missing parapets, to reconstruct them 3 courses higher, and also to, in the repair of the existing parapets, to also raise them 3/4. That is, as I think you'll see, doesn't change the visual reading of the building, but it does provide some additional sort of visual mass of the building to interact with the addition. More issues on the masonry on the roof. You can see coping stones or cast copings that have deterioration and need to be dealt with. Also, there's some very severe structural issues with the roof, which is a timber frame roof, and it needs to be replaced. Then, with respect to the windows, these are the classic steel industrial windows. I think you can see that they have very little by way of frame. They're that type that goes directly into the masonry, and the type that is kind of notorious for leaking, rusting, etc. And here are some closer details. You can see again they just go right into the masonry, and I think you can see here that there has been quite widespread deformation of the windows. They're out of plumb, they're moving, they're leaking, they're just single glazed, and have very poor performance in terms of thermal performance, weather, and water infiltration, etc. So the proposal is to change them to new steel windows, which are very close in design and appearance and materials to the existing, but solve the kinds of inherent problems that are built into these windows. So here's a view of existing and proposed conditions on the West 12th Street side. The idea here is to give you a sense, first of all, of how the existing building is proposed to be handled. Here are the parapets back. Here are the changes we're proposing to the ground floor openings. I think you can see we're proposing to leave a wide sense of openness on those corners. That works very well for the building, not only as a sense of what's happened to it over time, but also its function. And here I think you can see the goal here for this addition is not to hide it, not so that it's not visible. It's clearly visible. It is aspiring to be a designed addition, and one that is a positive step in the building's evolution, rather than something that either overwhelms it or contrasts with it too strongly or is hidden.
Can I actually go back just one second?
Sure.
So those popped out bricks that make the panels,
yes,
on the upper
yes.
portion,
yes,
your added courses are above those?
Yes, they are. The added courses are in at the very top. Okay. Yeah, nothing changes except at the very top.
Got it.
A little bit about the vocabulary of the proposed addition. This is the point again at which the industrial and the residential sort of come together. There are lots of industrial buildings here, both in the district and in the immediate context, as well as nearby in Gansevoort. This is the opening of Industria in 1991. That's Isabella Rossellini there, who was carrying the bottle of champagne. But the real purpose is not to show Isabella Rossellini. It's to remind us all that as late as the early 1990s, the High Line was there, and that sense of that industrial vocabulary and those materials was there. This, of course, is Westbeth, where again there's a strong not only industrial presence but a sense of the High Line and a sense of the interaction of metal and masonry and plantings. You can see that some of the existing industrial buildings are at and even above the scale of what we would be proposing. So it fits within the vocabulary and the scale of this sort of mixed industrial character that's found right here in the district. And finally, there's a lot of planting that we are proposing, and that's something that more and more has become characteristic of this part of the district. Not only the familiar street trees, but plantings that are actually within and emerging from the buildings. And it's a really interesting interaction of the built and the grown, which we think has a very much a place in this district, and can help make for a more appropriate design. And just finally for me, one of the things that's always kind of inspired us is the tax photo. This sense of the building as having an industrial presence, being in the district, but clearly not a residential building, having this interesting things happening at the skyline. And our thought was, if we were to think about this in terms of our own black and white updated tax photo, do we have a building that is still recognizable and strongly asserts the kind of character that it had originally, yet expresses in an appropriate way its evolution of use and the evolution of architectural style and adaptive reuse over time, and we think that we do have that. So I'll ask Harry and George to talk about the design.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Harry Kendall with BKSK Architects. I'll be ceding this presentation to my partner, George Schieferdecker, after a brief introduction. A little bit of housekeeping. This is an as-of-right proposal. An as-of-right in a short building in some districts, and this district is a little complicated. We're allowed to set back, but only 8 feet. And so we actually, that's what we've set back, 8 feet. That regulation is on one face only. We could have set back further on one, but we chose to keep it symmetrical in that regard. And which is not to say that we wish we'd set back further. We actually think that the height and the context have come together in a way that really makes sense with this degree of setback and this degree of height. So what Bill said is very true. He spoke for the whole team. We were quite inspired by this tax photo, and it showed to us that it was a much more engaging and nuanced building than you might think if you encountered it on the street today. It's the deep setback of the intermittent openings, some of the quirks of the parapet, of course, which we can bring back, but some of the adaptation of conditions like this pier is a little bit wider because of the chimney and things. It's not a rigorous system. It's a kind of funky building. And so, as Bill said, we're showing it, our view of our addition in black and white to underscore our respect for, that we hope rings true, for this existing building, and how in our adaptive restoration we reflect some of the things that had happened here over time, like originally the gas station and then ultimately the restaurant in an open corner, some of the tinkering with the brickwork that has happened to adapt to different uses, and by the addition reflecting a bit of the changing context around. So now in full color, you see that the context has grown up just a little bit around, and when we restore the parapet, raise it a little bit, and when we add the two-story addition, the parapet rises and falls against a less raggedy backdrop than it has now, and against a backdrop which is reflective of the melding together of the rich mix of commercial and residential uses that happen on either side of the street and both to the north and the south. It's exciting as we develop architecture that has greenery as an integral part of it. And in this building, because it's a commercial building, we can very much commit to, and the owner is excited to, the maintaining of it as designed. That it's not a sort of maybe it'll grow, maybe it won't, but it's a really controlled element. That the vines are trained to go no higher than the top of the trellis, which essentially gives you that datum roughly at the top of the parapet. George will go into the details about the different restoration aspects of the base and the details of the proposed addition. But again, we hope that our respect for the original building rings true, and that the visible portions of our building can engage in a dialogue which makes you notice aspects of the building which have long been gone and which are in fact essential to its architecture. That they began with even in a garage design, a sort of mix of horizontal and vertical, which was quite varied, and that we sort of pick up on some of that sort of utilitarian or rough-hewn sophistication in our new addition. So with that, Oh,
I wanted to go back one.
you wanted to go back one?
This is the pointing.
The pointer is the top, and you advance on the right.
George Schieferdecker, BKSK Architects. I wanted to just jump back to this particular image again to reiterate and remind everybody of some of the things that have been said earlier, namely what we took out of or from the existing historic building in the photograph of it. Obviously the parapet that is substantially large in scale and has between its lowest portion and its highest portion a difference of about 5 feet. The two bays that are characteristic of the existing building, the wider window bays at the top with windows more shallow, set more in more shallow fashion, steel and glass, and the lower entry bays that are narrower and are substantially more set back, and the contents of which are usually doors which have more solidity to them and less openness to them. Everybody's mentioned the horizontality and the verticality of the building, the elements of the brick structure, the windows going across, and again the two dimensions of the window bays.
I should jump in briefly. Go back to it's impossible not to notice the signage. It's wonderful and it's robust. We are not treating signage in this proposal because we hope to have the restaurant back as a tenant. They will, but whether or not that comes true, there will be a range of signage possible depending on the tenant.
If you take a look at the section of the building, what we've tried to do essentially is create our addition in such a way that it is truly balanced and in proportion with the masonry base. We've talked about the fact that the parapet is extended a slight bit, and the difference between the lower portion of the parapet and the upper portion of the parapet is 5 feet. We have set our third floor down to a level that allows structure to exist above the head of the second floor windows, and the top flange of which sits into the slab of that third floor, so essentially as low as it can go, and then produced an 11-foot 8-inch floor-to-floor height, which is not ideal for commercial office occupancy, but certainly workable. At the very top, we set back from the edge and raise up to that 11-foot 8-inch height. So again, a slight manipulation of the dimensions as we go up and down the section through the building. The point is that the bulk of the first floor addition of the addition is substantially behind the oversized parapet. And in the rendering, you can see that this line right in here is in fact the floor line of the fourth floor. That's the sill height, that's the floor line, that's the head height of the windows. If we take a look at the details of the masonry restoration and reinvigoration, it's not quite restoration, we can see here, we'll take it from the bottom up. We've replaced the stone base at the bottom. We've, generally speaking, restored the bay rhythm of the original with the entry bays here and the window bays in these locations. We've added an entry bay at this location, which if you look at the Washington Street elevation, you'll see that historically that's a detail and a bay rhythm that exists on that facade as well. We've replaced some of the street level bulkheads along this facade and on the Washington Street facade. We've restored the deep set entry bays here, 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 and here. We've also added brick reveals at the piers on the second floor and at the lower floor where the window bays exist. And that's an effort to give us an opportunity for increased insulation for energy efficiencies, because you've got the bald masonry piers on the inside and no ability to bring insulation all the way around. It is also a repeat of a detail that exists in the historic structure when the sort of utilitarian requirements of the building required it.
that kind of a detail was done. It shows up in the historic image underneath the chimney. You can see it there. We've restored, obviously, the scale and profile of the parapet, and this is the line of the existing parapet and the line of the restored and recreated parapet. And we are replacing the coping at the very top to match the existing. I'll be showing materials in a moment. In terms of the steel and glass elements of the facade, we start with the fact that the original profiles of the steel and glass were the thin profiles that we would see in typical industrial sash buildings, and that we have reused those and those dimensions on our new work. Right now we can purchase thermally broken steel and sashes and with the proper depth for thermopane, so we can get a kind of energy performance out of them that replicates aluminum and recreates the thinness of the original proportions. At the very top, we have a shadow box detail in the details you'll see in a minute. We dematerialized the top of this building very deliberately to have that thin expression at the very top. We are drawing inspiration from some of the deep set bays at the base of the building that we've lined with a steel surround, which gives a very deep and solid piece of metal fin coming down into the existing building, and we're using that. And we're using that to create these deep set fins on the top that support a brise-soleil and a trellis structure that help with, obviously, with shading this office space from the sun and creating interest on the top floor. The attachment points for the trellis structure, which runs perpendicular to the existing facade, is that horizontal rhythm. That vertical rhythm that Bill was talking about at the very beginning. And if I can just get back, simultaneously, the 20-foot bay width of the original window bay and the 10-foot bay width of the original entry bays is repeated then, sort of subtly at the way a wide reveal exists at the point at which the trellis structure hits the facade every other bay, so that this is a double up volume that has a 1 foot deep piece of reveal, and there's a subtle 20-foot kind of crenellation that happens at the top in a rhythm that recalls some of the rhythms of the masonry below. We are putting in new center hung pivot windows so that they will flip and operate in the way that historic windows did. The original window bays on the historic brick base were divided up into thirds with a heavier mullion at those third points. We put that at the center because we are building something to accommodate office use, and so the typical rhythm for an office interior would be a 10-foot dimension. So we can avoid the condition where an interior partition hits a glass facade and you see its thickness. Last thing, in terms of at the corner, the original historic image shows the street bulkhead continuing all the way across. That was removed at one particular point. It became a gas station and now is a restaurant. We want to maintain the restaurant usage, and we want to recall that history of an open corner, and so we've rendered that vocabulary of the open corner and the canopies that provide the opportunity for a sidewalk cafe with these hanger-type doors in the steel and glass vocabulary. Here are details on the base, the brick reveals that I mentioned, what those brick reveals will do to us, for us on the interior in terms of allowing continuous insulation. the deep-set entry base with steel plate detail at its edges, and the existing steel and glass profile and the new steel and glass profile. There's a slight mistake right in there. That should be a 1 3/8 by 2-inch steel mullion dimension. On the addition, we have the deep-set steel and glass mullions of a kind of curtain wall application running all the way up and down, and then the alternate rhythm of the wide reveals where the deep-set trellis structure hits the envelope, and narrow reveals where it also hits at that point. So we have a trellis structure that is a deep fin, 1'6", comes up, tapers back to the brise soleil, pulls away from the building a slight bit, and allows for tension cable type arrangement for being able to grow vegetation in a horizontal fashion. No higher than the sill of the 4th floor and no lower than the head of the 3rd floor. Deep planters situated at key points to allow that growth to exist. So can we show the brick, Andrew? The brick we've chosen to put back in basically matches the existing brick as closely as possible. It's not an especially pretty brick. It's kind of really utilitarian and coarse. Our granite base, the current base is a bluestone base. It's seriously deteriorated. It needs to be replaced with more durable material. We've come in with a jet mist granite. This is a typical coping stone at the top. It exists now. It's got that rough, coarse aggregate. It's something that we want to recreate. These are the sections of the steel and glass. I think you're all familiar with that. The original color that was on the steel and glass is this deep sort of green-black. And what we're coming back in with, hope to come back in with, is a dark gray, and then simultaneously a kind of proposed texture to the steel that gives it an additional level of coarseness. We also have a sample of that if people are interested. And finally, the glass is a high-performance glass that is as transparent as we can have it, and we want to consider bird-safe glass on the transoms above head height, and we want that to be in this presentation. We're not entirely sure that we need it because we've got a lot of mullions and a lot of activity on the facade. Height-wise, I think it's been clear what we've been trying to do. The effort is to have this addition read as a 1/3 to 2/3 relationship between the masonry base and our addition. The scale of the neighborhood is quite clear. There's the tall industrial, there are the additions to existing garages that have been recently approved, there's the tenement and townhouse scale of Greenwich Village, and there's a new residential across the street. When we put our building in context, we're generally at the same height or lower than buildings immediately surrounding us, and then catty corner across the street, substantially lower than what exists there. That's pretty much it.
Thank you. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Landscaping, just very quickly. And to note, please, that we would like to, on the ground floor, put in 2 trees on the West 12th Street side. On a number of the renderings, you'll see a single tree. That's an effort to show the architecture and not have it be obscured by trees. 2 trees on the 12th Street side, a single tree on the Washington Street side. The effort is to have the greenery of the village come up and into our building, and in the rendering that you've got in front of you, it'll show the 2 trees plus the vegetation up here, and then back down the other side. And to keep the open corner as it was historically, either as a gas station, as a truck dealership, or as a restaurant. And that requires, obviously, landmarks to tell parks that that's a good way to treat the sidewalk. In the back side of our building, we have a requirement for a rear yard now that we are a alteration filed as a new building. and we're putting a tree in that location. We have our landscape architect here to answer any questions about types. On the setback, we intend to have openings out to that short setback with planters in between. On the fourth floor level, substantial planters and a cutback on the volume so that relative to our neighbors, we are not so bulky. And on the top floor, a utilitarian roof and surrounding the HVAC equipment. A kind of HVAC equipment located as low as possible and surrounded by fencing. In addition, we do anticipate restaurant usage, so we'll have some big fans up there. They will be located at this point. Here you can see the relative elevations. They are not visible from the street, this equipment. And finally, our efforts at deferring the mass of this somewhat to the interior of the block by setting back as required at the second floor level, and then as we chose to do at the topmost level with plantings all the way around. Thank you, that's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions? Okay, we can take testimony. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC applauds the applicant on this very sensitive rooftop addition. The restoration of the stepped parapet is a vast improvement, and the setback and modest height of the addition is deferential to the historic structure and its context. Our only suggestion would be to match the window's multi-sash configuration on the proposed doors in order to avoid breaking the continuity of the facade's texture. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah B. Knappman.
Good evening. Sarah B. Knappman from the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. In reviewing this application, GVSHP found that much thought and care went into the proposal. We appreciate the proposed renovation and restoration of the existing building, which will return some of its important original features and detailing and contribute nicely to the historic district and the streetscape. The proposed changes to the existing building are sensitive and welcome. Regarding the proposed addition, here too we felt there was significant thought and consideration and do not object to an addition being atop this building. However, we felt strongly that the current proposed addition appeared somewhat overwhelming in relation to the existing building and that the design did not yet relate as harmoniously to the existing building as it should to warrant approval. We felt this could be addressed in a few ways. One would be to reduce the mass and/or visibility of the proposed addition by setting it back further atop the building, reducing the height of it, and/or sloping the proposed addition back, much like an atelier, so that it would visually recede more and read as more deferential to the existing building. Given the generous proposed floor-to-ceiling heights in the addition and the relatively short distance between the proposed addition and the parapet, it would seem that setting the proposed addition back further and/or reducing its height would be fairly easy to do. In addition, however, we felt we would urge that the fenestration of the proposed addition be rethought as well. It currently reads as very vertical, which clashes with the more horizontal orientation of the existing building. The proposed grid of the exterior frame of the addition is also very assertive and seems to compete with the building underneath it. We feel that if the design can be redone to read as less vertical and more subtle and could appear less prominent through sloping, further setback, or reduction in size, the proposed rooftop structure could be an appropriate and harmonious addition to the building. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Zach Weinstein.
Hello. Hi, my name is Zach Weinstein. I'm co-chair of the Greenwich Village Community Task Force. Am I better off without this? This is breaking up. First of all, I'd like to agree to reiterate and support everything that the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation just said and strongly endorse their proposals for changes to the addition. The bottom line is that the proposed addition is a highly visible and highly obtrusive structure. And to the best of my knowledge, there is no comparable glass addition anywhere else in the Greenwich Village Historic District. No glass addition of this size anywhere else. And it's notable that the applicant came up with no examples for a precedent for an addition of this sort. It's really important that if an addition is to be added to this building, it not become the dominant element either in the structure or on the street. And anything that can be done to reduce its size and to reduce its visual impact would be extremely beneficial. Along these lines, I'm also concerned about the enlargement of the parapet. It seems completely appropriate to restore the parapet to its previously existing original height. However, the only rationale for increasing the height of the parapet is apparently to help obscure the addition, to help minimize the apparent size of the addition. And there's a penalty for that, because even though the change is subtle, the increased height of the parapet distorts the proportions of the building and increases the apparent mass of the building. And it does seem that there's simply no legitimate historic justification for the increase in the parapet size. Lastly, I'd just like to point out that the east side of Washington Street, which is the western border of the Greenwich Village Historic District in this area, has a whole series of two-story buildings, many of which were previously garage or parking structures. Whatever's done on this location is going to have set a very strong precedent for what can be done and applied for in several other locations in this immediate area. And anything that is done here to radically increase the size and mass of allowable structures is going to have it's going to be a waterfall effect in terms of its impact on the east side of Washington Street and on the border of the district. Currently, that district is defined by the low-rise two-story, three-story structures, and I would ask the Commission to give very serious thought to any moves that could lead to a significant transformation of that character. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Herman.
Hi, I'm Michelle Herman. I'm just representing myself as a longtime resident of the neighborhood. I also am a columnist for the Villager. I often come before the LPC in recent years just to see what the commission is up to. It just so happens that usually I'm not affected personally by the things that you accept. It just so happens I live catty-corner across the street. I am affected by this one, which is going to affect my view in a fairly significant way. I would just like to say that I'm often distressed by the guiding assumption you seem to work under, that developers that come before you have the right almost always to add more bulk and more height to existing historic structures. I feel as if I'm coming before the BSA, not before the Landmarks Commission. I think of this as the one place where longtime residents of the neighborhood shouldn't have to be fighting always against the forces of development. I feel as if you should be able to say, sorry, this is a historic structure as it exists. It has a very interesting parapet line. Let's not put a glass addition on top of it. Sorry, you just can't do that. That's just another possible way that this body, it seems to me, could function and fulfill its stated mission. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? No other speakers. I just want to add into the record, Community Board 2 recommends approval of the design of the historic portion of the building, provided the garage doors are recessed to the line with the entry doors and additional trees are planted, and denial of the rooftop addition and trellis as inappropriate for this historic building and unduly assertive. We also received... I'm sorry?
You can't hear it.
Oh, you couldn't hear it? Oh, sorry. But okay. So Community Board 2 recommends approval of the design of the historic portion of the building, provided that the garage doors are recessed to the line and entry doors, and additional trees are planted on both facades, and they recommend a denial of the rooftop addition and trellis as inappropriate for the historic building, and it's unduly assertive. That's the Community Board. All right. Well, these letters that have been given to me right now, although they are addressed to Community Board 2 Landmarks Committee, is from, I guess, both the tenants, which is Barbuto and Industrial Events, and both are in support. Okay, will the team, yes, would you like to respond to comments?
Thanks. Bill Higgins. I will keep this brief. There's a thread that runs through these comments and through so many comments that the commission hears that implies that the way to do something appropriate is to either have it be invisible or as absolutely minimally visible as possible. And anytime you get above that, out come the words overwhelming, out of scale, you know, in minimizing or insulting the historic building in some way. This proposal is happening in a context that feels that buildings can become richer through their layering. When something is visible, it is not necessarily inappropriate. If it's carefully designed, if it's thoughtfully designed, if it helps a person to read and understand the kind of layering that happens with historic buildings, I think there is plenty of room for appropriateness for that kind of visible addition. And the discussion doesn't have to begin with the idea of, okay, here it is, now let's make it smaller. I think there's an integrity to this design. And then I'll just finish by saying all of us as preservationists working in New York City is a great privilege. And one of the things that makes it a privilege is that compared to so many other places where the task of the preservationist is to try to breathe life into a dying and urban environment, the task here is to try and direct that powerful flow of life in an urban environment that is extremely healthy, economically, culturally, and in every other way. I think it's a privilege to face that problem. And facing that problem is almost always going to mean, or is frequently going to mean, expanding historic buildings. And our task, I think, is to find the right way to do it, not to find a way to prevent it.
And I'd like to add also very briefly to that this is well under the allowable FAR. We're leaving 5,000 square feet roughly on the table. The ceiling heights are, as was mentioned, are not what you would expect in a commercial building, but substantially lower. And the building actually, this is almost an aside, but the street is raised 2 feet over time. The original floor slab was 2 feet lower. Not that that really counts for anything, but it's kind of just an interesting point. The sort of description that our slight parapet raising changes the proportions. We did a test when we entertained the idea, and it was sort of a test around the office. Can you spot the difference? And whereas we can't say the proportions remain unchanged, they are so imperceptible that it is really a kind of non-issue in our judgment, and that's all. There's a modesty, there's a sensitivity on the ownership team to this being a building of some interest. That it has been a privilege to work on this team and work closely to be given the opportunity to look hard at this building and say in what ways can its character be a little bit enhanced.
I just have a quick question, because you've talked about the setbacks and 8 feet, how you got to that. Part of it had to do with your required, I guess that's the amount that you can do under the zoning on one side, but not on the other side. Can you just explain that?
Yeah, when you're a corner lot, the setback restrictions apply to one street only. You choose which one.
I
Once
see.
you've done it on one side, you're no longer required on another side. Yet there's a corner view and a sense of symmetry or coherence to the structure. We certainly investigated setting back a little further on one side or the other. We found that the balance we were seeking was achieved by an equal setback. I didn't want to just be false and say this is all we can do. It's a little bit more nuanced, but we think it works well anyway.
And can you just speak to the floor to ceiling heights and that requirement? Because
George, you want to go precise about that? I would simply say that a good floor-to-ceiling height for an office would be 12 to 13 feet. And so we basically worked and set that third floor at structure at the height of the head of the second floor window, and then embedded that structure into the slab of the third floor. That left us with, when we put the second floor in at a proper sill height, a commercial floor to floor height of about 11 feet 8 inches, and that's something we projected up through the building, 11 foot 8. You recall from the section that at the very top, we took another foot off of that and set it back substantially, an 8-foot dimension, before going up to that full 11 foot 8 inches. So at the very edge, at the top, we did reduce it by But the 11 foot 8 is a floor to floor. And then you subtract the slab dimension from that, plus there will be substantial mechanical value in that, and there's also a beam inside. So we were calling the effective ceiling height is 9 foot 3 in the office space, which is perfectly pleasant, but at the size of the space that sort of thus was pushing the limits of what a commercial tenant would be looking for.
Okay. All right. Does anybody else have any questions? All right. In which case we can close the hearing. All right. Comments? Yes. Thoughts. Okay.
Thoughts. Kind of questions, I guess. This thing. First of all, I just want to say that Bill Higgins' commentary about visible rooftop additions I ascribe to wholeheartedly. I think 55 Wall Street, 100 years ago plus, is a pretty good example. Those of you who know it, I think everybody does, because we see it all the time as a... I'm sorry, our AV is in bad shape today for some reason. And immodestly, I'll say that my own firm's maybe 25 years ago or more addition to the Louis Sherry Ice Cream Company on Madison and 62nd Street also, I think, adds to, and it's very visible, a McKim-Mead and White building. So I liked the affirmation that Bill used, I think, very eloquently. I want to make two thoughts about this, though. And they're really questions, I guess, not questions of fact, questions of design intent. I also was taken by the beautiful photographs, that particularly the 1940 designation photo. And to me, the most robust thing about that photo and about the building is the extraordinary parapet, that robust parapet that meanders across the both facades and has now been somewhat curtailed. But it gives, a true skyline, because above that you see sky. And on your page 14, in the black and white imagery particularly, you've now rendered, the color helps the issue, I admit, and we see it in color, not in black and white, but nonetheless, I think the point is made that now we don't have a skyline that's robust. We have a flat horizontal skyline with a kind of the pastiche almost of the original building in front of it. And I'm not necessarily against it, but I would like your thoughts about that a little bit more, if it's appropriate. Maybe it's not, because we're now in commentary, but that's something that I'm thinking about in any event. And a somewhat related, but not exactly related issue is the issue that was raised in testimony, and that is that in order to provide a fig leaf, I guess I'll say, to hide a little bit of your increased bulk on the roof, you suggest altering the historic nature and character and proportions of that very parapet that gives so much character to the building. And I'm just wondering if, why that was the solution as opposed to lowering yes, lower than 11.8, the second floor, lowering the whole thing into the parapet, which we see often done. So there are just some thoughts. I guess not for you to answer, but for maybe our commission to consider. I may be a minority of one.
Well, yes, Kim, go ahead.
I had the similar feeling as Fred, and wondering how did we end up with a crenellated roof becoming something that's flat and doesn't quite have a cornice at the top. It's kind of just floating at the top and seems somewhat unfinished on top of the glass. Even if they had metal, or something of a cornice going around the top, we would have ended the building. And now it just seems to be kind of floating above the garage that was existing there, and it's not quite grounded. It doesn't end, it just is floating up there. And I don't think that's quite what they were going for, though besides that, I kind of like I think the design is appropriate, but I don't think it's the ending of the addition is working at all. I think it's just floating, and it doesn't have a terminus on the top of this building.
I don't have such an issue with that, just on the overall project. I think the project is very positive, and we see different sort of approaches to buildings, and particularly smaller buildings. So I appreciate the fact that they appreciate this building and want to bring it back. And this is, to me, kind of an adaptive reuse of a garage. It does allow for it to be more feasible, but I think it's very sensitive to the existing building. I think that I'm not sure. I completely agree with you, Fred, about the skyline of a two-story garage. I do think that the crenellation is important, but I think what's critical is that can continue to be read with an enlargement. And I think they've been successful in it. Ideally, it would be good if they could set it back further, but I guess there's constrained. But I think that they have set it back, and I think it allows you, when you walk down the streets, to see a separation and read still the two-story piece, and see and be able to read the crenellation at the roof. I think the treatment of the enlargement being lighter and not having sort of an end to it perhaps is maybe part of the philosophy that it again is not going to sort of compete with what was historically the end of the building. So those are just my thoughts about it. But I think, again, that's within the building itself, but I think from a streetscape perspective, I think the massing fits in very well both on West 12th Street as well as on Washington. Yes, Michael.
I don't have the problem that my colleagues do with the parapet. I think they've actually made it more robust, and I feel more industrial. The greatest issue I have with this is that that addition, and again, it's a contemporary addition. I think the design is amazing. I think it works well with the building. I think it's about 20% too high. I would like to see it taken down to the first horizontal line, at which point it does not interfere at all to me with the new parapet, and I think it makes it less proud and less prominent.
Michael, which line are you talking about?
The horizontal window line, the first horizontal mountain line.
One down from the top.
One down from the top.
Right.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, understood. Where you have is it where you have the?
20%.
Okay. All right. Other comments? Yes.
I mean, it's interesting about the comment about, I do agree with the, the profile in the corner, this crenellation is very important. And so the other choice will be that you duplicate that if you really want to see the skyline on top of that back corner. And that will really be a different animal totally. And I'm not going to impose the design or things, but that is a very different direction if you really want to see the profile of, of that crenellation and continuing on the top of against the skyline will be to emulate that vocabulary, so to speak. But that is not what the design intent is.
An interesting discussion, and I share a lot of the kind of ambivalence that's been expressed so far. I have no problem with the increased height of the parapet. I personally, looking at the photos, couldn't discern a significant difference. I think it's proportional. I think it's appropriate. So I didn't have a problem with that, and I think it's great that they are restoring the crenellated detailing. I think it would be great if, I think for me, I'm trying to think about why it bothers me. Why does this particular addition not feel right? And part of it is what Fred said, that you have a building that's dependent in its design on this kind of very figural profile as it hits the sky. And there's no way an addition of any kind that would be compliant with zoning would not kill that. So does that mean do nothing? Or can something work? And then I think to myself, we've seen lots of similar situations that seem to have worked. I think of the, it wasn't quite this tall, but the Puck building had a very pronounced crenellation on the top, and we did allow for limited visibility of things there. And I know there's something about, certainly the two-story aspect of this makes it hard, and I think Michael's suggestion, while I think would make a big difference, I'm not sure it's practically workable. If the height of the ceiling at the front of the building right now is 9'3", and if those panes are, I don't know, 4 feet tall, that you'd be bringing it down to so that it basically would be 4 or 5 feet at that second floor. So you'd be saying, all right, no second floor. Okay, we can do that. We're allowed to do that. But I think for me, what's bothering me about this is that it's neither quiet nor aggressive. And I think that's putting it kind of halfway in between, let's say, the kind of thing that, a very assertive, look at me, I'm different kind of rooftop addition, and a very quiet, don't look at me, I'm trying to hide rooftop addition. And I think part of what does that for me is the scale of the mullions, the scale of the texture, which is very textured, it's very dimensioned and articulated, but the articulation doesn't have a whole lot to do with the articulation that's going on below. So it's not continuing what's below, which has a very strong vertical structure and geometry, with the pillars of a certain width and the bays of a certain width and a kind of horizontality that mixes, the way they were describing it, the way Bill was describing it. The upper thing has very little to do with that, at least as far as I can tell. It has a very strong rhythm of its own, so it's very assertive in its own way, but it's assertive in a way that's kind of not integrating well with the building below it. So I'm trying to think, would there be a way for this either to be quieter, maybe with a less assertive texture, such that even though it had its volume, it was less assertive as a volume? Or could it have its level of assertion, but kind of try to integrate better with the building, maybe, to kind of pick up on the rhythm of the structure below? I don't really have a good answer, but I think part of it for me is that it's a little bit too aggressive to work at the scale that it's at. It's not acting as a background element enough to allow you to be satisfied by the crenellations like you would if it was a bulkhead or something that was bland and kind of not a foreground element. But I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there.
All right, other comments? Yes, John.
Well, without without commenting on the top part of the building, I think someone ought to say this, and since I'm the residential garage lover in the city, I've got to say it. The thing that I appreciate about this work is that it doesn't ungarage the building by taking it back to that 1940s photograph and looking at the all of the openings on the first floor, et cetera, and the way they did the windows. And I think it makes me still feel very strongly that it has a very good reference back to what it once was. Now, there may be something about the top that needs to be adjusted to meet everyone's demands, but I do really love what was done, including the addition to the parapet. I think it's absolutely fantastic. So.
I just want to comment on what Michael said about the rooftop, the addition itself. And I was listening to it, and I think it resonated with you. And I think that, I mean, there are, if we're talking about whether does this give full deference to this, the lower two floors, the garage itself, does it compete with it? Part of what I think you said is that it's got its own rhythm, and that's not, so it's different from the rhythm of the garage. And when you were talking about it, I think there are possibilities here which may allow it to be, integrated better, but also quieter. I think part of it's also they have, I guess, the same kind of mullions and vertical and horizontal within the glazing, but is not necessarily the pattern of what's reflected below. So maybe we should ask them to come back and just explore a little more in detail the treatment of the addition, but also look at the issues of height and if there are ways to mitigate that as well. There are some possibilities internally that may allow it, but I think even with some of the treatment of that, just the treatment of the addition and its integration can also go a long way. Yes?
Can I just add one issue to remind us all that this is a picture, a still of one moment in time, but we all experience architecture kinetically moving around. If we move closer to the building, the perception of the rooftop addition will recede. If we move further back, it becomes larger. If we move around to the sides, it changes yet again. So I think that's something we, particularly on a corner site, we always have to keep in mind as we're looking at a rendering, because it does change in our perception of it also.
Right. I mean, in some ways, putting this up as the shot does it some disservice, because I think actually the street, when you're walking along the street, as you approach it, and it's, like you said, kinetic, the impacts are very, very different. Here, it's like we're just looking at this sort of full frontal and responding to it.
Yeah.
I think I agree with that totally, and I think one of the biggest disservices they've done to themselves in the presentation is coloring the glass light. I mean, in most cases during the day, when one sees glass, it is not light, it is dark, because inside's darker than outside. And I think that the impact of the grid is going to be much less intense than is shown here. And for me, it's that dissonance in the grid patterns that was my first clue as to what was starting to bother me. And that made me think, what if the pattern upstairs was the same pattern as below? What if the pattern upstairs was flush glazing and no mullions? What if it was canted and not with these little canted pillars? What if the spacing between it was evocative of the spacing of the brick pillars? I think there are lots of things you could do that would really shift. Yeah, look at that, exactly. You see a window, it's a hole. It has a very filigree on it.
On one side than the other.
Right, but it's really not the way we experience windows. But I think there are lots of things they can explore that would maybe, with relatively modest, non-impactful ways, to improve the way the design sits on top of the building.
Yes, Wellington.
I think that's an excellent point. I think, the term "the truth in rendering" And to what Fred just said, I think what may be bothering us is because the horizontal band on the two below is so strong, but if you darken the glass or you have a horizontal band on top, it may cap it because you now have a new language of verticality of that vertical mullion going up and shooting through the sky uncapped, not like a cornice. And so I think if you show the glass properly or introducing
Many times a day,
yeah.
to really intense interior lighting on a white ceiling.
or there's a horizontal element like Michael was doodling here of a horizontal band that is more rather than shooting up.
Okay, so with that, we won't take any action today, but we'll look forward to seeing your next design iteration. Thank you.